Today, a lot of dreams will be crushed, and only a few will be a step closer to achieving them. Welcome to BGIS 2026, where I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's iSuper Johnny, and it's going to be the final day of the Wildcard. Johnny, we now know only 3 games remain for these teams to actually make a mark. 3 games remain for every single group currently playing in here, and top 8 is going to be the way to go. Still a lot of known names on the latter half of the board, but only a few slots left open.
Exactly. I think yesterday was a brilliant day for the competition. It was deemed as a day of comebacks, and almost all of the teams that were fighting for qualification that were not part of the top 8 bracket or the discussion for the semi-finals ended up doing quite well on day number 3. That shook up the overall leaderboard. You talk about teams like K9 Esports and ON that ended up taking massive leaps on the overall leaderboard. And of course, then there were slip-ups from teams like Higg Boson, teams like Kalinga Esports, who have kind of kept themselves in check. The possibility for qualification is still there, but as you said, it comes down to the last 3 matches.
And the problem is, not a lot of slots potentially up for grab. Yesterday, even Vanguard messed up big time. In the span of 4 games, only got 6 points. What exactly happened to Vanguard? In the first 2 days, they managed to acquire 80 points, and then in yesterday's day, when they were playing the most amount of games, they only acquired 6 points. And because of that, Vanguard right now is struggling too much in the overall standings.
I wouldn't say too much. At least they're still part of the top 8. Who you never know. Last 3 matches, maybe we see one big performance. They have to cross that 100-point marker, and then hopefully they're going to be all the way in the semi-finals. But ladies and gentlemen, something very special has happened, and that is a milestone for the Discovery Island. It has been completed, and now the overall prize pool for BGIS 2026, it is 4 crores, and it's thanks to our lovely viewers that we have been able to accomplish this milestone.
I know, right? The biggest prize pool ever for any tournament that has currently happened inside of India, which is absolutely amazing.
Yes.
And yes, a round of applause to you guys. Thank you so much for making it happen. I love you. Johnny loves you. Everyone from the side of Krafton India Esports team loves you. But yeah, back towards the conversation about the teams now. Since the prize pool is massive, another motivational factor for the teams to actually do a lot more, and because they know since the money's so big, they have to make it.
Exactly. Now there's a lot more money on the line. The entire prize pool has basically been doubled. So again, hopefully teams like Kalinga Esports, Reckoning, Last Star Day, H4K, who ended up doing so well for themselves, would not want to get kicked out of this tournament right before you make it to the semis.
I know, right? Especially for teams like Kalinga Esports, Reckoning Esports, who are just so close towards crossing that 8 spot. And imagine you're barely missing out on the qualification because of 1 or 2 points. That's going to hurt you so much in the long term.
Exactly, but as we play the highlights from yesterday, I think one of the teams that made an impressive comeback was also Phoenix Esports. But Necro, a few moments ago you were talking about Vanguard and the drop of form that we saw from them yesterday. But there was another name in the mix with the side of Vanguard that took a massive tumble. That was Higg Boson. Higg Boson was in the top 3 at the end of day 1, but now find themselves on the 13th position.
Which is really concerning if you think about it. And since they do not even have the momentum with them, you already know there's a big chance that even Higg Boson can choke a lot of games today. But they've only got 3 games to prove themselves, and all 3 games, they need to be an absolute ace. If they're not going to be acing those games, there's a chance Higg Boson will be kicked outside of the tournament, but that's for the future. Speaking of Kalinga Esports, we saw a major consistency coming through from them. In every game, Kalinga Esports did have a lot of points that they were accumulating, and that's one of the main reasons they're still around the 9th spot.
Yeah, I think if we were to summarize day number 3 of the wildcard stages, Nebula Esports, they continue to dominate in the performances. I think one thing different from Nebula yesterday was the fact that there was a lot more reliance on individual plays being made, on individual firepower rather than the team fights or the team plays that we know Nebula for. Along with them, K9 Esports, Phoenix Esports had a phenomenal day. Gods for reason, they're still fighting for survival, but yesterday we kind of saw them win a game, win a chicken dinner as well, so that kind of gives me hope, but still a lot of distance for Gods for reason to cover on the overall leaderboard, to be honest.
And we also got to talk about a team like H4K. Yesterday for H4K, it was a decent day, managing to secure that chicken dinner. It was definitely massive. And then if you look at H4K standing right now in the overall board, they're currently sitting on the 12th spot. A comeback is definitely possible. Looking at H4K's past track record, they've always mounted a comeback on the last day itself. And today is going to be the last day for the wild card. There's a big chance we might see H4K mount that comeback. But it's not just about H4K. There's so many teams still in contention. Higg Boson, Last Day, Reckoning Esports, Kalinga Esports, and the only potential slots that are open, I would say, is going to be from the 4th till the 8th.
Yeah, I agree agree with you. I think let's take K9 Esports in the mix as well. They're not too far away from Nonex, 87-89.
Okay.
So from the 3rd till the 8th position, and the reason it's so intense is because the point difference doesn't really exist. I think if you are anywhere beyond 40 points, if you are in your mid-50s, you have a shot at qualification still. All you have to do is play well in your matches, secure at least one chicken dinner with 20 points on the board, and then pray for the failure of game plans of Phoenix, True Rippers, Myth, Vanguard, Nonex, or K9. Any one of these teams fails, the door for you is open, but you need a big chicken dinner to kick things off. And this is going to be quite troublesome for the groups that are going to be starting their journey today. I mean, the ones that will be playing the first few initial matches, because they will definitely need to put in the work. Teams from Group C and D, they are in for a tough battle at the start of the day.
Exactly, but they're also going to start things off on the map of Rondo, which also opens up a lot of potential opportunities. Imagine a team gets a chicken dinner with 25 points. That's going to be a major leap in the overall standings. And if you're someone between 9th till the 16th, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for you, because you will instantly propel yourself on the 8th spot. And that's exactly what you're searching for. Now the latter half of the board from the overall standings pops up as well. For a lot of these teams, they have accepted their fate. Maybe you can say teams from 22nd to 32, they're probably just done so. They cannot mount a comeback anymore, and they have probably accepted the fate as well. Now, Johnny, these teams, they can definitely play a major spoiler.
I mean, they definitely can, and I would say from T7, in fact, is where the journey sort of has already been concluded. There's a very slim chance, and I can't emphasize this enough, a very, very slim chance of Riot Nations pushing through. But beyond them, Tenzin, Wingod, it's again the same thing as you said about the team on the 16th position. You need a big match to kick things off. If you get those 20-25 points, maybe you qualify, but we do have the schedule on our screens. Kicking things off on Rondo and Erangel will be Group C and D. Then we have B versus D on Erangel, A versus B on Erangel, and Miramar following up. And the last map will be played by teams from Group A and C.
One thing is for sure, today's day is going to be filled up with a lot of chaos, and since we've got the playing teams on the screen, a lot of these teams have already given up on the hopes of qualification.
Yes.
Maybe for a few teams like Wingod Esports, Riot Nation, still a bit of that glimmer of hope. And speaking of Reckoning Esports, they're really close. 8-Bit yesterday was trying their best, and even they've got a solid shot at qualification, but we all know, 8-Bit, there's someone who can choke when it matters the most.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those positions because the pressure right now is way too immense to deal with. And 8-Bit sitting on the 16th spot with just 54 points. Need about 45 to 50 points more to qualify on the safer end. So they can't even make a single mistake. They can't lose players out early. They have to consistently finish in the top 4 of the matches that they play today. And along with finishing in the top 4, they need double-digit elimination points every single time. It's a tough task, man, to be honest.
It is definitely a tall order that we're asking for, but at the end of the day, it is something that you have brought up upon yourself. If you were consistent in all the games that you've played so far, maybe you would have been around the top 16, and maybe if you were around anywhere between 9th till the 16th spot, you could have actually stood a major chance to qualify.
Or maybe if you just played better during the quarterfinals, things would have been better. You would have been waiting and observing these matches.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's what a lot of these teams currently sitting inside of the semifinals are doing. And since we already know that the group draws are done for the semifinals as well, it really matters what position you're going to be ending your wildcards in.
I wonder if anyone is going to try and switch up their standing within the top 8 just to get placed against the teams that I actually want to play against.
I mean, I highly doubt that's going to be the scenario, right? The only team that has the luxury, you can say, is going to be Nebula Esports, but they're just suffering from success. They're currently at the top. They cannot even change their spot anymore because they've just got so many points.
Yeah, that's true. Nebula Esports, I think even for them, dropping down is going to be much tougher than just maintaining the spot, because the difference right now is at about 30 points. And Victorious Somas, yesterday, I think one switch in form for Victorious Somas was all of a sudden they got extremely aggressive. We saw them just running into fights, and they were doing quite well for themselves as well, fighting out into the open. They're getting finishes, so things were looking good. They are sitting on the second spot in the overall leaderboard, so I think it should be easy for them to for me, I think Victorious Somas needs about 5 to 6 points. I'm expecting the cutoff to be about 100 at max. What about you?
You want me to be realistic? I think the top 3 is already safe. The only possible grabs are going to be from the 4th till the 8th. So I do believe that those 5 slots are still open. And since we're speaking so much about some superpowers, let's have a talk about Phoenix Esports as well. Now, inside of day 1 and 2, Phoenix Esports' performance, it was not great. Just 25 points accumulated in day 1 and 2. But then if you move on towards day 3, 51 freaking 19 points achieved just in one day, which is remarkable from Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, it was impressive run on day number 3. And I think this is what they need to replicate today as well, just to be on the safer front. Go for 110 or 120 points, and that should help you qualify. Phoenix, although, again, they were never supposed to be the team that's in a position just barely fighting for survival, just barely fighting for qualification for the semis, because on paper, this is one of the strongest rosters that you could send on the stage of Grand Finale.
Without a doubt. I mean, Phoenix Esports, if you look at this roster from far away, you already know they're supposed to be working like a well-oiled machine, but we have seen a few cracks, and that's really not a good thing. Now, Phoenix Esports, they are switching up the playing floor constantly. They brought in Sim back yesterday. They kept Smoker out of the playing floor, and it's been working out well for them. But I just hope that they're going to find a good slot for even Smoker in the future and maybe try and figure stuff out with Smoker as well. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. I personally went for Hig Boson. I believe that they're going to be mounting a comeback. And a lot of us actually went with Hig Boson. Icy's the only person going with Phoenix Esports. Icy, Phoenix is not going to make a comeback. They're already in the top 8.
I think from the POV of Phoenix Esports, and same goes for Icy, the comeback is going to be not being on the 8th position and maybe finishing in the top 4. But we do have the predictions from the Hindi desk as well. Maisie picking Reckoning, Ankybot going for H4K, Ravan picking Phoenix, and Sparrow has joined our league, just banding together for Hig Boson. I think we were enjoying the performance from Hig Boson in the initial day of the wildcard stages. Very aggressive, finishing consistently in the top 4, top 5 of the matches they played. It was looking good. Day 2 and 3, I don't know what happened. In fact, day 2 was a little bit better. Day 3 was a complete nightmare for the side of Hig Boson. And now, I'm just going to pray that the last day, they are almost there. They are right outside the 8th position, sitting, I believe, about 13th. We talked about this on the overall leaderboard. Not too far away. About 45 points, 50 points needed. You can push through. You did it already on day 1. Just do it once again, please.
In 3 games, you're saying 40 points. That's a lot to ask for from Hig Boson, but it is definitely a possibility. I do believe that the moment they secure those 40 points, they're also going to be crossing that 110 points marker, which is massive if you think about it, and that should be an easy shot at qualification. Now, my personal prediction for the cutoff, it's going to be around 106 points. 106? I don't think it's going to go more than that.
All right, I think it's going to be about 100. I think it's going to be a little bit lower because of how Nebula is playing right now.
Okay, well, there's really a big chance that they can definitely start creating a vacuum and make sure that the other teams are going to be suffocating for the points. But is that going to happen or not? Well, we're going to find out once we deep dive in the upcoming map Rondo. The planes in the skies for the first game off the final day in the wildcard. And this plane fly path, it's going to be a major ray of hope for a lot of teams. We are probably going to be seeing quite an aggressive start off the rip. Teams dropping around Neox Factory, Yulin. There's going to be a major fight around that spot. Or maybe even Stadium, but Stadium's a bit far away from the plane fly path.
Yeah, but I think Yulin might just be an off position that a lot of these teams decide to fight it out at early. Along with that, Hangshan is going to be another one of those names. Tinlong Garden, another spot where we might see those early glides happening. In fact, we do see a few individuals from the side of, one from the side of 8-bit, one from the side of Blink, my apologies, taking an early exit, maybe looking towards the southeastern quadrant of the map. But apart from that, Necro, a few moments ago, while we were talking in the pregame segment, you were talking about the teams that are outside of that top 18, outside of the top 20. I wonder what those teams are going to do on Rondo, because on this map, you get to fight the same guys twice.
I know, right? Just spoil the day, probably. That's what they're going to be doing. Or maybe leave a mark. And how do you leave a mark? It's by spoiling someone's day. And maybe that's what these teams are going to be doing. Target someone who's massive when it comes to recognition inside of the esports scenario, and make sure that they're not going to be qualifying. Imagine the amount of eyes you will be getting on top of you. But right now, Frostrex Esports, they're definitely getting dealt with by the boys of Fried Nations. Already the first 2 men knocked out for Frostrex Esports. It's just the last man standing, Viper, and he's trying to play for that survival. On top of the roof, that's where he is. But slowly and steadily, even Viper is making down Ride Nations. They need to be a little bit more cautious. That nade, it's going to be cooked to perfection. And just like that, the man gets wrapped up as well.
So 3 points picked up very early by the side of Riot Nations. But H4K, this is a squad that's fighting for survival. And it seems like they are going to be in trouble as Thunder Gods and Wind God pile on. Mac knocked out. Wizard still fighting for his life. Also falls. And Thunder Gods Esports, they rack up a few finish points for themselves early, but this is a massive loss for H4K. They've just managed to secure 2 points, and we were talking about them right on the verge of qualification. They need big matches, and this Rondo could have given them a lot of hope.
Definitely look at T7 as well, dropping down on bodies. It's not a good look. Looking at 8-Bit 2 inside of the mix, it seems like for 8-Bit things are not going to be too easy. For some reason, there's a separation between the boys of 8-Bit. The other man is way too far away from the rest. Hexy was knocked out. Sarang gets confirmed. So for 8-Bit, as of now, inside of Neox Factory, they've got 2 men up and alive. The 1 man is all the way back towards the recall tower. Soon, Sarang's going to be back in the playing structure. So it's fine. Looking at TDR, they know there's someone right on top, and that's going to be 1 man from the side of Wingod Esports, which is Apps. Apps has got some sort of cover to play with as of now, but that cover, it might just be blown up soon. Thunder Gods Esports, they cannot even push on top of those stairs because they know it's too exposed, and they can be shot at from anywhere.
And Apps, I have to say, has been a phenomenal player from the side of Wingod Esports. There have been multiple critical moments for Wingod when they're facing elimination, and Apps somehow managed to clutch out fights. This time, though, he just has to settle for that 1 finish. Thunder Gods, they use their numbers advantage. An easy finish on the man from Wingod Esports is secured, but Gods for Reason Spirit, I feel this is a lot of time wasted over here. Just trying to chase down that 1 man who does not have any HP, and from what it seems like, no heals to bring his HP back up as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I highly doubt Spirit knows that the man's taken down to 1 HP. Now the man is finally running thin on patience. There we go. 1 shot connected, and that's going to be the man down from 7 aces. Big casualty. Gods of Reason still with a chance to qualify. It's a little bit of a chance, but they still can do it. And it can only happen if you get 25 points from this game itself.
Pretty much. But as we're talking about 7 aces, Necro, I think that's going to be the first team to be on the verge of elimination. They're down to the last man, and he's on the run for his life. Not just for his life, for the recalls of his teammates, but Red Force against ORB, close to Yulin. Oh, that nade was brilliant. Spoily spoils the game for Checker. And Red Force, it's going to be difficult to recover from this.
Yeah, the Force now, it seems black. It's not too dominant anymore. Not aggressive either. Nate's tossed. Oh no, Trax. It's just constantly spamming away in the hopes of at least finding 1 knock. Even he tossed out those utilities. But now he's also running low on meds and the nets. And somehow, he's able to find 1 of the knocks against the boys of ORB. That's Boily down. That's a major knock, a major setback he's handed out to the boys of ORB. Now, Eyes just needs to make sure that the revival's not going to be there. Checker moving up close and personal with that shotgun. The man from ORB's just on the run. He does not want to face off Red Force.
And there's no position for him to actually try and pick this fight as well. The players from Red Force have pushed him way back in the lines, but Red Force, I think again, they have secured 2 eliminations, but we are looking for about a 30-pointer from them to actually bring them into the conversation for the semifinals. My goodness, Probot has vision, but he knows the moment he goes for a spray, the moment he pulls the trigger, the entirety of that trio that's there in front of him is just going to charge him face first. But 8-Bit against Reckoning Esports. Necro, 2 teams fighting for qualification, and this fight could change everything.
Oh my god, that nade. Blast right on top of his face. Hexy gets knocked out. Skips is going to be the man up close and personal. And Skips definitely needs a lot of points secured. That nade's going to be tossed perfectly, and even Skips gets blown up. 8-Bit now is probably going to go for those recalls, get the players once again back on the board, and then think what they want to do.
This could be the moment where Reckoning Esports actually finds their way or actually breaks their way if it's better inside of the top 8. All they have to do is just try and survive this assault on them by the players of Gods for Reason. They've taken care of 8-Bits. That's direct competition on the overall leaderboard. Out of the way, and of course, you get a few extra points for yourself, but that's not going to cut it. They need a lot more. ORB, though, looking for a reset. And Probot has found a knock and a finish conversion, I believe.
Yeah, that's actually kind of insane, the fact that the opponents allowed it.
Yeah.
And there we go. Eventually, the man also gets confirmed. So for ORB, that's another man down. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Luckily enough for ORB, they're also going to have the revivals available. So there we go. Another revive being triggered. And everyone is once again back on the board.
So the only team that's used up all their recalls up until now is
FGR.
Frostrex
Yeah.
Esports, yeah. And Frostrix, I mean, the struggles of the semi-finals have been brutal upon them, man. The wildcard stages, my apologies. And it seems like this could be the end of the line for them. But Gods for Reasons, we spoke about them a few moments ago. They've made that pounce on the players of Reckoning Esports. But it seems like they're still hesitating when it comes to absolute commitment towards this fight.
Oh, Reckoning Esports tossing the utilities. 5 finishes on the block so far for Reckoning. It's been a decent outing. Not the best, but decent. Even for Gods for Reason, they're looking pretty good. Clean. Levi back on the board. Now Reckoning Esports is back in full force once again. But Levi is nowhere near, so that's a problem. That revival that was given, it was all the way towards Stadium. The remaining players of Reckoning Esports towards Neox Factory, far away. And now these 2 players, they need to deal with the entirety of Gods for Reason, which is going to be a tough pill to swallow. This nade was really close. Hitman, though, still off the mark. Now the Blues on the move as well. It's going to be chipping away a lot of damage. Hitman needs to be careful. His position's compromised.
Just playing with the minds of the opponents. That's what's happening right now. 8-bit, they're trying to see if they can flush these players. Gods for Reason, Hitman, he is going to go down. What a play from Sahil. I would have been scared that the drop damage would have been enough to make the fight easier for Gods for Reason, but this man just goes for it.
Yeah, Sahil knew that the opponent was clueless. He had his hands on the nade, and Sahil just jumped down, taking the odds on top. Plus, he knew that the S12K is going to give him the advantage. With shotgun, the jumping in accuracy, it's not a lot. And that's why he was the one to help. Looking at the circle as well, it's going to be taking a curveball shift on the southern side. 8-bit, they might just have a free rotation without taking a lot of damage, so that breach is going to be good. But still looking at Reckoning Esports and Red Force, and Reckoning Esports, the fact that they're fighting against Gods for Reason, it's just a lot concerning.
Reckoning Esports is in 2 places at once. 2 players taking on, I believe it's the side of one of the individuals from the side of Red Force that they're trying to fight. And the other 2 lads, Levi and Roman, they're all the way towards Stadium. So distraction all over the place for Reckoning Esports. And Necro, as you were talking about 8-bit, even 8-bit has a very weird split going. Juicy is playing Smack Center. The remainder of his team has just exited Tinlong Garden and are pushing for the center. And Juicy is trying to fight everyone by himself, apparently. Picking off the players from the side of Riot Nations.
Yeah, those are free elimination points that the man just got. And he's going to be really happy about it as well. Hexy drops down 2 on top of that man from Reckoning. And that's going to be another frag. Not confirmed yet, but almost on the verge of being confirmed. That man from Reckoning Esports is on the run. Eventually, Sahil is going to be the one to put an end to his life. Gods for Reason. This nade needs to be on the mark. It's going to be really close, not doing a lot of damage, but eventually the other one, it's going to find the perfect mark. Reckoning Esports losing on those players, and now even the recalls are going to be hit.
But as we look towards the circle, we have ORB taking on the players of Wingod Esports, and Wingod have their position surrounded. They open things up, Spoily knocked out, 3 players left from the side of ORB, and Wingod, again, a little too far from the qualification marker, but they're going to give it their all. A player knocked out. The trade comes through for ORB, and the fight turns to a 3v3. Probot wants to go around the corner. The hesitation forces him back, and the mind games from the side of ORB, they work out. Wingod dropped extremely low, and yet they're going to be the ones opening things off. 3 players have lost their HP bars, but they're still fighting for their lives. The knocks come through, and finally Wingod are going to get lost in the wind, it seems like.
That's some solid stuff coming through from ORB. Not being scared of the name of Wingod, instead just pushing up close and personal, eliminating those 2 players. Another man, he tried to wrap up, he tried to use a 200 IQ, but even that gets read pretty well. Footsteps were clearly audible, and ORB eliminating the remnants of Wingod Esports. And with this elimination, you can't say that Wingod Esports is also not going to stand a chance to qualify unless they get 30 pointers in the upcoming 2 games.
Pretty much, man. That's the only way they survive. No other thought about it. But Gods for Reason, they've done quite well for themselves in this matchup. 7 eliminations secured. Although, they also realize that's not going to cut it. So, more pressure to get more eliminations going after Blink Esports. The opening found, looking for the second, and Spirit failed. He's going to get traded out. And let's not forget, recalls were used from one day. Was Spirit still there with his recall intact? Wow.
Luckily, I guess.
I hope so, man. Otherwise, they're going to have to play with a 3-man roster for the rest of the game.
Maybe that's one of the main reasons why they sent him just all by himself towards that fight. Gods for Reason, looking at them as of now, though, still they're getting recalled. You'll see those players inside of the plane now finally dropping out. So it's going to be long rotation for Gods for Reason. The circle once again taking a curveballing shift away. It's shrinking down even smaller. All the good spots taken away by the teams. 8-Bit's still playing around the edges. All the 4 players intact, so that's a really good thing. Juicy was picked off, by the way, from the center. Phoenix Esports over here, even they've got an okay spot. It's not the best, but they're playing from the edge. Because the centric of the circle, it's just filled up with too many teams.
Yeah. And this late breach, this late entry, it's going to be very difficult because you have this urban position present towards the southwestern edge of the circle, and the rest of it is just open with a lot of ridges. And, well, Rondo is notorious for these open position fights. Although, as you were talking about 8-Bit, I think... I hope it was a strat from the players of 8-Bit because Juicy was too far away from the team and the rest of the team was close to a recall tower already. So before going out, might as well pick off one player from the side of Riot Nations, which he did, got traded out, got recalled with the rest of the team. All of them are back together, all good and dandy. I just hope it wasn't an adaptive strat and it was a thought-out play.
No, I'm pretty sure it was a strat, but the only reason why Juicy was there, it's because he was sort of like an insurance policy.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So that the remaining players can take their time looting up, and Juicy was the man who was sent up front a little bit early. But I'm going to hold on to that thought since 8-Bit is still in the fight, and ORB, they get wrapped up. From the backlines, it's going to be FDR taking those shots, and ORB eliminated from the game with just 7 eliminations racked up. With this, you can also say that ORB is not going to stand a chance to make it. And once again, back towards that conversation, it was a strat. So Juicy was meant to be there in the smack center while the remaining of his teammates were supposed to loot up and get there slowly and steadily. But since Juicy got picked off, now 8-Bit needs to adapt on the fly and play from the edges.
Well, luckily for them, the southern edge does not have a lot of bodies in him, so they can keep moving towards the western side, move inside of the city, and play for the late game. But you do not want other teams picking up your points. That's the only concern for the side of 8-Bit, because we spoke about them needing a big push. Sitting at 62 points right now on the overall leaderboard. By the end of the match, they should have about 75 to 77 points. That should be the goal for 8-Bit at the end of the game. But even though opportunity is there, according to the radar, the teams are not going to make it easy. But while 8-Bit is towards the south, towards the north, Gods for Reason outside of the play zone, in fact, are picking up multiple fights at the same time. First is going to be against, I believe that's Blink. And then eventually they will have to reclash into Reckoning Esports, who are on the other side of this ridge and listening to all this commotion.
Gods for Reason, all the 4 players intact, so that's a really good thing. But they've also taken significant amount of damage upon themselves. Blink Esports, they have been holding down this spot for a long time. This compound, it's been uncontested, but Blink, what a knock that was from Joyesh. Shuts down the first man, instantly trades out the second person as well. Blink Esports, the firepower has been immaculate. Eventually, Joyesh falls down as well, but for Gods for Reason, things are not looking too good. They're transparent. It's just one last man standing, 11 bullets in the magazine. He just completely whiffs all those bullets as well. Now Hitman, he eventually shuts down the last person too. Gods for Reason, they somehow bounce back.
What a moment for Gods for Reason. An incredible save coming through. And Hitman, I think it was this one moment where his positioning was justified. Other than that, I think there should have been a little bit more cover provided to both Hexe and Beast. But it doesn't matter. Gods for Reason, 10 eliminations on the board. And let's see where they end up at the end of this game. Lost spirit, but still hope remains for the Chicken Dinner. On the other side of things, 7 Ace going up against Thunder God, while there's one more team, H4K, in the nearby vicinity, in the neighborhood, that is just going to keep their heads down and watch these two teams clash it out.
7 Aces. Oh, the position they've got. Now looking at the boys of H4K on the opposite side. H4K, speaking of them, they have been a little bit quiet. Not really participating in a lot of those fights. Instead, letting the course of the game actually take over. And as of now, for Victorious Sumus, they've got a major split going on. They control a massive terrain inside of the circle. The entirety of Northern side, it's Victorious Sumus's.
Yeah. But God for reason, if the way they are moving, I think it does put them in a fighting position, and they are going to be forced to take this clash against the players of Victorious Summers. But no, switching directions. It seems like inching closer to the players of Riot Nations now, who's sitting smack center of the circle. This is not going to be an easy fight. They're going to get shot at from every single direction. And look at that. Beast OG, he gets knocked out. Hitman is under fire from Skep from T7, but Riot Nations still going for the finishes, completely eliminating the players from Gods for Reason.
Gods for Reason constantly trying to reposition themselves. The man was just out in the open. Nothing could be done. Hitman gets confirmed. Hitman literally just saved the day for Gods for Reason, but it's not even going to count. Right the next second, Gods for Reason eliminated from the game with 10 points in total. It's not a bad outing. Still a little bit of a chance that Gods for Reason maybe can bounce back, but they need 25 points in the upcoming game.
This is a chance to stay in the fight, kept alive by the players of Gods for Reason. That's what happened in this game. It's a decent outing, but it could have been a lot better than this, I just have to say. Red Force on the other front. I think in the next few moments, we might just see Red Force, Thunder Gods, TRX, and 7 Aces eliminated from the game. Don't know so much about H4K, because it all depends how the fight against the players of Reckoning goes for them. T7 Esports, in the meanwhile, towards the north, just being a menace in the lives of Victorious Summers, who are just trying to avoid any sort of conflict.
Did I see that right? The man from Victorious Summers is just driving really slowly.
Yeah.
And the man at top of the hill was just tapping away.
You know what's that? He's just rage baiting him.
Is he?
I guess so.
I hope that's not the case.
The man from T7 wasn't able to, well, we didn't see him connect any shots.
I mean, he was also just tapping away with an AOG, which is kind of weird. Maybe he's running low on ammunition. That's one of the main reasons. But H4K as of now, 3 men next to each other. T7 wanting to infiltrate the compound. But one man gets caught off guard from the sidelines. That's going to be Phoenix Esports partaking. Sujal instantly gets the confirmation stolen. And somehow H4K, they're on the verge of winning this fight. Situation now down to a 3-on-2. H4K having the man advantage out of nowhere. Flipping the odds in their own favor. This nade's going to be placed to perfection, but it still does not do enough damage. H4K still in the race with all the 3 players standing. Crab, he wanted to actually create the off angle, but it's still not going to matter. Cracks, eventually he's the only person standing, and for T7, slowly and steadily, the glimmers of hope, they're starting to fade away. This one man, Cracks, is taking those shots, but still the connections are not there. S12 kept close and personal, but both of them whiffing.
And I think it is done and dusted for the side of 7 Aces. He's in a 1v2 situation. And it's not just the pressure from H4K that you have to deal with. We spoke about the third-party opportunity that's there for the team sitting in the sideline. What is that revive position? Sujal, what are you doing, man? Did they think the fight was done?
Cracks, just push up. No, man. At that point, he was just making fun of himself. Should have just pushed up. That was such an awkward fight. No one was able to connect any sort of shots. Cracks is just spamming a shotgun. It was a little bit embarrassing, I'm not going to lie.
I think for the side of H4K, though, the game has been ruined already, because that delay in rotation now allows Victorious Summers, Reckoning Esports, and Phoenix to take free shots on the players of H4K. And I don't think these lads that are on the run for their lives out into the open are going to survive for long. There you go. One after the other, the entire team gets shut down.
Oh no, with this H4K, their hopes might just be dimming down. 73 points in the overall tally. H4K at least needed 20 from this game, but they messed up. Victorious Summers, now they chime inside of the action. Scary John gets knocked out. A few more nades tossed inside of that shack, and that's going to be the confirmation for Reckoning Esports. They're striking on top of what they needed to strike. And eventually, Reckoning Esports as well now getting caught off guard. Victorious Summers finding a return trade.
And Victorious Summers is one of those teams that can actually afford to have a bad game of Rondo, but same can't be said for the side of Reckoning Esports. And it's such a beautiful moment from Victorious Summers. A thought-out strat, they send Mafia up ahead to mark the position and then systematically dismantle Reckoning Esports bit by bit. But I think it's a decent outing for the players of Reckoning as well, Necro. They've managed to reach that 81-point marker, 9 finishes secured. This kind of, I think, pushes them inside of the top 8, if I'm not wrong, for at least a few seconds.
Indeed. Definitely does. For Reckoning Esports getting 81 points, it sort of does shift them inside of the top 8 as of now, since Phoenix Esports was the team that was keeping the top 8. So once again, it really just matters if Phoenix Esports is going to be able to secure a few more points and maybe get that slot back in their hands. Then Reckoning Esports will be pushed down in the 9th. So it's all going to come down to Phoenix Esports and their heroics and how they exactly play the game.
I doubt it though, bro. I think Phoenix Esports might just get taken out here because you look at their spot on that southeastern edge. There's a lot of trouble from the southern edge with FTR being there. And they're constantly taking shots on Victorious Somas. That's just unnecessary attention.
But I highly doubt they're going to be taking those fights on the southern side. Since there's so much open terrain on the right side, you might as well just extend a little bit more towards the right. Make a 2-2 split. Keep the 2 players on the spot that you're currently in so that you don't get pushed from the left. And make sure that you're keeping the boys of Victorious Somas on the bay as well.
My advice would be kind of similar to what you are saying, but in a different way. Just drop the deployable cover for Victorious Somas and keep your heads down for the next zone. But what happened to 8-Bit here?
Evaporated. They just walked into a trap. Come on, 8-Bit. Messed up big time. 8-Bit got eliminated within a span of second. And now if you look at the boys of Riot Nations, they do control a really good position. T7 Esports constantly tossing out those nades, but those nades are not going to find the mark. T7 is also getting absolutely shut down from the sides. Those shots are peppered. They're doing a lot of damage. T7 cannot even make a lot of moves now.
And along with that, Riot Nations, so 61 points on the board after this Rondo. They have 13 eliminations. If they walk away with the chicken dinner from here, in the upcoming matches can actually cause a lot of chaos in the top 8. So, I mean, advice to everyone inside of this lobby, stop giving elimination points to Riot Nations and stop pushing them. Dollar! Oh, that would have been a landmine. He could have gone knocked out straight up, but just jumps away right in the nick of time, dodges some damage of that nade and stays alive.
Yeah, the nade wasn't cooked to perfection, and that's why the man's alive. Vehicle's getting blown up as well for T7 Esports. Soon they'll just need to leave that cover and move out in the open. The next circle shift, that's going to be important. State 7. And Riot Nations, as of now, looking at them, with 13 elimination points secured, and also slowly and steadily extending their hands towards the high ground. For T7 Esports, yeah, they're pretty much in a dire spot.
Yeah, they're in a very dire spot. I don't think they make it out alive in one piece, because the moment they step out from the deployable cover, Red Force will have a line of fire. Riot Nations still trying to see if they can avoid or eliminate the threat on the flank.
Oh my god.
Now finally forced outside the cover, and as you said, circle shift. It's going to force everyone out into the open. Victorious Somas, Phoenix, FTR, they're going to be forced to take these fights. No other way about it. And Riot Nations finally are forced outside their cover as well, which means the end of the journey for the players of T7 in this game. Here comes the bounce and the final finish in this fight as well. 15 eliminations on the board for Riot Nations.
I love this from Riot Nations, but now they also need to be a little bit more careful about Red Force. And look at these nades that they're being tossing. That's definitely doing a lot of damage, but even Red Force is taking too much damage upon themselves. For some reason, that man from Riot Nations decided to just eject out in the open. Punk is now pushing up. Those nades are too much for Red Force to deal with, and they have been eliminated, which means Riot Nations now can move up and take over that spot of Red Force, which is brilliant.
But it's not just them. Victorious Somas are eyeing the same spot as well, and they are also on the move. But pressure from the players of Phoenix Esports might have just delayed the rotation. And Phoenix, I think now it seems like they're in the prime spot to actually cause a lot of damage for Victorious Somas, Riot Nations, and FTR. All three teams in the line of fire for each other. And Victorious Somas, this spot is outside the play zone, Necro. It's going to be in the blue. They could have had the edge, but the nades from a waste find the opener. Mafia causing a lot of trouble, and Riot Nations is down to their last two players.
They're sandwiched from the front. It's a Victorious Somas. From the back, it's Frostrex. Too many shots for Riot Nations to deal with. They were too exposed in the end. And VS, they're just going to straight up make a pounce. But what is this? Why are we seeing a 2-2 split from the side of Victorious Somas? Venom was the only person that's a closer personal still alive for VS. And Venom now just goes back prone. He loses that duel. And with that, Victorious Somas, even they have been eliminated. 19 finishes on the board. This might just be a blockbuster performance.
And it is going to be one from the side of Riot Nations. Incredible start to the day. Rondo, a big performance coming through. We were talking about dropping a 25 bomb on this map. And Riot Nations very close to doing so. But Phoenix Esports, it seems like their troubles are going to get worse. They are just getting destroyed as the run-in against Devu does not really work out for them. All Riot Nations has to do is just somehow figure out how to take on FTR. And FTR is down to 3 players, so it's actually doable, by the way.
The stars are aligning.
Yeah.
Riot Nations could actually win this game because now Phoenix Esports and FTR are soon gonna engage. And that's when Riot Nations can use that thing as an advantage, and they can move up and third-party this fight. Phoenix Esports, they have to move out in the open. Vehicles are out of commission. There's only one car that's still usable, which means one of the men from the side of Phoenix Esports can be put out of commission as well. The only team that can take the maximum advantage of this situation is going to be Riot Nations. And if FTR ends up winning the game, it will be an absolute waste. So Riot Nations needs to close this.
And they're setting up the deployable covers as well quite well. There's going to be movement space. There will be angles that they will be able to find between those deployable covers. But the nade from Frozen! And Dollar gets knocked out. This could be trouble, but FTR, distraction comes through as they spot out the players from the side of Phoenix as well. Somraj knocked out on the other front. Viper closed in. Kaiser, he's going down, but no, he stays alive. How is he still standing?
Oh no, look at these nades. Riot Nations taking too much chip damage. FTR constantly applying that pressure with the utilities. Riot Nations, they're already chipped down low. Might just be running low on the meds as well. But luckily enough, there's a lot of dead bodies around that vicinity, so they can keep on restocking up. So it's all looking good in the hood. And Riot Nations probably has a lot of utilities too. FTR inching in a little bit closer. Riot Nations spotting out those players of FTR. Now tossing those nades as well. And Riot Nations has to be stacked with utilities. You do see a lot of Molotovs as well, and just within the blink of an eye, FTR gets eliminated from the game. Evaporated. Phoenix now needs to move out in the open as well. All the advantage with the boys of Riot Nations, but for some reason, Punk gets knocked out.
Well, he's been knocked out since the fight against FTR began, and Phoenix Esports, that's the one thing they have going for themselves. But Necro, for this last 3 versus 3, we could not have asked for a better moment. Both the teams, their backs against the blue, and the Stage 9 endgame is going to be the last brawl. Dollar spotted out by Sim, but Somraj is going to be the first man picked off. Riot Nations, 3 players still standing, and Phoenix on the verge of losing this game. Another player falls. Viper, he's the last man left alive. A 1 versus 3, and I don't think this is going to be the clutch moment that we wanted. A 1 versus 2, but it still might end too early for Phoenix Esports.
Oh my god. Situation now down to just that one last man of Phoenix Esports. And Viper now wants to reposition. Goes back prone, making sure that the repositioning is not going to be spotted by the foes. But instead, he nades himself. He wants to deny that point to the boys of Riot Nations. Oh my god. Phoenix Esports denying those points. But it's still not going to make a lot of difference because Riot Nations, they get away with a nuclear performance. That's 20 plus finishes.
And the chicken dinner as well. It is an impressive performance coming through from Riot Nations, but Necro, 76 on the board for Phoenix Esports before this game began. I believe Phoenix ended the game with 4 or 5 eliminations. That is about 80 or 81 points for those frags, and then finishing second. So about 86 or 87 points on the board for Phoenix Esports. Riot Nations on the other front started the game with 47. 20 plus finishes, let's count 20, that is 67 points plus 10 for placement, so they are still going to be outside of the top 8. So Phoenix was quite smart about it.
They are going to be outside of the top 8, Johnny, but they're not far away now.
Exactly.
Really close. And imagine if Riot Nations gets, what, even 10 points in the upcoming game? Now they're going to be inside of the top 8. Extremely on the edge, but they will still be in the top 8 with a massive fighting chance. But what a game it was from Riot Nations. Now, this also gives me a chance to talk about what Victor Sumas did. That was such a grave mistake that they just made. Now, keeping one man on the back foot, keeping the 2 players in the front up close and personal, that was a mistake. All 3 players should have pushed in.
Yeah, they could have either pushed, and they should have pushed in together, as you mentioned, because they had the opening knock as well. But I think maybe a little bit of panic for Victorious Sumas because they were aware of the position of FTR for a while. Although 3 versus 4, I think Victorious Sumas, we can't be too harsh about them. They're sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So, yeah, they played pretty well. But, man, oh, man, what a performance coming through from Riot Nations. 7 eliminations on Punk, 7 on Dollar. Easy ending the game with 6. And then Adi with 2 finishes to the name.
I mean, if you look at Riot Nations' roster, right, just based off of names, they've got 2 IGLs, Punk and Adi.
True.
So technically, they've got big reigns going on inside of the game. But yeah, no, jokes apart, for Riot Nations, definitely it is a nuclear performance that has came through. And just imagine, with the amount of pressure that was currently on top of them, delivering a performance like that deserves a lot of guts, and the fact that they've actually made it happen, that is just insane and mind-boggling.
Hey man, back against the wall, what are you going to do when your only way is to fight through the crowd? And that is the one thing that Riot Nations put to use. But one more thing works out in their favor. It wasn't just the fact that they are starting the day on Rondo, it's also the fact that they are playing back-to-back matches at the very start. So if they do well on the upcoming Erangel, that can probably propel them further beyond Phoenix Esports, further beyond that 8th position.
Definitely, that's what I mentioned, right? The moment they get 15 points in the upcoming game as well, Riot Nations, they're going to be a whole different beast now, because you've just got a complete different contender competing against you that you did not even expect to be there.
You know who I feel bad for, though?
Who?
Two teams, Reckoning Esports and 8-Bit. Both of them are doing quite decent in the mid-game stages, but Reckoning for some reason just completely collapsed at 8-Bit. At the most random time in the game, when everyone is aware where Riot Nations is hiding, which was that small little junkyard area in the middle, everyone's taking shots in them, and 8-Bit for some reason thought that they could be the ones who slam in and eliminate the entire team that everyone is shooting towards, but no one seems to get a knockout of.
Yeah, you want me to be honest, Johnny, it feels like 8-Bit is now running low on fuel. I don't think a comeback is going to be possible with the given mindset and the given playstyle 8-Bit is currently running inside of the games. They just need to be a little bit more confident, man. Go for those fights. The way you're playing is just so clueless. Why would you send Juicy just all by himself in the Smack Center while you are just hoarding up on all the recalls? Instead, drop inside a New York's factory, try and get a fight done. Maybe you can have better odds of securing more elimination points.
They did do that. If you remember, very early in the game, 8-Bit got eliminated by the players of Reckoning Esports in New York's factory, and then they were reset by Juicy, who did not wait for his entire team. So this is why I was wondering if it was a strat player or what were they thinking, because after the recalls from the side of 8-Bit came through, Juicy just ran for the center, picked a fight against Riot Nations, got taken out, and then he was again recalled all the way back in I think Yuling Garden is where they were. So
yeah, maybe it was a strat. They probably just wanted to use all the recalls they had and then go for a complete reset and then try and focus on the placement play. But that's the problem right now. There's a reason why a 3-1 strategy is being used everywhere, not just here, even internationally. There's a reason why that strategy is being used, because the moment you get the recalls, you loot up and you are the quickest one to make it inside of the circle. And there's a reason why you gotta be quick now, because there's no med strats available. Yeah. You cannot keep on tanking the damage. That's why you need to be the first one, or at least you need to be the quickest one inside of the circle.
And I think the impact of this is visible on the overall leaderboard, especially for Rondo as well. You see Gods for Reason ending with just 10 points, 8-Bit with 9 points, Reckoning with 9. These were the teams that are fighting it out early, but weren't able to stay alive to the late stages of the game. And then Riot Nations causing a riot on Rondo. 32 points on the board, 22 eliminations.
Insane.
So this is for sure going to be a very massive leap for them. And, well, I think they might just be on the verge of finishing, reaching the 8th spot.
Oh my god, that's probably one of the biggest we've seen so far. I mean, we have seen bigger than this, but still, Riot Nation, that is probably the biggest bar so far we've seen inside of the wildcard. Hands down, 22 finishes, that damage number of 3948, that is just insane. And yeah, back towards the conversation that we're having right now, speculating the top 8 inside of the overall standings. Instead of speculating, let's just have a look at it directly. And now True Rippers is going to be on the edge. Reckoning Esports is right there on the 9th spot as well. Phoenix Esports, they have propelled themselves all the way up to 4. Now, the only reason why Phoenix Esports is there on the 4th spot, it's because these other teams, they haven't played their game so far.
Yeah, 17-point difference between Last Star Day and Phoenix Esports as of now. That is all going to change. And we were talking about Riot Nation, 79 points on the board. They're sitting 10th, just 3 points away from True Rippers. So True Rippers, they have to buckle up. Same goes for Mid. But I think we will get a clearer picture of the targets of the 8th position after the next game, because that is going to be the second last game for both Reckoning and Riot Nations. But as we move to the next page of the leaderboard, I think a lot of trouble for 8-Bit in particular. Yeah, 63 points. They need back-to-back 20 bombers.
Yeah, you want me to be realistic, it's not doable now. I mean, for 8-Bit, the upcoming game is going to be there, yes, but the momentum is just in negative. So for 8-Bit to actually propel themselves, especially when there's so much pressure, when there's so much expectations from yourself, it's really not going to be possible. I think it's not going to be possible. Mathematically, it's still doable, but realistically, I think it's not possible.
I agree with you on that. I think the journey might have been concluded for 8-Bit, Wind God, Thunder Gods as well.
Everyone on the last 2 pages.
Everyone on the last 2 pages. if right now, if you have 2 matches left and you're not in your 70s, then you're not moving to the semis.
Yeah.
It's going to take a miracle from God himself to make things work. If you have 3 matches left and you are in your 60s, you can still dream about qualification at least.
Imagine this, right? Even if you get a 30-pointer, you're still not going to be crossing that 100 points marker,
Yes.
which is pretty much the safety line as of now, which means you have to get a 30-pointer and then a 15-pointer after that to actually keep yourself safer in the top 8. And let's be honest, there's still a few more teams waiting for their chance to play. We've got teams like Vanguard in the race. We've got teams like Myth who are still going to be playing.
Yeah, but what you are saying, that causes a different sort of problem. If all of these teams on the second page start making a comeback, the cutoff just goes higher.
Higher. It goes even higher. My prediction is going to be 106. I feel like that's pretty balanced. Not too high, not too low. 106 is pretty much the middle ground.
Yeah, I'm going for 100, 105. I think that's the safety net, pretty much.
Yeah.
Go for 106, you'll be safe. If you want to be extremely safe, go for 110. Who's stopping you?
Yeah, but a team that's currently not safe is going to be H4K. There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of pressure, a lot of problems currently inside of the playing floor, and I really hope that H4K in the future games are going to be able to make that bounce back in the overall standings. But I would like to hear it from Sujal himself, so let's move on towards a quick interview.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए एपिसोड में, जहाँ पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट विपुल एके रावण और मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले H4K के सुजल। तो सीधा चलते हैं उनके तरफ। सुजल, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। सबसे पहले देखिए, प्रेशर और बाकी सारी चीजों में मैं आता हूँ, लेकिन बस आप ये पहले बताइए कि ऐसा क्या हो रहा है कि H4K को हम जब भी स्टार्ट लेते हुए देखते हैं चीजें बहुत बेहतर होती है, लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आगे बढ़ते थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट होते हैं बीच में मैचेस, तो उसका कारण क्या है?
वैसे तो बेसिक मिस्टेक्स ही हमारे हो रहे हैं, मतलब कंसिस्टेंसी इशू बहुत हो रहे हैं हमारे। हम लोग कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रह पा रहे, मतलब हमारे 0.1 मतलब 0.1 पॉइंट वाले गेम्स हमें बहुत कॉस्ट कर रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से हम बड़ा गेम मतलब डे बड़ा नहीं बना पा रहे। हम 1 या 2 मैच अच्छे खेलते हैं तो एक खराब भी हो जाता है, वो फिर एवरेज बन जाता है फिर वो डे भी, उसकी वजह से हम थोड़ा नीचे।
देखिए, मैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देख रहा था, 12वें स्थान पे आप चल रहे हैं और कल का मुझे वो इरांगल याद आता है जहां पे आप 6 से 7 पॉइंट्स गवा दिए। क्या ऐसा हुआ कि वो चिकन डिनर आप नहीं निकाल पाए?
पहला मैच में हमारा थोड़ा लैक ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन की वजह से वो गेम थ्रो हो गया। हम लेफ्ट में G4R को मारने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसमें मतलब विजार्ड के साइड से 2 ओपनिंग भी निकली थी। फिर सेम टाइम में वो फिनिश फीड भी चली कि राइट में PNX का एक बंदा नॉक हुआ है, तो मैक का कॉल था कि उसका फिनिश उठा ले, तो वही बस मैं देखने जा रहा था, बट मेरे को इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी कि यहाँ पे एक और बंदा है उनका, थोड़ा अनएक्सपेक्टेड जगह पे था, तो उसकी वजह से वो कॉस्ट हो गया, मेरी ओपनिंग निकल गई और सेम टाइम में विजार्ड को भी मतलब G4R की तरफ से नॉक कर दिया गया, तो वही थ्रो हो गया थोड़ा।
तो मुझे लगता है यही सब मिस्टेक्स है जिसके वजह से आप वाइल्ड कार्ड में आए। आई मीन इम्प्रूवमेंट की जब बारी आई है तो काफी वक्त लग गया H4K को, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आप ही बात कर रहे हैं कि एक दिन अच्छा जा रहा है, अगले दिन में चीजें उनके आपके खिलाफ जा रही है, तो इसके अराउंड कुछ आपने प्लान बनाया है आज के इम्पोर्टेंट डे पे, क्योंकि 3 ही मैचेस है आपके पास?
हाँ, हमें वही है कि आज अपना बेसिक पे स्ट्रॉन्ग खेलना है और अनवांटेड मिस्टेक्स नहीं करनी है, मतलब चीज़ें थ्रो नहीं करनी है। जब गेम कन्वर्ट करने का आएगा उसको कन्वर्ट करने का देखना है और बड़े गेम्स बनाने, और मेन वही है कि तीनों गेम कंसिस्टेंट रहना, क्योंकि वो आज हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है,
काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहने वाला है। बट आखिरी क्वेश्चन मैं पूछना चाहूंगा, मैक काफी पुराने खिलाड़ी है, वन ऑफ द OG प्लेयर मुझे लगता है कि आपके साथ उस लाइनअप में मौजूद है, तो उस खिलाड़ी का कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल हो रहा है जब प्रेशर बहुत ज्यादा लाइनअप के ऊपर आ रहा है? तो
मैक वही है, OG प्लेयर है, बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है, उसने मतलब इवेंट्स बहुत खेले, तो उसका एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप में बहुत काम आता है और वो टीम को कंट्रोल करने में बहुत हेल्प करता है और वो प्रेशर फील नहीं होने देता है कभी टीम में।
देखिए, होना चाहिए इस तरीके से हर लाइनअप में। मुझे लगता है एक ना एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी है जो इन सिचुएशन को काफी बेहतर बना देते हैं। बट थैंक यू सो मच सुजल हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और ऑल द बेस्ट आपके आने वाले मैचेस के लिए।
थैंक यू रावण भाई।
जैसा सुजल ने बताया कि वो छोटी मोटी मिस्टेक के कारण ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में फिलहाल वो नीचे जा चुके हैं, बट क्या वो कम बैक कर पाएंगे वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा। बट इनसाइड द लॉबी के इस एपिसोड में इतना ही, मिलते हैं आपसे बहुत जल्दी।
Welcome back after the match and the interview, ladies and gentlemen. It was an exciting game. It has turned things around. Necro mentioned there's a lot of problems for H4K right now. We did hear a few words from Sujal as well. But of course, with all of this spice being added to the mix of the overall leaderboard, we felt like a little bit of salt was lacking. So we've called Salty now on the panel for the upcoming match. What are your thoughts? Seems like a few big names are going to get kicked out. Teams like Reckoning facing elimination, 8-bit Wingard.
I'm not really sure. See, 2 more games are still remaining for at least one of these teams. So you can still say that there are going to be chances of hope, at least for lads like Roman, for lads like Levi. These guys are love to actually make it over the line at the ending stage. So maybe those last few games can change the course of the fate for Reckoning Esports. But you guys can actually change your fate and your looks as well, your style inside of the game by upgrading to the Royal Pass, ladies and gentlemen. You get the beautiful, absolutely gorgeous Rebel Rogue Fox.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it gorgeous? Why that state? I mean, look at her. She's so gorgeous. Just get one for yourself, and maybe even the DP28 is going to help you in your games as well. And I'm pretty sure you guys are going to love donning that attire. But talking about donning that attire, do you think there are these players of Riot Nations who come fresh off a massive game? Are they going to be donning the jersey in our LAN event in semi-finals?
I hope so. I really hope so, because you do not want to get extremely close to the finish line and finish second. If you're there, might as well just go for that final push and finish first, right? Dive if you have to. And again, Riot Nations, before this game of Rondo, to be fair, hope was very slim. We had very little hope for their survival. But now, considering they have had that 32-point, my apologies, 32-point game, they have forced open the door for themselves to move to the semi-finals. Just walk through, boys. You need about 20 points more. Well, not 20, 25 points more. And you have 2 matches to pull it off. It's not that difficult. Even if you play completely passive on Erangel, just keep 4 players alive, you still will be able to pick up, I believe, 4 to 5 eliminations towards the end. That's 15 points right here in the upcoming game.
That is exactly the name of the game for Riot Nations right now. And the first game kind of set them up. It was kind of like a momentum booster for them. And if they can carry it forward, I guess the remaining objective, like you said, 20-25 points out of the 2 games should not really be that difficult. But then, of course, you had yet another good performance coming in from Phoenix Esports as well, who could make it to top 2. And there were questions, Johnny, before the start of the game, of course, if Phoenix Esports will be able to retain their position in the top 8. Are they going to slip up? They haven't really been informed, but I think after that game, all those haters, all those noise has been silenced.
Yeah, a lot of noise has completely gone away. Phoenix Esports, I think the smart move was there towards the end, and you could tell the exact moment in the last fight when the call from Somraj came to Viper that no, don't try to fight it out. We're going to deny them the points. Because he really wanted to go for it. You could see him line up both those players and wanting to peak that ridge, but then just falls back, goes for a self-nade and denies the point. And Riot Nations, again, controlling the terrain quite beautifully. The timing of the fights was perfect. This was the one point where they could have been eliminated, but Victor Somus, small mistake in judgment, and they got eliminated.
Absolutely, but also double-clicking on what you just said about Somraj over there. I feel like this is a trend. This is I would say a measure from a really mature IGL to actually deny points because you know you are at the edge of qualification. Yes, you've had a decent game for sure, but you can't really get ahead of yourselves, right?
Yep.
If Riot Nations were the only ones potentially moving inside the top 8, Phoenix Esports would have been kicked out. So, considering all of those, I feel like this was a great decision. Yes, of course, we are seeing the rise of teams who are denying points, just giving themselves out to maybe the play zone or even their own self-nades as well.
Yeah.
We do want the fights to continue, but when you look at the mathematics of it, when you look at the numbers, it seems like this was a fair decision from Phoenix Esports.
It is a fair decision. I mean, it's esports after all. It's getting it competitive.
It is esports.
And you have to do whatever it takes to win. If it means playing very mechanical-oriented play, you play that. If it means playing chess on the overall leaderboard with the opponents, you do that as well. Deny them points, deny them position.
I like that you actually mentioned chess on the overall standings. But of course, it's still not going to help you unless and until you're probably like a bishop who can actually go diagonally. Do bishops go diagonally? I'm a little weak at chess. Yeah, so bishops go diagonally. You've got to make a long diagonal run, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the map of Erangel is getting dolled and ready. Small prediction, Johnny, before we actually head into the game.
Ooh, Riot Nations again. Let's go.
Let's go, Riot Nations. Well, there are some undergods in the name of God for a reason as well. If they can get a chicken, then they are going to be in. We'll find out what happens inside of the game right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Big Bird goes back up the skies for the second time today. And of course, Group C and D are going to be playing this map of Erangel. Of course, when we talk about the flight, we also talk about the flight path, and this time the flight path does start off from the eastern edge of the map towards Lipovka and goes on towards a very handsome Georgia Bowl. What remains to be seen is, does this flight path kind of occur or rather bring up a lot of problems for the rest of the lads as well? You want to see those early clashes coming in from Riot Nations, maybe some other undergod names who are lying around the top 8 margin. You've got T7 Esports, H4K, gods for a reason. But of course, I'm going to give it to my co-pilot Johnny, who did say that Riot Nations might actually get a back-to-back, but I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we are getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, I'm just going to see where they go right now, dropping towards Milta Power, hoping for an Eastern Circle as well. But let's go back a few seconds, Salty.
All right.
Did you just say handsome Georgia Pool?
Oh, yeah.
You really like Georgia Pool that much?
Georgia Pool used to be my home ground. You know, I know majority of the players, they call Erangel their home ground, the entire map itself, but I'm kind of biased towards Georgia Pool. This is where me and my boys used to land up. We used to run a gang in Georgia Pool as well. Nobody used to, come and fight us. It's somewhat like that. It's like territory, marking your territory.
Oh, did you mark it? I mean, I don't think Gods for Reason got that memo. they're going to go there anyways. They don't care if that was Salty's drop. But anyways, we have a very tricky circle for almost everyone except Victorious Somas, because the circle is in between Severny and Rozok. And right now, Victorious Somas, Wingod. By the way, Icy pointed this out yesterday that the recent switch in drop made by Wingod Esports towards Zarki has happened. In particular, it has happened in the wildcard stages itself. And now that I think about it, this one switch has not really worked out too well for them. This match, maybe it will. Severny is empty. You can use that northern highway to move towards Severny early. And then you will just have to fight teams moving in from the southern side. But let's see how that turns out. Will Wingod move out of Zaki early or not? But again, all eyes on Riot Nations after the phenomenal run on Rondo. Everyone's asking the same question. Can they repeat it on Erangel again?
They will have to run riots on this lobby. It was a great matchup. We've seen this happen from Riot Nations, and I'm not really sure why are we surprised, Johnny. I mean, Riot Nations, we've seen them pull performances like these in the round stages, in the elimination stages, but ever since the quarterfinals came across their doorstep, it seems like they did take the pressure too much on their shoulders. But what remains to be seen is, are they playing their natural game right now? Speaking of natural game, Team H4K, they have started on their natural measure. Just spotting those off lads, those loose stranglers off the map. I think it was FTR who have suffered a little bit. But elsewhere, Team ORB and Team 8-Bit are going to be duking it out. Skips find the first knock. Spoily gets taken down. ORB now looking for a comeback, or rather, I'd say looking for a response, Johnny.
Yeah, they have to find an answer to this problem. 8-Bit is just piling on the pressure one after the other. And as 8-Bit control the entire fight, I think the journey for ORB might come to an end. There's another knock, and there's the squad wipe. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and that's the first squad wipe of the game at the hands of 8-Bit, as both the teams were running towards Ferry Pierre Primos, but fights are not yet over. It's just the start. H4K up against 7 Aces. Mac with brilliant support, and that's the second squad to bite the dust. We might see the third follow-ups very soon, because even Frostrex, they are not yet done with this. The spray, it almost whips. Mac, will he be able to get away from this?
That was a blunder coming in from Mac over there. H4K just rammed their vehicle in the rock that was placed in front of them. FTR could have actually walked away with a couple of eliminations, but at least now they've just got one. They did get off the mark, but that resulted in the fall of one of their comrades as well, Johnny.
Yeah, that is what's surprising about this, because in that fight, FTR was the first team to lose a player at the hands of H4K. Why is 7 Aces the first team to get wiped out? They were the ones moving in for the third party. A big mistake from 7 Aces and a bigger one from H4K, by the way.
I think they jumped the gun a little bit. 7 Aces just got too close to H4K, and then, of course, getting sandwiched between FTR and the lads of H4K as well.
Could be the case. I mean, we get a repeat over here, replay, all thanks to production, and yeah, you trade out Wizard, 3 players left alive, but you have no cover. You're out into the open, and H4K with an easy mow down coming through. But as I was saying, this hurts H4K more than it does 7 Aces, because 7 Aces are at 33 points. They have given up hope for qualification of moving up to the semifinals. But H4K, 2 players left. You're at 78. At the end of this game, you need to hit at least 90 to 91 points.
And I don't really think that's going to happen, Johnny. Look at that on the DOA stage. The H4K are left with just 1. Kudos has to be given to Wizard, I think. The way he got that play from the buggy itself, switching seats, taking shots, it's never easy, Johnny. I've tried that mechanic. It is one of the hardest things that you can actually do inside of the game, but Wizard just time and time again showcases his class. Even Rage God gets taken down. H4K were brilliantly placed in that fight, but it's 7 aces who were hell-bent on spoiling the game for H4K, and now I feel like their mission is successfully complete. 1 man left alive. You've got 1 game left to go after this one. I think qualification is going to be at stake for H4K 100%.
Yeah, I think now it is. They played quite decent in Rondo, but I think this early slip-up on Erangel has just put all of the hard work down the drain.
Oh.
And Victorious Sumus. I think ever since they've realized, like, all right, we have made it, we are headed to the semis, Victorious Sumus has just gone with a different game plan, different play style of just trying to see how many points can they distribute to the lobby.
Speaking of distributing, a team can only distribute 4 points to the lobby.
Yeah, but to how many?
To how many teams can it distribute it? That is a fair question, but elsewhere, Red Force Esports, they are taking shots. Phoenix were in their crosses for a while. Those shots didn't really do much damage, but at least to shoot the opposition away.
Also, Salty, you can distribute a few more if you knock out players and do not finish them and let the other teams finish them. I think you just call them donations being made, I guess.
Were you utilizing this time to find out how you can distribute more points to the lobby?
Victorious Sumus is doing
that was going on in your head, Johnny.
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
think you're disturbed.
That was my favorite band growing up when I was in high school.
Well, I'm going to sing some songs of that band to you once we get back home to our hotels. But for now, I think Phoenix Esports, they are going back to their warehouses. Lovely position for them just north of Yasnaya. And this position can be fruitful, I guess. Can put them away from action, something which Phoenix Esports absolutely loves, but also keep them quite close to the center of the circle as well. Have a look at this, Thunder Gods Esports down on their knees, Mahavir being knocked out, Abhi trying to take some shots, move Victorious Sumus away from that angle, but Venom is too stubborn to actually let shots away.
Yeah, I think he is. Scary Jord on the other side, though. It's a very tight angle that he's going to have to lean and spray from, and I just hope he can make it work. But what is Thunder Gods up to? They haven't really even tried to go for a revive. Well, here comes Fragger from the back lines. He's going to try and get himself a little bit closer to Mahavir. Venom on the move. Scary George still keeping an eye on the opponents. Victorious Sumus, at the start of the game, I did mention that because they were in Yasnaya, they could have had the prime spot, but that was also taking into account that Victorious Sumus moves out early, which they did. They are now stuck, but Phoenix getting pushed by Riot Nations. This is the title fight. Viper falls, and that's the best player from the side of Phoenix to hit the floor. What a blunder, but what a brilliant play coming through from Riot Nations. Now Stranger, he's trying to see if he can find a trade, and he does. What an angle. Riot Nations, they did not see this coming. That's from very far. And it's also from a very tight spot. Phoenix Esports might just be able to recover from this fight.
This is a revenge arc for Phoenix Esports as they circle around the warehouse. Players from Riot Nations on their knees. Punk gets finished off. Phoenix Esports looking to breach past their defenses. As Easy on the flank. Shot gets flying. He finds the knock as well. Riot Nations, they reply back. But can Phoenix Esports respond back in kind? 2 players still left alive. They are also breathing fire at this moment. Somraj holding close. He finally gets finished off. Riot Nations, they survive. Phoenix have been wiped out of this lobby.
Phoenix wiped out from the lobby. And a position inside of the top 8 gain, but no time to celebrate. The revive, it needs to be brought to completion, and it is. But the nades, they're going to cause more trouble. Riot Nations, not a single second to breathe. He picks 3 of them, picks off 2, last man left alive, Adi. You madman, you menace. What has Riot Nations done? And Frostrex, they are completely frozen like a deer in headlights. There is no recovering from this.
Well, there's still one man who is barely clinging on to his life. Not really a lot of HP. Look at FTR crawl back to their teammates. This is the havoc that Riot Nations have showcased on this map of Erangel. Yet another nade comes through. Adi knows he's got the support of the 3 players. All of them combined. It's not enough for Riot Nations. What a fight. They first take down Phoenix and now they eliminate FTR.
What a play coming through. Riot Nations. Incredible, incredible stuff. And especially Adi, man. That peak. Whenever you see more than one player around a corner in the distance, you will be afraid to go for the peak. But to have the composure of realizing, like these guys don't know I'm this close. And just swinging for them, mowing them down with that S12K. Ooh, Frostrex. Yeah, you gotta go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do better next year.
I'm just looking at the Reki's
Look at this. Not this, actually. A couple of moments after this.
This is the first fight.
Yeah, this is the first
The
fight.
Phoenix Esports, they just charge in thinking that they're going to take away Riot Nations. And it almost looked like Phoenix Esports will be able to dismantle them, especially after this knock from Stranger. What an angle. 2 players knocked down, 2 players on their knees. This is when Phoenix Esports, they start their charge. But this shot from Easy. The jumping shotgun to the face. Riot Nation just showcasing what they've got. And they seem to be hungry about it. Look at that Molotov. Look at that wraparound. Easy. Just... It's too easy for him, to be honest.
Look at this. This is a moment of brilliance. And this also goes on to showcase... I don't know if I should say this, man. The inexperience from the players of FTR.
Yeah.
Because I believe I saw this on Oasis social media as to how important it is to communicate to your teammates what you are doing as well. Not just where the opponents are, where they are going, but what you are doing. If you are cooking up a nade, there needs to be a teammate providing you cover. There needs to be someone ADSing the position that you are nading, just so no one does exactly what Adi did right there. Communication was lacking from the side of Frostrex Esports, and I think this match is also the final nade in the coffin in their dreams for qualification.
We'll find out if FTR, of course, will make a little bit of an upward curve on the overall standings. But for FTR, I think their journey is as good as dead.
Yeah, it's done. 37 points, man. They're at 37. They need about 50 in a single... If they manage to secure 50 plus points in a single game, that is going to be...
And by the way, they've got
a dream.
They've got the means to actually pull that off as well.
Really?
Yeah.
They have the required skill set.
Yeah, the required skill sets, exactly.
Their souls unite in solitude is what you say.
Not in solitude for sure, but their souls definitely unite with the rest of the lobby.
Well, that's the news suit, ladies and gentlemen. Do go ahead and check it out. It looks pretty amazing, to be honest, but we're going to log back in for the match. Victorioso is taking a fight against the players of Wildcard Esports. And this is a fight between the 2 polar opposites of the overall leaderboard. Yeah, I think Victorioso, they don't care about the upcoming matches already. I'm going to say this now. Yeah, because what is this?
They're just vacationing mode right now, I think. Just looking to probably explore new places out of Erangel and the map itself. Wildcard Esports, that was quite easy 3 points in the back for them, but 59 points on the overall standings. They are in the 9th spot in this lobby itself. But I think Wildcard Esports, they need a lot more of this. I think 90 points has to be the bare minimum right now to even consider yourself close to contestation for the top 8. It's going to be tough for so many teams out there.
I mean, I think goal should be 95 for this game because both these groups have played 2 matches. This is their second game. After this, Group C, Group D will have the last game remaining. So if in this game you can cross 100, that's good. But bare minimum if you want to stay alive in the fight, 95. Anything lower than that, I think the last game is you're going to need a big performance. And when it comes down to the wire, the pressure is too much. Pressure handling for the newer names, for the teams and the players that have not dealt with that pressure on LAN stages to deal with a situation like this, it's very difficult. So, yeah, I'm going to be realist about this. But gods for reason, what are they doing? They're stuck towards that western edge. They know Blink is behind them. They know T7 is up front. But they're still circling that slope. And the circle just shifts away.
Yeah, they will have to go about multiple directions, I guess. Shots coming in from 8-bit this time. Even T7 Esports marking their entry for the circle. 8-bit on the other side, I think they do, or rather they make a very wise decision of going northwards, where they're only going to come across H4K as a lone strangler. I'm pretty sure RageGod isn't going to take shots. H4K, they themselves needs a lot of position points if they want to keep themselves alive before the last game. But RageGod does take shots. Pretty sure if that's going to be a good news for them, but they have got 5 elimination points from this game so far. 8-bit at the north, H4K in the north. You've also got the lads from Wingod Esports as well, who are playing in from the open terrains. But my question still goes back to Gods for a Reason, still goes back to Blink Esports, the ones who are there on that western edge. Are they making it inside? Elsewhere, have a look at this. Reckoning Esports, Levi lining up that nade. TRX knows exactly where the players are, but they're not moving. And that is what you expect, I guess.
Yeah, that is exactly what you expect when you don't move. A sitting duck is what Reckoning Esports found for themselves. But TRX, I think this is going to be a tough fight. Sahil moves up. Devu, he's still hiding. Zemo on the other side is just getting sandwiched by 2 players from the side of Reckoning Esports. This gas station is surrounded. No escape for TRX. Yeah, Godex is out of ammunition for the DBS. It's one of the first times I've seen someone run out of shotgun ammo, but yeah, Reckoning Esports, this should be an easy wrap for them, but even before I speak the words, they are getting knocked out. Sahil was knocked out, but Reckoning somehow still do manage to hold on to their dear lives, still hold on to the 4-man unit. Also, Riot Nations and Reckoning Esports, this is where the fight lies. Phoenix Esports, they have been eliminated from the game, so they might just slip out. Reckoning Esports need to start aiming for 88 points.
100%. I think Reckoning Esports, they themselves realize that they're slowly slipping down on the overall standings. We'll have to realize that quickly and try and work on it. But elsewhere, T7 Esports and Blink, they are exchanging blows for now as the nade does come in. Blink, a couple of their players has been knocked out. T7 Esports, in spite of that split, they're still holding down the pressure, which is brilliant. But from the distance, I think 8-bit's Hexy has found a knock, which completely shifts a favor. Blink can actually use their numbers to come back, Johnny.
Well, let's see. 8-bit closing in. T7 still distracted. Blink, Professor steps out, takes down Mudit. Skep in the back lines. Want to go for a save, and, well, a helping hand being lent by the players of 8-bit. Pressure felt by the players of Blink as well. Now the information is going to be conveyed, but 8-bit, they want all of these points for themselves. This is another team that's desperate for qualification. 30 points needed to join the fight. The nades go out. Players from T7 getting knocked out, but Blink is the one getting all of those knocks for themselves. And T7, they do end up saving their lives. Blink eliminated from the match. Before them, H4K, last man, RageGod was finished off, but 8-bit, why aren't they moving up? 3 players are knocked out. You have to get those frags. You need those points. And now they are late in this bounce. And I think they just assume that everyone over there in those buildings is gone.
I'm not really sure. I think this is a very laid-back attitude coming in from 8-bit. They know they need those points. Desperate for qualification. Haven't yet crossed that 80-point mark as well. They're still playing very passive at this point. Outside the circle, they know T7 Esports will have to cross them over. As the circle does shift, I think this is where the game does stand. T7 Esports, they found their recovery. All of their players have been healed up as well. But to move inside the circle, you will have to cross the Goliaths of 8-bit. It's not going to be easy. They have a couple of those vehicles, but they are smoked up, which means some couple of shots. I'm pretty sure T7 Esports will go down. Meanwhile, on the other side, 8-bit, at least they've got the exit strategy set. Look at the nade. Almost takes down Skips. Barely any HP alive on that man.
Yeah, that's the kind of nade that makes you panic and run and fall back. But T7, as they try to go for the players of 8-bit from the flank, Gods for a Reason, they spot them out. And T7, they start dropping bodies. 8-bit, they have the upper hand in this fight. But again, going back to the same problem. The solution still not found by the players of 8-bit. Finish points. Well, they get 1. 7 eliminations on the board for 8-bit. They only got 1 finish because everything else was picked up by Gods for a Reason.
Yeah.
Well, they got 2 eliminations, 2 picked up by Gods for a Reason.
But still, it almost seems like 8-bit, they're doing the work. They're trying to get everything right. But somehow their efforts are being reaped by somebody else. Gods for a Reason. This is brilliant.
Well, 10th game for everyone right now. And Gods for a Reason, as you mentioned, brilliant outing for them. Based on the position in the circle, they should be able to shut down 8-bit as well, but they gotta stay behind cover. But Salty, we are assuming that Phoenix is the benchmark for that top 8, and there's not a lot of difference between the teams that are still alive. Gods for Reason, 8-bit, Red Force.
At least for Gods for Reason in 8-bit, I'm pretty sure they need those 15 to 18 points in the very next game itself. Shots coming in from Reckoning. Gods for Reason have been pinned down, no real mobility being allowed, and 8-bit from the other side just hammering down G4R. I'm pretty sure they're absolutely pissed for taking their points away. And 8-bit wants to capitalize on this opportunity. G4R, of course, your mobility will be given up, but can you tackle those nades? Can you protect yourself with the smokes? I don't really think it's going to be possible as these players, they keep on going down, Johnny.
Yeah, and 8-bit is missing out on those points yet again. Look at that nade coming in from the players of Reckoning Esports. It cleans house, and Gods for Reason, well, they get eliminated from this race. It could be the door being opened for the players of 8-bit, but can they win this clash against Reckoning? It's a 4 versus 4 situation. It's an all-out war between the two sides, and look at the amount of respect being given to this conflict by the teams that are also part of this match till now. They are not getting involved. They are letting these two giants, these two titans, fight it out amongst themselves. But Reckoning Esports, I think they're praying for the chicken and playing for the chicken as well, because they just disengage.
They will have to play in for the chicken. I think Reckoning also do understand the stakes of this particular match, because after this, you only get a one shot, ladies and gentlemen. Try and cross on that 100-point mark just by now itself. Team 8-bit skips over there, looking to get some information, goes back to safety as well. Now he finally knows what Reckoning Esports are thinking. They're playing in for the chicken. They're trying to line themselves up at the south side of the circle. And of course, once you go there, you get a little bit of that high ground advantage. You can take shots, but you also have a couple of dips. Team 8-bit, they quickly realize that, so they try and send themselves into the circle as well. But the only problem is, they're facing Red Force Esports, and nades have already come through, Johnny.
Yeah, and 8-bit, I think, considering that Red Force is pinned down, it should not be difficult to for the players of 8-bit, but Red Force, Salty, this is a little too early for a util dump for the players of 8-bit. They still have a few seconds remaining, and Red Force, they have used so many nades just to try and keep the players of 8-bit at back. This one decision of the players of Red Force is going to come back to haunt them, because now it will be turned for the players of 8-bit to push up and just start tossing those nades. Try and see if they can find an opening, and if they do, it's going to transition directly into the elimination points.
I knew it, teammate, but they're smoke criminals. They love to move inside the smoke as well, trying to close in the distance. The nade does come through. Red Force Esports aren't really looking that healthy, and Skips, he finds a knock. Drax gets taken down. Red Force Esports, they are trying to keep them at bay, but 8-bit, they're being notorious. They're being criminals. This can also tempt the lads from Reckoning Esports from the sidelines to try and third party, and that is exactly that they're doing. Roman, you mad lad, you want those points, don't you? But the question is, will he be allowed to close in the distance that much? It's brilliant stuff coming in from 8-bit for sure, Johnny. But Red Force Esports, they're not bad either.
Yeah, Red Force Esports, I think it's the smokes from the side of 8-bit that deny them the vision of the fact that Red Force is sitting inside the shack. Although the nades lobbed by 8-bit have gotten them 2 more eliminations. And they still have a 4-man unit. Ah, Hexy just falls back barely. Red Force somehow still alive, although 2 players lost. It's just down to Checker and his teammate MD17, but the pounce from 8-bit, it's here, and now it's just down to a low toss nade from either Skips or Juicy, and Red Force is going to be done for. They also have to, in tandem, avoid the line of fire from the players of Riot Nations and also from the side of Reckoning Esports.
No!
A team nade, a big mistake!
I'm not really sure what 8-bit is doing right now. Red Force Esports is still holding on. Yet another shotgun strike from MD17 through the window of the shack. And 8-bit, they get eliminated. What on earth am I watching, lads? Riot Nations on the other side, 11 finishes on the board. They're still holding on. Just 2 players left alive. This is insane stuff going on this map of Erangel, Johnny.
Yeah, Riot Nations, they're down to 2. Red Force is down to 2. Reckoning Esports have all 4 players left. And a lot of map control. So I think this chicken dinner should go into the hands of Reckoning Esports. But what a hilarious moment from the players of 8-bit. it felt like for a few seconds they were going to be the ones who would come out on top, but it all kicked off. It all snowballed from that one team nade. 2 players dropped extremely low. Then the players of Red Force, just with a few jump shots, found another knock. And 8-Bit were just, well, they were down to the final pixels.
It's unfortunate, but the hunger is just not there. 8-Bit from qualifying, from making it to the LAN finals every single time. It just seems like this team has taken a massive fall, because that fight against Red Force should not have been lost. I'm pretty sure the third parties was expected by 8-Bit. That's the reason why they lined up those smokes. But when you know the smokes are diminishing, you're supposed to be throwing that nade inside of the shack, flush those players out, try and hit them with shots. How come somebody from inside the shack jump shot you with the shotgun through the window? It doesn't even make any sense to me, man. But nonetheless, I think it's going to be a lot of celebrations in the camp of Riot Nations as they actually make it to top 3, by the way, Johnny. That gives them a handful number of position points.
Yeah.
But as soon as I see that check, it just puts an end to it. Still 1 man left alive. It's not going to be easy, but it seems like Reckoning Esports, just courtesy to their numbers advantage, might actually take away this game.
I think, yeah, Reckoning Esports, we did mention that it should be an easy win for the players of Reckoning Esports. And as you were talking about Riot Nation, 16 points from this game if they finish third, 17 points from this game if they finish second. So it's decent. It's more than a decent outing for the side of Riot Nations. But man, oh man, what a journey this team has had today itself. 2 matches, big performances coming through, and I think Riot Nations are very close. They are going to be inside of the top 8 in the last game. It will be just them trying to protect their advantage, their safety net, and that's all they have to do. Reckoning Esports on the other side. Today they were forced to make a comeback. They started the day outside of the top 8. But with this performance and the one before this as well, because they got a decent number of eliminations on Rondo, I think they will find themselves in the top 8 bracket. But Reckoning is also going to be stuck in the mid-90s, Salty. If my calculations are right, they will be in the mid-90s.
100%. What a saving grace for Reckoning Esports. I think this is exactly the game that they needed. Imagine Adi pulling off a 1v4 and walking away with the chicken right now. I think, oh, lovely stuff. I love you, Riot Nations. Adi just looking to burn himself alive. And here you go. You want points, Reckoning? Well, that is a big note to your face.
Yeah, the best part of that was that his HP bar ticked away right as the man from Reckoning Esports just turned the corner. For a few seconds, he thought he was going to get that point, but as soon as he turned, nope, says Riot Nations. And again, denying points, it's okay. It happened to Riot Nations. They had to deal with it just because Phoenix Esports decided to deny them 3 points from that previous game. Not 3, actually 1 point from that previous game. And they did it to Reckoning Esports now in this match of Erangel.
I am just wondering, what if there comes a day and age where the final circles of BGMI never get played anymore, ladies and gentlemen? It's almost as if players do try and understand, alright, fine, I might just not win the fight. Don't even let's attempt it. Let's just give away the points to the BGMI gods.
Yeah, I think teams at the top should not do that. I mean, I understand if Phoenix Esports did that in the previous game because Phoenix was barely fighting for qualification. I understand if Riot Nations did it over here because they're also just playing for survival.
Yeah.
It's going to be annoying if Nebula and Victorious Summers start doing it.
Well, I'm pretty sure Nebula and Victorious Summers have got nothing to fear of. At least Victorious Summers have got nothing to fear for because they are just absolutely rejoicing on their remaining games. But Reckoning Esports, of course, those final blows coming ahead of the last few moments. Red Force Esports, yet another good performance. A brave attempt coming in from them to actually protect themselves, keep themselves alive till the ending stages. I love that, but it's just not going to be enough to push you through. Reckoning Esports on the other side. This is yet another good game. 8 eliminations secured and a chicken dinner. 18 points on board. Johnny, they are inching closer to triple digits right now.
Pretty much, man. And it is going to be interesting to see if Reckoning can actually make it happen today. Because Reckoning, again, Day 1, Day 2 ended on a decent note. At least they were part of the discussion of the semi-finals. But after Day 3, everything was up for a coin flick. Reckoning Esports with the last 2 matches have brought themselves in a position where it should not be difficult for them to just fight their way for qualification. But as you said, and I think a lot of discussions around the cutoff, I say about 100, 105. Necro has said 106. Icy was hoping for 120 yesterday. I wonder if that has changed. What about you?
120 for sure not. That is very weird, by the way. But I think if you cross on that 100-point mark and maybe close in on 110 points, you are going to be very sure of moving into the semi-finals. But I'm still not sure, man. I feel like it can go lower. My idea was around 98, 99, but I'm still going to hold on to that thought. But the MVP from the last game, Right Nation, 7 eliminations, 1,329 points of damage, 4 knockouts. Adi was on fire.
Yeah.
And 2 back-to-back crazy matches coming in from Riot Nation, something which you almost cannot explain in words. The comeback on the cards might just be amazing. We'll talk about the top 5 players for sure. Skips on there from 8-bit Esports. Brilliant attempt from this man. 4 eliminations. Mac from H4K. Godex from Reckoning Esports and Easy from Riot Nations once again. I feel like Riot Nations are going to be closer to qualification as compared to Reckoning, but Reckoning are also not too far behind, Johnny.
Yeah, and in all of this discussion, we kind of completely forgot about Team 8-bit, who had a decent performance, but this is not going to cut it.
Yeah.
They need a 30-point chicken dinner. They need 20 eliminations and the chicken dinner in order to push through inside of the top 8 bracket, and it will be quite upsetting. I mean, one of the biggest names in the region not being able to make it to the semis.
It's not even for 8-bit right now. I feel like even Wingod, Esports, H4K, Gods for Reason, these new lineups, even Red Force Esports, as a matter of fact, I think they've showcased enormous consistency throughout the wildcards, even when the pressure is up high. It's just those big games haven't really come to their side. Those 30 bombers haven't really dropped from their end as well. Here we do have the finish and damage report, and once again you do tend to see Riot Nations just topping the charts in every department. Finishes, damages, Riot Nations have got it all. Reckoning Esports as well, dominating quite a lot. H4K, I feel like slowly, Johnny, they are slipping out.
Yeah, slowly and steadily they are slipping out, but hopefully the next time they show up, they are going to be there. But we do have the overall leaderboard on our screens, and Reckoning Esports 99, Riot Nations 96, K9, they are going to play their matches. But the cutoff right now is with Vanguard on the 8 with 86 points, and Vanguard still has 3 matches remaining.
While Vanguard and Onyx are going to be holding the edges, look at who goes out. Myth Official, Team True Rippers is out, but they still have got those 2 matches left to play, and I think they can, or they will, cross on the target once again. But it's going to be interesting if True Rippers, Myth Official both have bombed their games. I feel like the doors are going to open up for once again Red Force, the lads from H4K. We move on to the second page, but lads, you know it, there's not much of a fight left here.
I mean, not for the teams that have played 11 games, but for teams like Higbozon, Tenzin, who are there with 9 matches on the board. If they put on numbers the same way Riot Nations is doing, then they can potentially move through. I think, yeah, these 2 names in particular, Higbozon and Tenzin, are the only 2 ones that stand a possible chance, if any, for qualification from the second page of the overall leaderboard. Other than them, everyone else might just be already out. And I think, as you were talking about the other names, teams like Myth Official, teams like True Rippers, I think just the fact that they are right on the edge and they still have 3 more matches left should give them enough peace to fight, to have basically a nice game and not a lot of pressure to deal with it on the upcoming game. But 8-bit, again, 30-pointer, nothing else. If you want to make it to the semis, you need 30 points.
I think for 8-bit, it's almost done and dusted. I don't want to call it as of yet, but I feel like for 8-bit, there's not really much of a chance. The same can be said. Can the same be said for Higbozon is going to be a question in my mind right now. I'm still thinking. Imagine this. You've got 3 more games left to go. You've got about 35 points needed. And looking at the way Higbozon have played so far in the past, I'm not really sure if they will be able to convert all 3 matches. Yes, 1 chicken dinner with maybe 20 points is going to ease up on their shoulders, but it's still going to be up for grabs. Hoping that Tenzin Esports come through, by the way. I am a big rooter of Undergods, and I really want to see names like Riot Nations, names like Tenzin Esports in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, we're hoping that they bounce back. And as you were talking about Higbozon, I think they got to play the same way as they did on day 1 of the wildcard series. That was a phenomenal performance. But there's a few other names that are in a very precarious position. We can't decide if they can move through inside of the top 8 and qualify for the semis. One of those names that has taken a massive fall off in the last few days was Kalinga Esports, who started on a great note but since then have slipped out. Let's hear why it all happened from Owen from Kalinga Esports.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और एपिसोड में, जहां पे मैं रहने वाला आपका होस्ट विपुल एके रावण और मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले कलिंगा ई-स्पोर्ट्स के ओएन। तो चलते हैं सीधा उनके तरफ। ओएन, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहले यार क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि ना चीजें उस तरीके से नहीं चल रही है जैसा हम एक्सपेक्ट करके चल रहे थे कलिंगा ई-स्पोर्ट्स से।
फर्स्ट डे से हमारा यही मोटिव था कि मतलब कॉन्स्टेंटली पॉइंट्स निकालते रहे हर मैच में। 0 पॉइंटर एक मैच भी जाना नहीं चाहिए। तो उस पे जब हम वर्क कर रहे थे तो कुछ मतलब हमारे साइड से मतलब इंडिविजुअल चोक्स मान सकते हो आप, वो रहा हमारे साइड से, जो कि हमारा मतलब बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स कॉस्ट कर गए। आपको दिख ही रहा होगा हम 9th पे, नहीं तो इजीली वो पॉइंट्स अगर हमारे पास होते तो इजीली हम टॉप 5 या टॉप 4 में अभी तक रहते अभी तक। तो वही चीज़ हम वर्क कर रहे हैं कि हम वो इंडिविजुअल चोक्स जो हो रहे हैं वो हम कम करें, ताकि आगे भी सेमीफाइनल से अगर हम जाते हैं या आगे के राउंड जो भी है उसमें हमको प्रॉफिट मिल सके।
अरे बिल्कुल आप जाएंगे, उम्मीद है हमसे बहुत ज्यादा। ऐसे है कैसे आप बोल रहे हो कि जाएंगे कि नहीं जाएंगे, मतलब अच्छे मैचेस होंगे तो फॉर श्योर आप यहाँ से आगे जाने वाले हो। बट थोड़ा पीछे चलते हैं ना, जिस तरीके की शुरुआत आपकी हुई थी और राउंड टू राउंड जिस तरीके से आप आगे चल रहे थे, लग रहा था कि आसानी से आप सेमीफाइनल में जंप करोगे। बट मानो ये गलतियां पहले से होती हुई आ रही है जिसका सुधार अभी तक उतने अच्छे से नहीं हो पा रहा है। तो थोड़ा डिटेल में बता सकते हैं एग्जैक्टली क्या मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं?
एक्चुअली ग्राइंड के बाद जब हमने राउंड 3 खेला था तो लॉबी की इंटेंसिटी उतनी नहीं थी जितनी अब है। मतलब उसमें ऐसा था कि जोन हमको मिल जा रहा था, मतलब बंदे थोड़े मतलब कम इंटेंसिटी के थे, मतलब बंदे बच कम रहे थे। जैसे कि जैसे लेवल बढ़ता गया बंदे मतलब जोन में मतलब बहुत बंदे क्या करे सेंटर ऑफ द जोन कैप्चर करने लग गए, तो उस हिसाब से हमको थोड़ा जोन में दिक्कत हुआ। मतलब मोस्टली तो मिरामार में, बाकी सब मैचेस में तो ठीक ठाक चल रहा था, पर मिरामार में थोड़ा दिक्कत हो रहा था हमको कि जोन मतलब अच्छा खासा नहीं मिल पा रहा था। और ऊपर से मेरे भी MBA चल रहे हैं तो मैं भी बहुत सारे मैचेस मिस कर रहा था, जिसकी वजह से थोड़ा कॉस्ट हो रहा था टीम को। तो यही सब कुछ रीजंस थे जो कि हमको मतलब वो कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं मिल पा रहा था। मतलब वही है कि जैसे कि हमारा राउंड 3 में पहले 3 मैचेस मैंने नहीं खेले थे क्योंकि मेरे कैंपस के प्लेसमेंट्स चल रहे थे, तो लास्ट के 3 मैच आए उसमें जितना हम कवर कर सकते वो किया। तो वही मतलब कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रह पा रहे थे मोस्टली, तो यही मेन रीजन है।
एंड आई मीन आज के जो 3 मैचेस जो आपके बचे हुए हैं, पहले आप 2 मैचेस खेलोगे, फिर एक ब्रेक के बाद आप आखिरी मैच खेलने वाले हो, तब तक मुझे लगता है एक टारगेट आपको बहुत ज्यादा क्लियर हो जाएगा कि एग्जैक्टली कलिंगा स्पोर्ट्स को कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए। तो उसके अराउंड कुछ प्लानिंग करके चल रहे हैं कि 3 मैचेस को आप किस तरीके से यूटिलाइज आज के दिन पे करने वाले, या फिर डर है कि अगर कुछ टीम जो ऑलरेडी टॉप 8 में अगर वो लीड बना लिए तो फिर क्या टैकल है कलिंगा स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ से?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कुछ एक्स्ट्रा कुछ नहीं सोचे हमने। हम अपना नेचुरल गेम ही खेलना चाहते हैं और ऐसा ही हमारा मोटिव है कि हर मैच में पॉइंट्स निकलते रहे। एक अगर हम मैच कन्वर्ट कर सके विथ मतलब मोर फिनिशेस तो हमारे लिए वो बेटर रहेगा। नेक्स्ट के 2 मैचेस जो रहेंगे हमारे लिए थोड़ा मतलब लोड कम रहेगा। बाकी ऐसा तो कुछ सीन नहीं है कि किसी को मतलब कहीं एक्स्ट्रा कुछ करना है, जो होगा वो अब देख लीजिएगा।
देखिए आप 9th पे बहुत सच्चाई के साथ बताइएगा, ठीक है? अगर आप अपने आप को टॉप 8 में देखना चाहते हो तो ऐसा कौन सा एक नाम है जिससे आप चाह रहे हो कि हाँ इन्हें तो बाहर करना है तभी हमारा जगह बन सकता है? ऐसा कुछ सोच के आप चल रहे हो कि फीनिक्स फिलहाल टॉप 8 में बैठे हुए हैं आज के दिन से पहले, तो क्या आप उन्हें टारगेट कर सकते हो, या कोई ऐसी टीम जो टॉप 8 में है जो आपको लगता है कि उन्हें अगर हम परेशान करेंगे तभी हमारा टॉप 8 में जगह बन सकता है?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कोई पर्टिकुलर टीम नहीं है जो टारगेट कर सके। बाकी अगर रोटेशन में दिखेंगे तो वो तो मारना ही पड़ेगा। मतलब मान लो हम एक कंपाउंड में बैठे हैं, सामने हमारी ऊपर वाली जो टीम है उनकी फाइट हो रही है, तो ऑब्वियसली हम थर्ड पार्टी करने जाएंगे क्योंकि वो एलिमिनेट होंगे तो हम ही ऊपर आ सकते हैं। तो उस केस में अलग है, पर ऐसा नहीं है किसी को टारगेट करना है या जानबूझ के उनके ड्रॉप के आसपास उतरना है, ऐसा तो कोई वो नहीं है।
देखिए बहुत सच्चाई के साथ आखिरी क्वेश्चन, ठीक है वन, अब आपको आखिर के मैचेस में अगर कुछ पॉइंट्स चाहिए होंगे और जो आपके अपोनेंट है वो भी टॉप 8 में है, तो जाना तो पड़ेगा ना, नहीं तो अगर वो सरवाइव करके आगे निकल गए तो फिर तो आप भी अगर सरवाइव करोगे तो एट द एंड आपका क्वालिफिकेशन रुक सकता है। तो इसके अराउंड कुछ सोच के रखे हो कि अगर ऐसा सिचुएशन बनता है तो हम जाएंगे ड्रॉप की तरफ?
ऐसा तो हमारे नीचे जो टीम रहेगी वो भी वही सोचेगी कि वो जो टीम है, फिर उधर मतलब हो जाएगा कि वो बच जाएंगे, हम दोनों बीच में लड़ जाएंगे बाकी के दो टीम्स, तो वो सिचुएशन भी हो सकता है। बाकी ऐसा कुछ सीन नहीं है, अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलेंगे तो ऑब्वियसली वो उनका मतलब डीमेरिट ही रहेगा, हमारा मेरिट पे हम रहेंगे, तो हम वो चीज़ कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं, पॉइंट्स वैसे भी आ सकते हैं, कोई सीन नहीं है।
चलिए देखते हैं कि एग्जैक्टली क्या होगा। ओवन, थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ऑल द बेस्ट जितने भी मैचेस आपके बचे हुए। होपफुली अगली मुलाकात आपसे हैदराबाद में हो।
थैंक यू।
तो ये थे ओवन जिनका साफ साफ कहना है कि हम अपना गेम खेलने वाले और फिनिश फीड को काफी अच्छे तरीके से देखेंगे और उसके बाद नतीजा अपने फेवर में लाने की जरूर कोशिश करेंगे। बट इनसाइड द लॉबी के इस एपिसोड में इतना ही, मिलते हैं आपसे बहुत जल्दी।
That was one lovely conversation with Owen from Kalinga Esports, but there's still a big question on whether or not Kalinga Esports are going to make it inside of the semi-finals or no. And by the way, there's going to be a LAN event, so make sure you actually watch out. And to discuss about all of those things, we've got ICAB12 back on the panel. And I first want to ask you how you're doing, especially after that havoc that Riot Nations ever run inside of the lobby so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a riot, 2 games back-to-back, and things are not looking good because now we have a new contender to challenge for the top 8, and they're currently sitting inside it, and that is one of the biggest jumps so far. And I would say today's, ideally this past 4 days, biggest jump so far. In 2 games, they were almost able to get almost 50 over points, which is insane. I'm like, okay, you know, I wasn't expecting this. We've seen that in the past from the round stages, but 2 back-to-back games, okay, you know.
And that too inside of the wildcards, I think, especially when the pressure is up high. We've seen that bigger names also have failed to kind of get back-to-back games under their belt as well. But Riot Nations have been the only team to do that. But now what remains to be seen is, can teams like True Rippers, can teams like Tenzin Esports, who have been pushed past their top 8 right now, they still have 3 more games in their belly, will they be able to make the comeback?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? They are going to be playing after these as well. This is where the benchmark has been set.
Yeah.
Now it's all about chasing as well. And fortunately for this upcoming group as well, they do have 2 matches to figure things out here. So if everybody is just kind of neutral, no super crazy Riot Nations shenanigans, they should be able to beat Phoenix Esports, at least in terms of race here.
That is going to be a crazy ask, but ladies and gentlemen, Groups B and D are going to be playing the next game of Pre-Erangel, and we have K9 Esports back in action. We've got True Rippers back in action. We've also got last started the lights of Vanguard Esports as well. And I think there's going to be a lot of light on Vanguard, I see, because they are right at the edge of that top 8 right now. They are sitting at 86 points. Since the competition has been up so high, Vanguard can't really play their matches like yesterday, where they were just going easy around the lobby, not really taking in those fights. Today, they will have to fight for survival all of a sudden. And then, of course, you've got Reckoning Esports. You've got teams like 8-Bit who might play their last game in this one. So without a 30 bomb, but Team 8-Bit is going to get eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lord Juicy, he will not make it to land. But
Lord Juicy.
All things considered, I think in these circumstances as well is a do-or-die situation here.
Yeah.
And so far, the only team that has pretty much understood that statement is pretty much Riot Nation so far, because every single fight that they have gone through felt like a do-or-die situation. And even towards the final point as well, denying a point for Reckoning Esports can make a break here, especially now when qualification is on the line as well. We've seen over the past years as well in the previous tournaments for BMSD, for BMPS, even for last year's BGIS.
Yeah.
1 point decides your fate, whether or not you qualify or you get kicked out.
Absolutely. I'm still going to be waiting on for Group A to actually play their matches as well, because I think that is where Higboson lie, that is where Tenzin Esports lie as well, and those have been 2 top performers, but they have gone down the overall standings very significantly, I see. We just saw the overall standings before the interview, and Higboson Esports, who were at the first position at the start of the wildcards, now are in the second page.
Yeah.
And it must have hurt. They still have got 3 more games remaining, but my point of concern was, since the Riot Nations have just absolutely broken the overall standings, now Higboson need 35 to 40 points out of their last 3 games to actually qualify. It's insane stuff.
Exactly, it's going to be a do-or-die situation. But speaking of a do-or-die situation, it seems like Wingard is going to be having a little bit of a substitution here. They are bringing in Kaiser and then moving out Nexus here from beside Wingard. And interesting enough, we saw a little bit of questionable plays coming from Wingard yesterday as well, considering the fact that Nexus could have won the fight, but eventually actually lost his trade, giving a second chance to 8-Bit to actually rise up the challenge as well. So a little bit small wins, but that's yesterday's news. Today's news is all about the chase, and let's talk about a team that has been somewhat improving here. That's going to be Kalinga Esports. That's why we had a small little interview with Owen. He was able to divulge us with a lot of information, and I feel like they are doing the right things, but they need a massive performance if they want to stand a chance to kick Riot Nations out.
You know, as far as my records do stand, Kalinga Esports, they're sitting at 74 points from the 9 matches that they've played. They've slipped down on the overall standings, but to get 25 points from the last 3 games, it should not be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. We'll find out what happens. Of course, that journey begins right now, right here. The map of Pre-Erangel comes right next.
Ladies and gentlemen, here, Game 3 on its way. We're slowly counting down the matches as we're about to conclude the wildcard stages by the end of today. But there is going to be a map of Erangel and also a little bit of a switch up of groups as well, because B and D is going to be joining up on screen. And this is where things get a little bit spicy as well. B and D will be beginning their first match for today. So the chase is on. And as of yet, the benchmark for today is Riot Nations. Oh, sorry. Actually, D is the last match. My bad.
Well, the benchmark for today has been Riot Nations for sure. I think that is a fact which nobody can deny. In fact, I think that has been the performance of the wildcards. If you ask me, I see nobody has stitched up 2 great performances like Riot Nations in the first 2 games. All that remains to be seen is, can they end it on a good note as well? I think they're just inching close to that 100-point mark. A couple of more games in their bag, I think they are going to qualify. So Riot Nations will have to be a little cautious. The only win condition for them right now, they've done the heavy lifting already. The only thing that they want to do right now is not get taken down early. Even few position points in their bag would be enough to actually do the job.
I think there's only 2 teams up for contention here coming from Group D, and that's going to be Riot Nations and Reckoning Esports to fight for the qualification for top 8. The only way 8-bit qualifies is a chicken dinner with like 24 points. And even then, they have to leave their fates in the hands of the other groups here. So it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in. But seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit of party here in Pochinki, as TDR is going to be having a little bit of scuffle here with P-Cup. As TDR looking to try and bully the last place team in this wildcard stages to try and gobble up those 4 points. They are kind of split off as well, but seems like Mahavir is going to go in for a push there as well. And same can be said for K9. Looks like Mysterious 4 and K9 is going to go head-to-head. Ninja Boy has been taken out. They trade 1 for 1, but Naman is having a little bit of a protection here. But it seems like a majority of Mysterious 4 doesn't have weaponries. But no, Fragger takes down Omega with a pistol.
This is weird stuff coming in for K9 Esports. Losing bodies back-to-back. Omega has been shut down. Ninja Boy still around that corner. I've never really seen K9 Esports take such a job. But have a look at this Knight. He doesn't really shiver. He doesn't really breathe as humans do. This man is an absolute alien. K9 Esports, they're still looking for the final frag. They do get it. It's Knight with the 1v4. That too not having a weapon. That is a Scorpion.
What a clutch coming from Knight as well. K9 Esports definitely outplayed that, but mistakes were made as well. They've lost Omega in the process, but Knight, whew, this guy has no chill. He's got ice in his veins. It just completely demolishes Nash Messengers 4. But speaking of which, the party in Pochinki is not over. P-Cup is no pushovers here for TDR as RB has been knocked off. Seems like they are able to find Rambo on the far fray. But no over-aggressions coming from these 2 teams here. Salty.
P-Cup Esports. What do we say about them, I see? 9 points from the 9 matches that they've played with an average of 1. It's not the best of outings that we've seen so far, but I still want to give them credits for achieving so much. I think this is their first official tournament, if I'm not mistaken. So being here inside of the wildcards, coming in till the quarterfinals, it's not a bad stage. But elsewhere, we do have a fight in store for us as P-Cup. They are celebrating a little bit success here because they found a finish for themselves. 1 point on board already. Thunder Gods Esports are right next to them.
Well, for all things considered, they have finally achieved a new milestone, and that is breaking the barriers of the double-digit marker.
Wow, I see. Wow.
It is true. They finally got... Well, they just found even more. They've just got 3 points.
Yeah, I've read in a book that as you grow old, your your brain starts becoming really angry. Are you angry right now, I see? Are you angry
no.
at somebody?
I am excited of people's achievements. Anyways, moving on here. Seems like K9 has a little bit of a troubles here. 7 aces, was able to get a couple knocked in, and seems like a Slug and Knight is going to try and save Ninja Boy being carried on those vehicles, while 7 aces know they are weak. They are going to try and give chase. This might be a little bit of a tough run here. King9 Esports trying to shake them off, but doesn't seem to be able to find a good spot to actually reset as well. 7 ace continues on with the chase. Coder it's just got no chills. He doesn't really care anymore at this point. And we talked about day 4 being a game of absolute chaos. And it seems like 7 ace doesn't really care about what to do anymore.
Yeah, pretty much in fact. I think 7 aces, they don't really care about their finish inside the wildcards right now. I mean, they can't really do much. This is their last game, just trying to enjoy themselves, maybe have fun, make memories, potentially win a good fight so that you know you can still keep grinding before the next official tournament begins. But meanwhile, K9 Esports, who were being chased, did manage to escape. So we'll still wait for K9 Esports before they enter into yet another battle. They've lost their IGL up front. This is a calm, collected Puchinki that is in front of us. A very calm lobby as well, as we do get to see the first circle, I see, towards the Gutka Georgopol region. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, it is going to be a little bit of a standard circle here, but in terms of rotation-wise, things are getting a little bit of chaos here. Right now, one of the biggest noticeable differences is going to be K9. Because, number one, they had a drop clash with Mysterious 4. After that, getting hunted out by 7 A's, could not actually push through 70. Right now, they're actually forced to take a pit stop inside Rozok. And interesting enough, Rozok, they do have a little bit of company. And they're not exactly looted out as well for K9 Esports. They are going to try and loot up a couple of remnants that Win got as, well, in this case, Reckoning has pretty much left them in Rozok itself. But the question here is, will Reckoning actually take this fight? Because this is a good opportunity to try and slow down K9's progression. They still have 3 more matches to go. Breaking past 110 points, maybe 120, gives you the safety net. But let's take a look at the replay on how things actually happen as well. K9 was the first one to drop in. Mysterious 4 was a little bit late, but they do not have enough weaponry. So nice little open frag here from Fragger with the pistol was able to shut down Omega. But eventually, Knight was the one that actually saved the day. This stab here was so crucial for Sketch to actually get the knock, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough damage to take him out.
I mean, did somebody notice that there was no helmets, no vests, no weapons involved in that entire fight? It was just a scorpion, man. I mean, we've seen Knight save the day for K9 Esports multiple times here already, but that was such a moment, I feel like. That should have been an Instagram reel already, but... well, we'll talk about that later on. Have a look at this right now. True Rippers, the ones who have been shooed away from the top 8 finally on their merry run, and they are quite outside the circle. Still have to travel about 1,000 meters to enter the circle. True Rippers, they also have to ensure they win a lot of fights along the way. Imagine if True Rippers, they drop the ball completely from now on. We are going to be missing out on a big threat in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it could happen as well. We've seen it happen last year at BPS, but this time, in this run, no hovercraft available for them, so they are going to be going for a little bit of standard push for them. Reckoning Esports already abandoned Rozok, so K9 Esports has somewhat of a breathing room, so they actually managed to sneak past them and then head to a 70. So this is going to be a late rotation for K9, but Reckoning Esports is going to be looking for center control. But interesting enough, despite a lot of weird drops and aggression in this lobby, only one team has been eliminated. Well, DDR is next to fall possibly here, considering that there is one player left.
Yeah, it's just DDR and Mysterious 4, to be honest. DDR have lost 3 players, Mysterious 4, they've lost all 4. Then, of course, we've got Peakup Esports, who also lost a player from their squad as well. But apart from that, I see we haven't really seen majority of those fights going on. We were talking about Kalinga Esports, and we were talking about how good they've done things in the past already. Look at this. Once again, great positioning inside of the circle. They place themselves right at Everest with a 2-2 split, which gives them a vantage point from teams coming in from Georgopol. It's a brilliant formation. It's a brilliant place to hold as well, considering the circle. But Kalinga Esports needs a lot of finishes to go along the way as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky circle to play as well, considering the fact that this might be a ruined circle. So teams inside the church will tentatively make it to the end game. But if the circle shifts out, well, they are going to be stuck out in the open as well. So it is going to be a huge gamble here, especially from Lestade. to try and survive and pray that the circle is actually hit there. But Wingard is going to be playing on the north side as well, because potentially we are going to be seeing fishes as well. So it is a 50-50 coin flip, a little bit more on an unpredictable side, but most likely is going to head towards Boatyard Ruins, maybe even towards the Pochinki Godcard area region, which is the south side of the inner circle. But on screen, 7 aces. Seems like they are going to be hunkering down towards Boatyard to try and punish a few teams, but they know there is a few bogeys, and that's going to be Reckoning Esports, who has been laying low, dodging fights here. It is going to be the last match here for Reckoning Esports, so they are trying to break past the triple-digit mark to try to have a safety net to qualify for the semifinals. 115 points pretty much guarantees you at this point, but 99 points is very close, so Reckoning Esports just needs a decent outing in this game. 10 points from this game will pretty much ensure them into the semifinals.
Yeah, 10 points, they're going to be through 100%, but 7 aces this time. They are lining up these lads of Reckoning Esports. Skoda, I think he's kept his position hidden. Nade, of course, is going to reveal it. Reckoning Esports looking to regroup and reunite with the rest of the comrades. Roman is still out in the waters, and I guess there is going to be that sense of risk as long as he keeps traveling. Can't really shoot back. Reckoning Esports nowhere in a position to take that fight. And 7 aces, they are playing with no fear. They don't really have that option, or rather the fear of getting eliminated. So I believe it's going to be a very tough fight for whoever comes in face of 7 aces. They're going to come and hit with full force. True Rippers on the other side, making their way inside from the south side of the circle. But even they will have a chance to actually take a shot at 7 aces, but they keep themselves at the edge, I see.
It's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here for True Rippers. They haven't exactly found themselves a spot to work with. I think they're going to try and push through for stage 3, but it seems like Jelly was able to scout out 2 teams within their vicinity. Realizes there are a lot of teams there. And even for Red Force, he does have the hovercraft. Doesn't really want to take fights at all, but let's see how the stage 3 actually begins as well. True Rippers. Seems like the circle does shift up north. Ruins still in play, and guess what? A majority of the playing field is across the northern section of the zone, so we might see a scam circle right here, right now. Teams have to make a 50-50 coin flip. Wingard and Vanguard is going to be playing the north side, whereas the rest of the world is going to be down south. Tricky spot to be in, I'd say.
It's a tricky spot. It's a tricky circle as well. Majority of the teams, they're going to be in a world of trouble. Still looking out for Vanguard Esports and what exactly they're looking to do. I mean, they do have center control. They know they're at the edge of the top 8 as well. If Vanguard slip out from this position on, I'm pretty sure their hearts are going to get broken. I mean, nobody expected Vanguard to actually perform the way they did inside of the wildcards. And now, since they're so close to actually making it in, a fall from here on will not just break spirits, it'll break confidence as well. Yeah. Right Nations on the other side, they are moving. They've got a loot truck, but, well, seems like they don't really need it.
I think Riot Nation is in the same boat like Vanguard as well. What an amazing comeback so far. It's now or never. They need a massive game to secure their spots as well, but it seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit of slam here. Wingard going for a crash onto his Reckoning. Sahil is all by himself. The rest of the pack is a little bit split off. Roman is playing the shorelines, but Wingard, they come. They are going to try and conquer this as well. They do have the hovercraft to try and make things work. Sahil is dropping a couple of nades, hoping to get a couple of picks here, but it seems like he will get picked off instead, and that is going to be Reckoning Esports losing a player, and another player also knocked out in the open as well. This is not looking good for Reckoning Esports.
Absolutely not. Riot Nations on the other side, they find themselves off the mark. First finish being found. At least some gunshots can be heard across the map, and that is good news. This is where the fights do start taking place, ladies and gentlemen. Stage 3 action is going on right now as True Rippers, they are taking shots against ORB. Cyrus couldn't really do much over there, had to back off from that angle. True Rippers, a good spot for themselves to actually hold this barn house, will give them a little bit of a pit stop, and will also allow to stop the rotation coming in from the south side. That is exactly that they're doing. ORB, actually a lot of places where they can go. I guess they will have to circle around the zone and maybe try and find a reaching point, but certainly not next to True Rippers.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. Wingard trying to cross towards the north side, gets scouted out here. Seems like Gen X FM is waiting outside the zone, and Wingard could not catch a break. Damu has been knocked here from the side of Gen X FM. They trade 1 for 1, but pretty much here, Kaiser trying to go for another save, but it gets punished instead as Zera finds another one. Wingard, they are crumbling. And Gen X FM is going to try and clean out the last player, APS, stuck in the smoke, stuck in the zone with no backup. Ryzen pretty much given up on him to try and play for placement points, while Gen X FM is going to go for the push. And they are going to slam him as well. Ryzen with the hovercraft inside the zone, but this is stage 4. Look at this, Gen X FM, they might fall to the zone here as well. Ghost is going to try and push in the zone right now. This is such a tricky spot here for them.
That is a bad fight for both Gen X FM and Wingard right now. Stuck outside the blue. They know there's no way they can eject from the fight and try and put themselves inside, but they're still doing so. But I fear Gen X FM, they might actually run into K9 Esports along the way, but have a look at this. Ripe Nations, they're slowly inching forward. 7 aces have been found out. It is going to be Adi who leads the charge. The first one to fall. The shotguns do go flying. Is Amijot with the S12K is hunting down everyone. Ripe Nations needs to keep themselves alive. 2 men still yet to be found. Amijot has a little bit of support. The third man goes down as well. This is bad news for Ripe Nations as Easy goes in for the revive. And he needs support from the back lines. And here you go. 7 aces. Nothing to lose. Nothing to shy away from. They finish off Ripe Nations. And that marks the end of their wildcard journey.
Oh my goodness, Riot Nations, 98 points. Can they qualify? Their fates are now sealed. And now everybody else has set them at their place. That is going to be the benchmark for top 8 as of yet. Can they overtake them is going to be the question. But for now, 7 A's pretty much playing spoil sports here. As the journey continues, guess what? They cannot catch a break because ORB also going to be joining the fight here to try and push inside the zone. Nades being dropped by Oman. But nothing much is happening. But another team that has been eliminated from this game that's fighting for the top 8 is going to be True Rippers as well. And they get absolutely no points. What is going on?
Well, it's pandemonium. It's chaos. And it is a lot of ruckus inside of the lobby. 7 Aces Esports. This time they are looking to shut down ORB. A threat did come around. A couple of those nades have kept ORB at bay. But look at those jump shots from the shotgun. Rolex quite easily maneuvering around. He knows exactly that he's got a lot of time in the world. And this is what happens when you know you are, or rather you have nothing to lose. You play so brilliantly. Almost had to channelize this aggression from the start. 7 Aces just flexing around their movement. ORB is also not really taking any steps.
That's a very clean jump here coming from Rolex.
Clean jump. Yeah, that was a clean jump.
That is so clean. But speaking of which, here, K9 Esports having a little bit of a rough start. Was able to make themselves into the zone, but only Ninja Boy and Knight remains here. Seems like they are going to be going for the 2-man army. It seems like a 8-bit now in a little bit of a tight spot here. They've got a player down outside of the zone, and K9 Esports, they want to secure these points, but getting intercepted is a tricky spot to be in. Ninja Boy wants to go in for the finish, but it seems like K9 Esports, they're just doing this as a diversion tactic to kind of scare him off. And seems like with this just small little play, 8-bit actually is dodging this fight.
I'm not really sure, Team 8-bit, what are they thinking right now? You've got K9 Esports on one side and Kalinga Esports on the other. Team 8-bit, I'm pretty sure they must be waiting to actually move away from the situation. Either actually move into the zone or just head into a fight against K9 Esports, and that is exactly what Skips is doing. Shots coming in from the vehicle. He does switch he does switch seats and connect. K9 Esports in a flash, they get wiped off. That was a brilliant moment coming in from 8-bit. But can they get more of them? 3 finishes not going to be enough, and the vehicles are already smoking up. Next up, it is going to be Kalinga Esports. I see.
This is going to be an important one here for 8-bit. Kalinga Esports hasn't been able to find a break at all. They push in from the north side, but they're not exactly inside the zone because the zone does shift up north as well. And this time, Vanguard has prime spots off those compounds. It seems like every single team is trying to dodge those fights. And Vanguard on the finish feed as well is also denying Reckoning Esports a chance to try and pull the lead. 101 points being set here by Reckoning Esports. One more match and placement is going to be in play for Reckoning Esports. But for Kalinga Esports, they don't want that to happen. They're playing a little bit safe. Zone is not exactly in favor, but let's take a look at the teams down towards the southeast corner in Boatyard. 7 Aces have to wrap up their fights. against ORB. The zone is going to force them out in the open now.
This circle, it's actually very weird, to be honest. It does have majority of the water bodies inside. It's 7 aces this time. Still outside and need to traverse about 200 meters. Brilliantly done. ORB have been wiped off. 7 aces with 7 eliminations. They are moving in. For sure, qualification is not going to be a thing for 7 aces, but at least they can spoil the game plans and the dreams of others. And well, you can be a hero in someone's story. You are going to be the villain in somebody else's. Seems like 7 aces, they have accepted that fate right now. Elsewhere, Reckoning. They're still trying to survive, playing in from the edges. Roman is in the middle of nowhere, actually. The hovercraft is going to protect him from shots coming in from the outside. But what happens if he gets spotted? And why is he even taking shots?
I think he's expecting some sort of fishes in the sea, but okay. Better safe than sorry. He's going to try and force a little bit of fight. Placement points already in play here for Reckoning Esports, but Kalinga Esports now, they need a big win. Seems like 8-Bit going for a little bit slam here with Reinforce. They are caught out in the open. They do get the knock, and they do find the confirmations here. 8-Bit with 5 finishes, and they are desperate for that chicken dinner as well. Can they push through? It seems a little bit nigh impossible, but with 7 teams remaining, 8-Bit, if they want to qualify, it's got to take almost every single player in this lobby. And even then, their fates are pretty much sealed in the hands of everybody else in the other groups. What a tough break here for 8-Bit.
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for 8-Bit, 100%. I mean, I'm not even sure if 8-Bit understand how many points they do need. 18 points from this moment on. It's not impossible. They need to fight for the chicken dinner, potentially get at least 10 more finishes along the way. It's going to be tough, but it's still not impossible. Vanguard on the other side, they've done a good job so far. I think kept their numbers alive. This is good positional play coming in from Vanguard. Look at the way they split up 4 players across the entire terrain. They control majority of the circle in the final zone right now. And looking to take away, looking to choke off spaces for the other teams. Problems include ones like Kalinga, ones like 8-Bit on how do they get their finish points going. There's the circle does shift towards the south. The finish feed suggests that 7 aces are going to be in trouble. But 8-Bit, what is Sarang looking to do?
Oh, he's going to try and nade here. Kalinga Esports, they are pretty much down south. They need to push in towards Vanguard. Seems like a counter nade from Kalinga Esports smacks onto Sarang. It's going to be a little bit of a dicey situation. Has to abandon his vehicle trying to get his first aid kits. But Kalinga Esports, they're a little bit afraid to overpick this, knowing that they may get shot from afar, but Omega was able to get a knock on Dreams instead from Vanguard. And that might be the opener for them to actually push towards Vanguard's compound.
Vanguard is still holding strong right now from the back lines. It seems like Kalinga Esports is going to chime in. Look at that bounce coming in from Kalinga Esports. This is systematic destruction. Vanguard, they've lost their back lines already. That means there is going to be a massive threat towards the front lines. Their position is being challenged in Kalinga Esports. They're looking to find their first finish on the board already. It's weird that Kalinga Esports, somebody who's been so aggressive inside the lobby right now, when the pressure is on their shoulders, look at them IC right now. They only have got a 1 finish from this entire game, and they are in the ending stages already. And I've never seen Kalinga play so passive ever since.
It's going to be a tough spot here, considering the fact that 8-Bit is right on the behind. They don't really have a lot of space. They're giving a lot of suppressive shots, but Kalinga Esports, they're trying to push inside the zone, but there's just so many loose stragglers out in the open. And even on the finish feed as well, we do see P-Cup also rising up the location here. Lastade has been picked up by P-Cup. We're down towards the final 6 teams, 14 left alive. Kalinga Esports may not be able to push through out in the open. As you can see, they're circling around, trying to wait for some sort of reactions before they push through. But with the smokes being set by Vanguard, that might be the opportunity. And they are going to try and make an attempt to try and sneak past the Vanguard's crosshairs.
Vanguard will have to find a way to get the opening on board. Without that first knock against Kalinga Esports, this fight will be now impossible for them to convert. There are going to be the lads from 8-Bit Esports as well who are looking to third party this entire fight. So Vanguard will also have to be very cautious that they finish off the fight quite efficiently. And look at that. From the front lines, of course, it is going to be Dionysus taking shots. That does find a lot of connection. Kalinga Esports are in a world of trouble. is inside of the shack. They have absolutely no place to go. Vanguard do send it in. Kalinga Esports, they're not going to be safe for a very long time now, as Insidious is here with the shotgun. He goes down for sure, but Kalinga Esports, they've got no space to move, but they still hold on. It's going to be BMWI, IGL just spraying and bobbing and weaving, but he still finds a little bit of a saving grace. Leonis is in the back lines, couldn't really do much. Vanguard Esports are left on their last man.
Oh my goodness, what a worst possible scenario here for Kalinga Esports, but a good hold. PMWI, he is able to get a little bit of reset, but at the same time, all those finishes were stolen away by 8-Bit and the rest of the world. Vanguard got a little bit too greedy, and now they might just pay the price. Leonis is now the last player left, and he's outside the zone. Kalinga Esports gets the full reset. Meanwhile, 8-Bit is still stalking, afraid that there may be teams coming from the south side. And they are right. There is still Roman, still alive from Reckoning Esports. There is still P-Cup, who's trying to swim from the south side. But even then, Kalinga Esports right now is the biggest threat in their defense. But Kalinga Esports just doesn't have space to actually take out here. They're pretty much stuck in that small little shack. P-Cup Esports firing from the south side. That is a clear indicator that 8-Bit cannot push through. B-Joy finds the knock on PMWI. Dionysus may look to try and gobble those points, but this is our first time seeing P-Cup in the end games here, Salty.
Yeah, P-Cup, this is going to be their best attempt inside the wildcard so far. Didn't make it till the final circle. This is stage 7, but there's no way P-Cup Esports are crossing on that water body. Meanwhile, in the middle of absolute pandemonium, there's going to be Roman looking to survive and playing out those position points brilliantly. Just 2 finishes on board for RGE. But you look at the strength of character on this man finally getting spotted. Teammate but are going to be a little doubtful on whether or not there's going to be a player there behind that hovercraft. Elsewhere, Kalinga Esports also holding all the time in the world. They know that there are going to be that last players of Vanguard available, as well as from the other side. P-Cup Esports also find the line of sight. Kalinga Esports, it's bad news for them. All these loose stranglers taking shot at Vanguard and Kalinga, and they've got a lot of attention on them.
Seems like Dionysus is also getting picked off as well. P-Cup Esports here to spoil the party here for some of these teams fighting for their dear lives. 8-Bit looking to try and secure the chicken dinner. Kalinga Esports still stuck in those shacks here. They're running out of mans. And Roman now gets spotted out by Skips. That's going to be Reckoning Esports also out of the race. In the top 4 position, replacement points. Reckoning Esports, their points has been set here in the overall standings. That's it for them. But now, the final showdown. Kalinga Esports, P-Cup, and 8-Bit. 8-Bit's only shot of qualifying for semifinals is to take every single point and the chicken dinners. And even then, the chances are near to impossible.
Near impossible. It's not impossible. 8. They've got 8 finishes on them. Sarang this time goes down. Kalinga Esports, they're still holding on to their shack for a while. But the problem is they are constantly taking shots from P-Cup Esports as well. But P-Cup this time spoils the game not just for Kalinga but also for 8-Bit, as Kalinga Esports now finally starting to make the move. First man from P-Cup, it is going to be Bro down on his knees already. B-Joy still in the backlines. But can they hold on to that position as the circle is still moving away from them? P-Cup will be forced to come out in the open, and that is exactly where Kalinga Esports is going to pounce. Shots from 8-Bit. Not really connecting. His needs get cooked up. PMWI, IGL in the clotheslines. This battle has been taking forever, to be honest. But this is, of course, a high-stakes affair. The last game for Group D inside of the wildcards. 8-Bit doesn't really want to go out without a fight. But how many points can they get out of this, IC? I mean, they've got 8 eliminations already. They can get potentially 5 more, 13 points. Add another 10 from the chicken dinner as well. Their best case scenario is going to be 23 points from this game. I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's going to be a tough shot here, but Rio has been knocked by Kalinga Esports, so they need to actually push through to snatch those points. But Kalinga Esports is spot out B-Joy out in the open, looking to try and deny this. He is in the ocean, and they are going to try and go in for the spray. B-Joy still trying to survive here for some sort of endgame here. P-Cup Esports making one of their best performance here in the wildcard stages. Rio actually getting snatched away by Skips, and even 8-Bit, they find the points. They actually gobble them up. This might be it. 8-Bit looking for the chicken dinner. Last 3 players for them. PMWI getting knocked here by Sarang. 2v3 situation now. Oh my goodness, the counter nades are coming in. Sarang maybe knocked here from the nades. Nope, seems to be good. But PMWI, they lose a point. Just like that, another pick again from Skips. 8-bit just might be able to do it.
Yeah, they will be able to do it. Skips is still holding on to that angle. And of course, look at this systematic destruction from Kalinga Esports. And of course, Team 8-bit walking away with the chicken dinner. But the question is still going to be the same, lads. Is 8-bit have done enough to actually qualify, move inside of the semi-finals? We all are going to be waiting, lying in wait for sure for the mathematicians to do their jobs. But I see, for Kalinga Esports, I think that was a great game coming in for them. They still have got 2 more matches left remaining. I feel like second position, not really a lot of finishes for sure. But the only thing is they have momentum now in their favor as well. I hope in the next 2 games they will be able to convert those numbers.
I think there's 2 teams that I was kind of disappointed in the end game here. Is number 1, Vanguard. Number 2 is going to be Kalinga Esports. Why? Vanguard, first things foremost, they had great control. They decided to go for a very risky split, which resulted in them getting 10 down the numbers and then dropping the ball in that game. That's number 1. Number 2, I think Kalinga Esports did the best they could. They had no choice but to split for a 2-2 split and then decided to go in for a slam down towards the small little shack and made it to top 2, which was great. But they just could not secure those points on P-Cup, could not secure those points on Vanguard, could not secure those points on 8-bit as well, which resulted in them getting in the top 2 placement points, which again, 8 points sounds good, but with 3 matches on the line and the cutoff maybe reaching towards 100 points and they are looking at their current seeding about 70 points, you need 10 points per match. So okay-ish, but they need the pressure is on for their next remaining 2 matches.
I 100% agree with you there. I think Kalinga Esports, 8-bit, all of these teams are going to be banking on the performance of the others, whether or not they are making big differences on the overall standing. But at least for sure, Kalinga Esports have got their matches remaining, so they can actually make the difference. But one team whose matches are going to be done and dusted, and they are ending at the edge, has to be Riot Nations.
Yeah. It could be 8-bit, it could be Riot Nations here, but 8-bit with this one winner chicken dinner, is it enough to push the top 8? Tricky spot to be in? I don't think so.
Very tricky. I don't really think so as well. 12 points with a chicken dinner. This is going to give them 22 points for sure. But then, where were you when this performance was needed? When you had like, what, 5 games remaining, 6 games remaining? Team 8-bit never really showed up. And on the last day, you can't really expect one chicken dinner to actually place you in the top 8. It's going to be tough. But my concern is still going to be with Riot Nations. 98 points is where they finished. 2 points shy of 100, I see. And now I feel like all of that hard work that was done in the first 2 games, can it give them the result that they want?
Yeah, it was completely shut down by 7 aces as well. What a pooper, I would say. You know, a little bit of a party pooper situation coming from them. It could have been a big game, but again, the circle just, was one of the hardest circles to actually play as well, because a lot of us actually expected it to be into ruins. Only Vanguard and Windguard was the ones that actually predicted it. Now, North side here, Vanguard played towards endgame, got placement points, great, just not enough high finishes, which may result in them maybe losing their shot at qualifying as well, considering that Vanguard, again, they had one of the greatest first 2 days in Wildcards. Day 3, 6 points, very bad. Now, again, very minimal points. They don't need a lot, but the stakes are getting closer right now.
Well, talking about the stakes, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like you can see what is on your screen already. BGIS 2026 tickets are going to be live on Swiggy Scenes already, so make sure you book your seats and witness the Battlegrounds legend rise. Of course, it is going to be exclusive on Swiggy Scenes, so make sure you check out and of course buy the pass which you want. I would suggest you actually get the best pass available. It can actually be a little tight on your pockets, but then you get to meet us, you get to meet the players, you get to watch the action right from the edge of it, and I'm pretty sure there is nothing better than watching the action, watching legends rise from the closest seat in the house possible. But of course, coming back into the action, are you excited for the finals? Are you excited for the semi-finals? Are you excited for Chennai?
Well, I'm excited to see you guys watching at home as well here, because at the same time, if you guys want to come down for the semi-finals, it is going to be in Hyderabad, so be sure to book your tickets and also check out the tickets as well and come down over as well. The seats are pretty much limited as well. It is I would say paid seats as well. So
Yeah.
if you pay for the seats, only you can actually walk in. So no free.
Yeah,
I would say
no
free
free
spectators.
walk-ins. Of course, that is the reason why we're selling tickets. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm pretty sure you guys are buying purchases on Swiggy Scenes. These players are getting purchases inside of the game. Skips with 7 eliminations, 601 point of damage being found. That is a lot. You've got Rio from Peak Up Esports as well. 5 eliminations on that man. Amy Jord as well, doing brilliantly. We do have a point standings in front of us where 8-bit Esports walk away with 22 points. Peak Up Esports with 14 points as well. But this has been one of those games I see where the ones gaining points couldn't really change the overall standings. It's the one with a lack of points who are going to be struggling. Look at Riot Nations, 2 points. They are going to be struggling for a little bit. K9 Esports with 5 points as well. I think they are also going to be in some moment of panic. Reckoning Esports, though, they've done a phenomenal job. 6 points, crossing that 100-point barrier. They're almost through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in here. I agree with you. K9 Esports, one of the teams that we were expecting a little bit more, but at the same time, they still have 2 more matches to go, so it's not too shabby for them. But the journey pretty much ends here for teams like 8-bit. In this case, their points are pretty much done and dusted as well. Riot Nations also pretty much done and dusted as well. But let's take a look towards the finish damage report in their previous games. So P-Cup, just a very surprising entry into this end game as well, was one of the biggest contributors of denying teams from the south side. 8-bit from the northeast corner, and then for 7 Aces, who just completely had a lot of fiascos down towards Boatyard because of those scam circle, which resulted in a lot of teams having to drive past Boatyard City itself. But now, with the overall standings here on screen, 8-bit is currently sitting on 4th position here with 98 points. But due to a tiebreaker, their position points is higher than Riot Nation, so they will be sitting on top of Riot Nation.
Oh my God! Now we never considered that. Nobody actually considered this, to be honest. The position point tiebreaker, the chicken dinners, the amount of finish points, all of this matter. And of course, I mean, who could forget, whenever it's a cumulative overall standings, these tiebreakers are always going to come through as well. But 8-bit and Riot Nations, 12 matches played. They're going to be really, really praying to the gods that nobody comes and catches them. But the ones who are going to be most likely to catch them off guard will be Hig Bozon and Tenzin Esports. 64 points from 9 matches and 53 points from the 9 matches. Yes, a lot of ground needs to be covered. But if their day is good, if Hig Bozon start out strong, I see, everybody knows 30 points, 35 points, even 40 points from 3 matches. It's not a really a big target for HB.
This is going to be a scary, scary spot to be in here, considering the fact that there's 3 more matches to go as well. Anything can happen. And let's take a look at towards the positions here on where you want to be and where you want to be seated as well. Because the teams that are positioned here from Wildcard, 8 positions, 7 and 1, they are going to be facing off against Hero Stream, Godlike, Mad Kings, Evox, as well as Wildfangs. And for position 6 here, 4th, and is going to be playing into his Group B, where there is Learn from Past, Genesis, Meta Ninja, Sinway to worry about. But for Group C, there is Seoul versus the Esports and Revenant Xbox and Team Tamila. So the second position, the 3rd position, and the 5th position is gonna have, I don't know what to say, because in my opinion, I think Group C is pretty much the scariest group right now to be in.
Alright, okay. Group C seems to be the scariest group for you. Well, T-Sports is out there, Seoul is out there, Visista, Revenant Xbox, Team Tamilas in Group A. We had teams like Wildfangs and Godlike as well. Evox was also there in the mix of things. Since there is going to be a double round-robin format from the semi-final onwards, I feel like the way you get placed inside the groups does not matter. The fact that you actually get the semi-final ticket handed over to you, I think, is going to be the most important thing. And then, of course, even in the semi-finals, if you fail to actually prove a point, you do have the survival stage as well.
I like that mentality as well here. Sometimes, just making the semi-finals is great, but the real good teams, they can't seat themselves. Well, I think Nebula Esports being number 1 pretty much is set that I'm dodging Group C regardless of what happens.
Well, I'm pretty sure there are going to be some teams who actually think that Group C is actually the easiest of them all. But of course, which team goes to where, all of this is going to be figured out. It's just the first half of the last day of the wildcards, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more matches are still remaining, and we are going to be back after a very short break with those games. Don't go anywhere.
My hand falls, light against the shadows, green whispers of the
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here, and you guys are currently watching the last day of the wildcard stages. My name is ICBaby12 and we have Hi Super Johnny to take you through the competitions for today itself. Now, we are now officially reaching the halfway point of all the final matches here. We've concluded one group, but now another group is going to be starting their journey as well as the chase is on, because as of yet, we do see a little bit of plot twist coming in. That is going to be 8-Bit and Riot Nations concluding their matches, putting the somewhat benchmark at 98 points as of yet.
Yeah, exactly. And that just makes the whole situation a lot more interesting than it already was. Because now you kind of have a target set, but the chasers, what are they going to be up to? You have one Erangel, 2 maps of Miramar remaining, and if things do not really go your way, then, well, even though you're close, you might not be able to make it.
Yeah, it is going to be tricky here to be even as well here, especially for Kalinga Esports also looking for a little bit of chase. But here is going to be a little bit of announcement for you guys watching at home. BGIS 2026 tickets are now live on Sweeky Scenes. Book your seats and witness the Battleground Legends rise. And of course, it is going to be live in Hyderabad here for the semi-finals, and in the grand finals it is going to be in Chennai. So be sure to book your tickets, plan your accommodations, and then come on over, because you know what? I know for a fact in the fans, they're very excited to see one particular team.
Which one?
It's got a yellow logo.
It's got a yellow logo. I think it has a green logo though.
Who is it?
I mean, there are 2 teams that have the biggest fan bases.
Who do you think is going to have the most fans? During the semi-finals when they come over?
During the semi-finals?
Seoul, or is it going to be Hiroshima God?
Oh, I think we're going to let the fans decide, right?
Okay, you guys got to come down.
Both the armies, they show up, show us which one is the bigger one. But before we head towards the semi-finals, I guess we've got to still go to the wildcard stages and the remaining matches, where we have Group A going up against Group B now. And again, from Group B in particular, I think teams like K9 Esports, Kalinga Esports, that have still kind of maintained their fighting stance. Vanguard also put in the same list along with Last Star Day. This is the game that you basically pull yourself through across the finish line from. On the other side, to cause trouble, we're going to have teams like Higbozon, another team that we have a lot of hope for. You were the only one who didn't go for Higbozon, I believe, today.
Yeah, I actually went for Phoenix, and 2 games just completely got flopped as well, which is I feel sad, but there's nothing much I can do as well. They do have one more match at the end of the day, and it needs to be a big one here. If not, Phoenix is pretty much out of the race.
Pretty much. But on the other front, a lot of people showed hope for Higbozon. I was one of them, Necro, Salty. And then, of course, from the Hindi desk as well, we had support for this team. And all of that was backed by the performance they delivered on day 1. Not of day 2, not of day 3, because they were horrible. Now, the question for Higbozon, can you regain that same stance again? Are you going to be back with the same mindset as it was on day 1 of the wildcard stages?
Well, it's going to be a little bit tricky spot to be in here, but we got to stick around to find out, because the match is about to begin. We are going to be jumping straight into what's the map of Erangel, or in this case, the final map of Erangel here for the entire wildcard stages. Without further ado, let's take a look.
Well, it is time, as Icy mentioned, for the last Erangel of the wildcard stages. And for a few of these names, this could also very well turn out to be the last map that they get to play inside of BGIS 2026. So we'll have to see how this one goes out. And of course, as we spoke about, a few key names that are trying their level best to try and push through inside of the top 8. A few names have taken a slip, considering they weren't really playing the matches at the start of the day. Teams like K9 Esports are going to be there. Vanguard is going to be there in the list as well. Higbozon, again, a big opportunity for them to climb up to the top of the leaderboard. It is important that they make this count, and in particular for teams from Group B, they're playing 3 matches in a row. They better make the second one count.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, I want to bring back towards a conversation we had on the desk here, and obviously, we talked about teams coming in yellow, teams coming in green as well. There are also an animal that I'm so looking forward to see as well, as Orangutan is going to be playing in semifinals, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be another army that I'm looking forward to see.
Yeah, but I think the OG fans always just show up for the finals, not for the semis. I think I've noticed
What about Purple?
Purple? Which one's Purple?
Well, they're coming in from
Nebula.
this group.
I was going to say Nebula. I mean, yeah, hopefully Nebula has fans this time. This org was founded recently. I think last year was when in the first year for Nebula Esports, it was their debut. And my oh my, what a debut they've had in 2025, 2026. They got to have some fans who show up to support the side of Nebula. In fact, Adi and the boys.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Nebula Esports' walk-in is the best so far, especially during BMIC here with Adi lifting the banners. That was just wow.
Yeah, I think for me it was the more emotional one was from the side of Jelly.
Oh.
The side of True Rippers. But hey, all of that is a different conversation. Right now, we do have Aesthetic going up against Blind Rippers in the military base itself. And again, another hot take for my side is going to be the fact that this fight absolutely benefits no one.
Well, it benefits the rest of the pack here because position plays are going to be swinging the other way.
Yeah, all right, fair. But I think finish points are getting taken away. You lose 8 points on the board if both the teams get taken out.
Fair enough. Seems like Blind Rippers is going to be able to find the first knock, but Aesthetic, they are pretty much caught out in the open as well. They've lost Judd, and now Anurag is caught in a very awkward spot. Perfect nades being brought in by Johnny's life. Gets the knock through as well. Aesthetic always is able to find knock here. Signal gets taken out with the SJOK. Another pump comes through. They trade 2 for 2, and Blind Rippers, they're struggling here. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 situation here with Zoxy versus... Well, in this case, well, where's Litboy? For a second, I thought it looks like a 1 versus 1. Seems like it's going to be a 2v1, but Zoxy, he's all by himself.
Yeah, he's left all alone on the rooftop, and yeah, we're still trying to find the lost man from the side of Blind Rippers, but I believe he's hiding in a corner somewhere. Oh, there he is. This actually gave Aesthetic enough time to go for a reset. If that revive comes through, then Blind Rippers are going to have to build this fight from scratch. But always fighting for his life. Finally gets pushed by Zoxy. He's lost a lot of his HP and now is sandwiched from both the ends.
Yeah, and the nades here coming from Litboy actually taking out his teammates as well. So that's not going to be a pickup coming from True. Always here. Doesn't have mats. Last 5 bullets and Shoddy misses the first shot. Goes for the pump, but eventually goes down. That's going to be a Blind Rippers that takes them out. They get 4 points, but they lose 2 in the process. And like you said, benefits absolutely no one. All the finish points being gobbled up in the bottom.
Yeah, I think this is going to be upsetting if you are Myth, True Rippers, if you're Non-X, if you are Kalinga Esports, because these points could have helped you qualify. But on the other front, towards Ferry Pier, we have Genex FM getting pushed by Higboson, and Higboson, they've gotten decent control of this entire position, but they have to be cautious. There's Inimicals on the other side of Query, and then you have Kalinga Esports in Primorsk. So if they hear that commotion, there is potential for the third party from both these teams, but it is going to be Genex FM who actually kick things off in a brilliant manner. The opening knock found against the players of Higboson. With Ghost, he needs to find the second as well. Omega dropped extremely low, does get a reset going, and the trade, in fact, is on the board for Higboson. Now this fight is a 3v3.
Tough spot here. Higboson hero out in the open. Oh, Ghost actually read.
Why?
Actually, he actually crouched. He didn't commit to the spray. So Hero's able to somewhat cross the port. But Omega now from Higboson. Nades comes through, looking for the opener, tags up, goes from the sides. Genex FM. They're pretty much hunkered down in those warehouses. Doesn't want to overcommit, but Higboson, they're just losing so much time and utilities off this. Not finding any kind of openers here. Nate's not connecting. Genex FM just being very patient, baiting Higboson out of position. Seems to be a very smart play from Genex FM.
Yeah.
If they want to pull a Riot Nations, it could happen here, at least for Genex FM.
It can. It definitely can. But Genex FM, I think they should have had the edge in this fight a few moments ago, as you were talking about that spray commitment from Ghost. Hero should not be standing right now, and that might be the one decision or the one mistake from the side of Genex FM because of which they lose this fight, because now there's a cluster building up towards the military bridge as well. Last star they have moved in. There's another team, Non-X, I believe, who are holding on to that lighthouse right next to the bridge. But even though those fights are a little bit further away from here, the commotion can still be heard. If you have 6x scopes, you can still just ADS down to these compounds and have a look as to what is going on. But Snowjaw, he has gained access to the rooftop. Again, a lot of breathing room, a lot of movement space being gifted to Higboson in this fight by Genex FM. That should not be given.
It's going to be a tough spot to be in, but again, right now, Higboson, I'm really surprised they were able to sneak up towards the roof as well. Seems like Genex FM, they're losing all control. They're just trying to bait them out in. And they're hoping for potential third parties from teams looking to try and shoot them from afar. But who would have thought it's only stage 1? So
yeah,
teams, they hasn't exactly rotated in yet. So the longer this drags on, this is actually benefiting Genex FM, while Higboson is going to be caught out in the open.
Yeah, Higboson, they have to be very cautious. because Snowjord right now is very exposed, and as you mentioned, teams are moving in. Eventually they'll close in, and this team will have to run and cover. But hey, they might have missed the first time. They're not going to miss the second shot that they get. Hero finally gets knocked out, and because of this, Snowjord could be stuck on this rooftop. Genex FM, Ghost, he wants to take this fight, goes for the peek onto Snowjord, and he finds the opener. The numbers are going to be equalized, and Genex FM now will have the upper hand in this fight. They're getting that revive on Hero, and once it's there, Higbozon will be in a position to make this bounce, but as we say this, Icy, Inimickals are looking to move in. They're closing in a lot of distance towards these compounds.
My goodness, no cover fire. Omega was able to get a trade off, but at the same time, losing Snowjord is so deadly as well. But through the pixel, he finds one, he takes him out, but Inimicals was able to catch him out in the open and expose. Perfect third parties here coming from Inimicals, but Higbozon, they're pretty much done for. There's only one player remaining. They're going to try and find him as well. Hero is pretty much stuck out in the open as well. He's just proning on the ground. He just got his health up, but he is going to try and snake his way through, hoping that Inimicals doesn't see him in this corner as well. Such an awkward spot to be in. Hero, he cannot move a muscle. It's 1 versus 4. Inimicals, they're tracking every single corner, expecting there is still players alive, but they can't seem to find him. Look at this. Hero, he's shaking. He's shaking.
Yeah, it's a moment of desperation for the players of Higbozon, and as you mentioned, the nerves might just get him. Inimical still on the lookout from this particular group. The teams from Group A clashing against each other, and I think the ones that can cause the most chaos are going to be the ones sitting in top. Nebula, Myth, and Nonix. But these teams that have done well all this time are just taking a slow approach to this match, and Inimicals, I think, all they have to do is just survive Kalinga Esports. But Inimicals, I think, again, very, very far back in the overall leaderboard. So even if you get like a massive chicken dinner, it doesn't really change anything for you.
Exactly, but for Higbozon, they're pretty much race is going to be done. But seems like,
Hero,
Hero, don't shoot, no! He actually finds it, but he eventually goes down. He could have hit there. They could not see him. Oh, such an unfortunate run, but Inimicals, they will clean him up. Higbozon is going to be the team that goes out as well. It seems like today itself, for the first time in the wildcard stages, a majority of the casters has predicted the wrong team.
Oh, maybe we just casters curse them. Commentators curse on Higbozon. Apologies for that. But yeah, why are we apologizing? They could have qualified yesterday and day before yesterday as well. They were inside of the top 3 at the end of day 1.
Well, same can be said for Vanguard as well, but hopefully things are a little bit better for them.
Vanguard is at 94, so yeah.
They finally did a little bit of okay here today. The previous round wasn't the greatest performance, but they still got more points than they did in yesterday's performance. So technically, Vanguard still has a chance as well. 98 points is the points to beat, and that is going to be kicking out 8-Bit and Riot Nations. And as of yet, the closest to their target right now is going to be Vanguard and K9, while Nebula Esports, well, they are going to be the kings here of the wildcards, 100%. Nobody is even close to reaching 120 points as of yet.
Yeah, pretty much. But I feel like with how the matches are laid out, I think teams from Group A, this is a clutch moment for teams like Kalinga Esports, who have slowly and steadily slipped outside of the top 8. You have 3 matches in a row on the day where everyone is just setting targets, and all you have to do is just chase them down. Sounds easy, but Kalinga Esports, you can see the pressure. They're taking things extremely slow. Archit, he's there on the Query Hill scouting the opponents, but on the other front, True Rippers, another team that has kind of let us down. That's just me, though, maybe. 82 points on the overall leaderboard, hoping for a big game to see them qualify to the other side, considering this is the name that represented the nation in 2025 on the international circuit in the GC. And this year, 2026, a lot of people in the community had a lot of hope for True Rippers.
Yeah, during the grind as well, they were very dominant as well. They directly qualify into the quarterfinals, but now to actually slip out of the quarterfinals and then in the wildcard stages and also not making it to the land here for semifinals is going to be a big bummer. They've got a lot of heavy lifting they've got to do, but seems like they are going to give chase on towards Blind Rippers as the True Rippers are here to rip you apart. As the chase continues, they do find the knock. Hydro gets the knock True, and that's going to be a point here from True Rippers as these haven't exactly entered into the main island yet from the military island itself, because as of yet, stage 3 is about to show. Is it going to be a quarry circle? Nope, it is going to be a very pure quarry circle in between out in the open, and Vanguard has one of the prime positions. K9 is going to be coming from the north side, so True Rippers, they've got a lot of obstacles waiting for them as soon as they go make it into the main island.
Crossing the bridge is going to be a big challenge with Naksh, Mysterious 4 and Nonix present over there, and Myth as well now moving towards Ferry Pier. But as you were talking about Vanguard, I think there will be a big opportunity for them to get those finish points. But Naksh, Mysterious 4, I thought this was going to be the team doing well from here on out, but they lock horns with Nebula. They found a few elimination points to work with, but Ryu, he's finally moving in. Fragger, he heard that buggy approach, knows there's a man on the other side. Ryu, he's cooking up a nade, could go down, the nade lob, but Ryu could fall, and he falls indeed. Naksh, Mysterious 4 elimination points gained, not a single player lost, but yeah, that brings their total tally to 38 on the overall leaderboard, which basically does absolutely nothing to get you to the top 8.
This was a very interesting push coming from Nebula Esports here. I've never seen them get super aggressive. I thought they were going to ruin the game here for Mysterious 4, but that gives a little bit of hope here for Naksh Mysterious 4, which again seems to be near impossible as well, because their remaining 2 matches needs to be more than 30 Bomber to overtake 98 points. So, going to be a tricky spot here, but better than nothing as of yet. But for now, True Rippers, they've heard all these commotions from the side of Mysterious 4. They're still caught out in open. The smokes are there. Jelly is looking to try to scout things out, but Mysterious 4, they're already on their feet and they're on the run. As True Rippers may not be able to third party this at all. And as both teams still outside the zone, they're waiting for each other to actually push inside first and hoping to take advantage if any shots are being fired here. A game of patience between True Rippers and Mysterious 4. And in the close proximity right now, only these 2 teams are coming in from the east side. So I don't think there's going to be any kind of gunshots here.
On the other front, Blind Rippers have been eliminated. The last man standing was finished off. But Kalinga Esports, a big fight for them, going up against Tenzin, a team that I actually had hope for that they can qualify, but this fight, it's of the utmost importance. Tenzin, they make a mistake. Caesar just runs forward, gets knocked out by Owen, and Bunny in the backlines also is going to be lost. Things could take a dire turn for the players of Tenzin Esports as they find themselves down to their last man.
Oh my goodness, Kalinga Esports, they're struggling. Tenzin also losing hope as well. Omega is there to save the day, but at the same time, the floor is lava. He gets the confirmation, but eventually goes down. No, he didn't even get it. It was K9 that actually saved the day. And just like that, Kalinga Esports denied the points, and only 1 player remaining. And while this is happening as well, True Rippers finally collides against Mysterious 4 on the other side.
Yeah, this was a fight that had a little bit of build-up, and I think all of that just builds up to the explosion of the players of Naksh Mysterious 4, the annihilation handed at the hands of True Rippers. 6 elimination points picked up by True Rippers. Helps them out a little bit, but they need about 10 more to get to 98.
The race is still on. The chase is on. You can see everybody just skirmishing, playing as aggressive as they can to try and chase for the leaderboard.
I see the entirety of the second half of the leaderboard is out. And now it's actually the fight between the teams at the top to cross that 8th position. You have K9, Vanguard, True Rippers, Non-X, Kalinga Esports, Myth, and Lastade. All of these 7 names at one point with their inside of the top 8. They weren't playing, they've slipped out, and now is their time to strike. But only a few of them can get those points, and even fewer can get those spots for the semifinals.
Exactly, and it seems like Lastade is losing players as well as Vanguard is able to take a couple players in. Now that puts them at 95 points. But even for K9, they're trying to pull the lead here. Gets a nice knock onto his P-Cup. Down towards the warehouses, but can they find those confirmations? Vanguard also going to be trading fires here between K9 Esports. And this match is going to be interesting as well, because it is a fight for the top, a fight for survival, a fight for a chance to make it into the semifinals.
Pretty much, but I'm scared for Slug right now. He's overextended. And his teammates, they are there in the back lines. I wonder if they'll be able to keep him alive, as Kalinga Esports has started to circle this cliff, and Lastade and Vanguard have a line of fire. Shots fired onto PMWIGL. Slug barely avoiding getting knocked out. At least they have a decent spot inside of the play zone to work with. On the other side, Nonix, they've been pushed outside of the play zone. And they are being gatekept by the players of Myth. All around them, Rapido, who's so lucky to stay alive. Yeah, I spoke too soon. He gets knocked out and finished off.
Oh, nicely done here coming from Harshu and Lucifer to find him. But D-Talk now getting caught out in the open as well as Non-X Aim God still having a little bit of cover to work with, but they're not exactly inside the zone. So they do need to push out. Lucifer going to try and nail him out to smithereens, but no connection so far. As they try and rotate past the Myth official now. Going to try and save the Aatrox, but unfortunately the Aatrox is all by himself. The rest of this pack is really inside the zone, while Non-X struggles to find some sort of points as of yet. Tricky spot to be in. But with the smokes being set up as well, Non-X also trying to find a little bit of space to try and dodge the crosshairs coming in from K9, who apparently has full control of the entirety of Quarry, and even P-Cup has been pinned in those warehouses. So K9 Esports is just boxing everyone in as much as they can. And it's a tough spot to be in. And like you said as well, Slug out of position, but it is with intent to trap people.
It could be. They have to play very cautiously. That's the problem with having Slug out of the position, because he's that one man that's never going to be cautious. First instinct is to get up and start shooting. I mean, has the aim to back it up as well, but K9 desperately need points from this game. Myth on the other front. I think Myth and Non-X here are just ruining this match for each other. It's stage 4, stage 5 is going to be there in the next 14 seconds, and one of them needs to kick things off. This time it's going to be Myth. 2 players drop to the floor again. It's all down to AimGod, who's hiding inside the smoke, approached by Daddy. He gets taken out by the shotgun. And AimGod, oh, he was so close. He almost found the third man in line as well, but Myth, they end up being the team that comes out on top. 4 points secured from that fight.
What a timing here coming from Myth official, finding the opener and then allowing the Aatrox from outside the zone to actually pick off Non-X. That was brilliant. But while this is happening as well, Slug was able to hear all these commotions. He wants to try and snatch a few points, hoping to get a little bit lucky with the nades. But the Aatrox from outside the zone was able to take shots in. Unfortunately, the zone will take him out, so they will not be able to save his teammates. But Harshu gets his teammates up. Slug may look to try and push this here, but it may be not a good sign as Aatrox actually dies the zone. Slug actually playing it a little bit safe because of the shots from Aatrox. He actually backed out. Yeah,
that's a good call coming through from the players of K9 Esports. They have control of the play zone, so it's much easier for them to just go gatekeep the players of Myth official. Myth has 2 options. Either they push Inimicals or they push the players of K9 Esports, trade out positions with them, because they try to push the center. Look at that cluster. Lastade, Cosmic, and Knight will just mow down the entirety of Myth official if they try to make that bounce. But again, apart from Inimicals and P-Cup, the other 4 names that remain, in fact the other 5 names that remain, desperate for every single point that is left in this lobby right now.
Oh my goodness. And as of yet, the ones with power position is actually P-Cup and also Lastade.
Yeah.
Vanguard has a nice compound, but it's not going to be able to offer too much range in terms of shots as well. So it's going to be a tricky spot to work with. Hopefully things are going to be for the better. Myth official, they've lost all their vehicles, courtesy of K9 and also Non-X. But again, K9 Esports, they're still pinning Myth here, forcing them out into as a trap. But they are going to be running into his Inimicals very, very soon as K9 Esports slowly but surely trying to get control from the southern side of Quarry and on this southeast corners as they keep shoving Myth official out of the most awkward spots.
And look at Omega and Slug. They've moved in. Ninja Boy from the back does find the opening. They've been putting pressure on the players of Myth, just hoping that they can crumble them to bits. And Harshal, oh, this is going to be a mistake. He did not expect the sandwich to be complete. Oh, Inferno! He whiffs the entire mag. Harshal stays alive for a few more seconds, but he was spotted out, so not enough grace. But the nade from Mafia, it finds the knock, and Myth. I think this is going to be the end of Myth, because even K9 are desperate for these points. There it is. Inimicals actually end up racking and stacking all 3 of those points from the side of Myth official, but the fight is not done and dusted. Now they are going to have the attention of K9 Esports, because how dare you take those points?
Right, but at the same time, brilliantly done coming from K9 Esports, taking out 2 teams just by applying so much pressure and forcing them into one of the most awkward positions. And like I said, the pinch was perfect. The first team out was Non-X, pinned by between K9 and Myth. Next one is going to be Myth, now pinned between K9 and Inimicals. K9, they've cleaned out 2 teams, and now the next game plan is, you know what, Inimicals, take the loot. I want to go for position because the zone is about to close in, and they are grouping up to try and take a fight against P-Cup, who has one of the strongest power position. But for now, The circle is going to decide their fates here. Where does it shift? It shifts hard east, and Vanguard has prime position alongside with Lastade. This is one of the trickiest zones to play for teams coming from the west side, and also for True Rippers, who's still out in open on the east side.
Yeah, True Rippers have to cross this ridge, which basically puts them in the line of fire for Crypto and Insidious, and it's going to be very difficult for them to make this bounce. Plus, while you are on that ridge as well, Inimicals will have a line of fire to cause extra bit of damage. That is also another concern. But I think while it is easy to assume that Vanguard walks away with the chicken dinner right now, if you are K9 Esports, you need to push for the players of P-Cup. You need to get those 4 elimination points, because finishes is what it will come down to, whether you end up finishing inside of the top 8 or not after this game.
Wait a minute. Seems like Kalinga Esports, PMWI, was able to make it to the top 7 once more. That's going to be position points in play.
Where is he?
But he's actually stuck underneath Vijoy from P-Cup, and P-Cup has not pushed him yet.
We did not see him. I was just... Yeah, I kind of forgot that Kalinga Esports was also there in this game.
Okay, you know, they were one of the first teams that got picked up rather early, but let's see, True Ripper seems like they make the pounce down south, and Inimicals losing Cosmic. And they are going to try and take space from the south side. And even K9 is going to be joining in as well, looking to try and third-party this.
Oh, but it is going to be Inimicals that find not just 1, but 2 knocks. Mafia! What a spray! And now it's just Omega and Ninja Boy that are left. They're trying to run Mafia over, but they're not going to succeed. Omega goes down. K9, this is not looking good. And Inimicals, they have caused enough chaos. Ninja Boy can't really go anywhere. He's still trying his level best for the run over. But Inimicals now getting taken out by True Rippers. Jelly traded out. Inferno and Mafia are going to be still left standing in the backlines, but can they be the saviors for True Rippers? And Inimicals, I think, yeah, this is a menace that this team has caused in the last game itself. They have secured 8 eliminations. We knew they were going to need about 30 points per game. But is that actually going to happen?
It might just happen right here, right now. But Inimicals, they are looking for the reset as well. They pick up Garth. But True Rippers, they're still waiting for the slam. The nades are still available, and they are going to try and get a little bit lucky here. Inferno is down for the count, but they haven't found those confirmations yet. Mafia looking to try and set off smokes, but they're a little bit too late. True Rippers with the counter nades, but Mafia again finding the knock, the savior for the team, but at the same time, he gets traded off. It's up to Garth left for Inimicals, and True Rippers will land the perfect nade to clean them all up. Another point in the bag of True Rippers.
Another point in the bag of True Rippers, another placement point gained by K9 Esports. I think that is what they wanted to do. They wanted to push Inimicals into True Rippers, but they overextended and got punished. But top 5 on our screens. We still have Vanguard with all 4 players, True Rippers with all 4, and P-Cup Esports with all 4. Other than them, there's K9 with 1 last man left alive, and Lastade with just 2 players. But P-Cup and Lastade, they're playing the center. Vanguard has been pushed to the edge, but looking at the numbers, I think Vanguard is the one walking away with the chicken.
Yeah, it could be. But at the same time, passing 98 is where you want to be here.
Yes.
Considering that 8-bit and Riot Nations is the one to set the benchmark to be kicked out for the top 8. K9 has just crossed it. Vanguard has also just crossed it. And with the placement points in play, they should be able to overcome both 8-bit and also Riot Nations here in the tiebreaker as of yet. And to top it all off, there's still one more match after this as well for these 2 teams.
Also, there are 3 teams and only 2 teams that will get pushed out. So someone will be able to surpass 98 points and still be outside of the top 8.
It's going to be a tough spot to be in here. The cutoff is going to be going a little bit higher, but Ninja Boy is trying his best to try and get even more points, considering the fact that they made their first big mistakes in that game. Could not convert those points, getting taken out by Mafia was just phenomenal. But Ninja Boy, he finds the knock, but he needs those points, and he will secure it. That's going to be another point for K9.
Yeah, but finally, his information is compromised, and P-Cup Esports are in the range for the utils. All they have to do is just land 1 nade close to Ninja Boy, and he's going to be done for. But pressure being built on the players of P-Cup as well as Lastade and True Rippers. True Rippers on the move. Icy, look at that slam. They're going for the players of P-Cup Esports, who were already distracted, and there is the clash. Hydro first man to fall. Harsh in the backlines does find the trade. Ronnie and Jelly fighting for their lives. Do wipe the floor with P-Cup Esports, but Ninja Boy from the flank finds a knock, and True Rippers all left bleeding. 4 points on the board for K9 Esports, and they now get placement points as well.
Oh my goodness, True Rippers, they got completely shut down because of Ninja Boy. What a third party, what a spoil sport. But it's not truly over yet. We're down towards Lastade as well as Vanguard hears all this commotion. They are looking to try and third party this, but seems like Harsh is going to be the last player left from True Rippers as Ninja Boy looks to try and clean them up. Nades are coming in, but the zone is going to force them right on the edge. Harsh has a little bit of small breathing room to work with, but Ninja Boy, he needs those points. Top 3 is where he wants to be at least here. Best case scenario, but throughout all these commotions, Vanguard with the chicken dinner with no finishes again. This is very concerning for Vanguard.
Just one finish on the board for Vanguard. And it is going to be a big concern, but True Rippers, I think they have already fixed their mistake. 12 eliminations. Same can't be said for K9 Esports. Ninja Boy finally forced out. Just, I believe, 4 points for placement, 4 for finishes. So 8 points coming through for K9 Esports. Although they still have, I believe, one more match left after this. So opportunity to recover if they want to is going to be there. They need at least 15 points in the last game that they have to play. But Vanguard, I think from here, they need to pick up all 3 points and the chicken dinner. Because then they will have about 14 points on the board. And I think that will not change a lot, but at least it keeps them in a fighting stance.
Exactly. He's going to push them into the triple-digit marks as well.
Yes.
It's going to be a tricky spot here, but for Lastade, a chicken dinner and all these finishes will give them a shot as well in their final game later on, which in this case is going to be a tricky spot to be in. Tough luck. But at the same time, Harsh from the side, True Rippers, trying to make the impossible happen as of yet. Top 2 is the best you can ask for, but with the zone in play, favoring both Vanguard and Lastade Esports, he is going to be the first point of interest for all these teams to look at. Lastade, Vanguard, paying attention towards Harsh. Best case scenario, Harsh helps out Lastade with a knock, but he's getting straight through the smoke. Connection has been made, and he's going to go down. And it is going to be Insidious that actually gets the confirmation. But Harsh actually knocking a player from Lastade means that Vanguard is here losing potential points here. They need to go in for the chase now.
And they need to find the finish first and then go for the last player. Otherwise, they miss out on 1 point, and every single is important. But they are going for that last man who finds a trade. Lastade, oh my goodness, I thought he was going to get it. He got the second man as well. But Vanguard, with the numbers advantage, are able to close out this game. But the question is, how close are they going to be to the podium?
This is nerve-wracking here, Johnny. The chase, the race for the top 8 is just so tight, so close. But as of yet, a lot of teams are starting to break past the 98 point as of yet. The higher, the better, obviously. 110 points pretty much gives you a little bit of safety net, especially with 2 more matches remaining. But still, for Riot Nations, who had one of the most miraculous comeback now, just might be slipping out here.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the case over here. But it's not just them. I'm also concerned about Reckoning Esports. What's their fate going to be? And now after this game, with how True Rippers has played, how Lastade has played, and, well, how Nonix was playing as well. In fact, how Myth was playing. I have concerns for K9 Esports. Because you see the desperation of Group B. They are about to play their last game. It is going to be the next map. The top 5 of this particular game were all teams from Group B.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, this phenomenal play coming from Ninja Boy to try and salvage the mistake that they did against Inimicos was able to give them a decent amount of points. So it does give them a small little safety wiggle room to kind of work with, but it's still not enough because, like you said, True Rippers also a big contender to try and go in for the slam. And this play here was a little bit of questionable play, but they still got those points coming from Vanguard.
Man, a few weapons inside of the game, I have to say, are completely broken. Like that MG over there made the opponents look like they were made of cloth. But anyways, Vanguard and their stats, all 3 finishes, 100% finish contribution. In fact, from Insidious, you got all 3 players.
This is the second lowest winner chicken dinner I've seen in the entire Wildcard stages. Only 3 finishes. And the lowest is still currently held by Wingard with 2 finishes and the chicken dinner.
Oh, wow. I mean, I wonder if we are going to get like one finish. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a 0 finish winner chicken dinner?
No, I haven't.
Me too.
Not in a competitive game, actually.
Yeah. Custom games, yeah, sure, you can just rig it, but...
There used to be an achievement, I don't know if it's still there. It was back in the days there used to be an achievement if you could finish a game without any finishes.
Any finishes,
yeah. It was
but
called,
if your teammate gets finishes, it's fine.
It was Peaceful or something. That was what the medal was called. It's been so long, I've forgotten what it was exactly. But one thing we should never forget is that the tickets are live right now, ladies and gentlemen, for BGIS 2026. Head over to Swiggy Scenes and book your seats and witness the Battleground Legends rise. And of course, if you're wondering what's the quickest way to get to Swiggy Scenes to book your tickets, well, I assume the chat section is going to be either right there, or if you have it in theater mode, it's going to be down there. The link is pinned. Go ahead and book your ticket. Some people do that. They watch the broadcast in theater mode.
I don't know, man. Like, if you're using on a laptop or a PC, the live chat is going to be somewhere here. But if you're on a phone, it's going to be somewhere down here.
Yeah, pretty much. Just tap on the link, book your tickets. We are going to be there. But we do not know still which teams are going to be joining us from here on out. We're still trying to find that out.
Okay, here's the spoilers for you guys. Nebula is the only team
Victorious
that I think
Summers
is safe.
as well.
Victorious Summers,
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah.
6 slots remaining. 2 more matches to go. I think maybe down towards like realistically 5 more teams in 5 more slots available.
Could be. I mean, but considering that teams from there is, I think, all right. Group C also has a game left, right?
Yeah.
Group D is the one
Both
that's done
teams,
with the matches.
So there's there is still 1 more matches remaining here, and I think Phoenix Esports is on the hottest seat right now.
Ooh, that is gonna be tough. I mean, Somraj, technically the defending champion of the trophy, the IGL of the team that lifted the last trophy for BGIS, not being present for the finals, but that's a different story. You were talking about this Ninja Boy just correcting the mistakes that were made by the players of K9 Esports. Got about 4 points for his team, which was a decent outing, but K9 Esports, I believe, could have done so much better. Their position on the hill towards the western edge was phenomenal. All they had to do is just push peak up instead of going after the players of True Rippers and Inimicals.
I think macro decision-wise, K9 Esports did a phenomenal job of just thinning their hair, cutting out, making those the end game zone was right. But it's just one costly mistake, which was again pushing Inimicals, getting a free spray from Mafia, thinking that they were knocked by True Rippers was just a blunder. There was just unexpected calculations as well. And despite all the shoving, they could not convert all the points at all to actually even, have a big game. But still, 9 points is still decent.
Yeah, 9 points. It's a decent outing. I think it keeps them in the fight, but I'm just hoping they end the journey with a chicken dinner in the next game. But these are the point standings for this particular match. We all know the maximum amount of peak interest, basically, if you call it, is going to be on the overall leaderboard right now, especially with Nonix also being forced to an early exit. I think, Nonix, their form has completely slipped away after the grind stages came to an end. Since then, we haven't really seen Rapido or Arthur perform the same way they did during the grind.
Now, let's talk about the damage report as well here. The biggest trendsetters from that match as well here has to be coming from K9. They conquered the quarry here. They forced every single team to get shoved into those awkward situations and getting taken out. True Rippers was actually clashing against everyone from Southeast corner, just taking out all those points without being third party, which is phenomenal. But now, with that being said, Vanguard now breaks past into the 107 points marker with 3 chicken dinners, being the only team in the top 8 right now with a total of 3 winner chicken dinners. Very, very impressive.
I would like to officially apologize to you because even Victorious Shomas aren't safe. Even Vanguard isn't safe. 107 to, let's go to the 11th position. 87. 20 points between the two sides. You still have matches left. Although for Vanguard, they need to make the next one count. Same goes for Victorious Shomas. The next game, whenever they show up, they need to make it count. K9 Esports about to play their last game. True Rippers is about to play their last game. So these teams need to perform out of their minds. I think 15 points is where you attain safety. All 3 of them need about 10 to 15 points each.
Exactly. But at the same time, from the top 8 itself, Riot Nations and 8-Bit is having 98 points. And currently the closest to them is actually Phoenix with 88 points. So that means in their last final game, the only way Phoenix qualifies is they need to break past 98 and then more. Just because right below them is going to be Myth Official, who has 2 more matches themselves, which they are going to be playing back-to-back. So it is going to be risky, but we do have a rough idea on who's going to be qualifying here. At least the top 3 to top 4 is kind of safe right now.
Also, if I was to give a lot of people false hope over here, Higbozon need about 40 points to qualify and they have 2 matches left. So technically, they can still push through. But it's a big technicality.
But if that happens, that means other teams are not going to be able to qualify.
Hey, it's fun, right? The wildcard stages are very fun. No one's complaining about it.
Fair enough.
Definitely not non-X who are not able to perform.
Well, I'm going to be sad for some teams, but...
Take a name.
Really?
Yeah.
We can do that? I'm sad for Riot Nations now.
Right,
Because
right.
they are the benchmark.
Yeah, they're going to slip out eventually. And we're going to see when that happens. Is it going to happen in the next game? Or are we going to go down to the wire for the last match itself? But for now, a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
My hand of glory, light against the shadows, green whispers of the elder tree, the dying forest free. To the roots and to the sky. Watch the darkness liquefy. From the ashes, we will grow. Where starlight weaves a living thread, birth of light, ray along. Watch the wildwood wake alive.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. A bit of a change this time, and yeah, speaking of the previous game, man, so many teams still in contention. It feels like even the second team is currently not safe because there's a chance the cutoff can actually go higher than 110 points.
Absolutely. I mean, currently, the way the teams are standing right now, if you have 98 points, you're sitting at the edge. Everybody thought that Riot Nations, after that performance, they're going to move in, but it seems like that's not happening.
But if you look at the overall difference between the top 8 and then the teams that are currently sitting on the 9th spot, there's a decent bit of points separating that 8th and the 9th spot. So you can say maybe the cutoff can still be around 106 or 107 points, even if the teams on the latter half of the board do try their best to pretty much try and make that bounce back. Now, speaking of H4K, they've only got one game to go, and they're currently sitting with 79 points, which means they need a 25-pointer in the last game to solidify that slot towards the future.
Easily. But you know what? I'm thinking of something else. H4K, the way the games have been in the past, like you look at the way they've been playing, they know how to get those finished numbers. But the point is, they don't really get finished numbers and a big chicken dinner in the same game itself. It always seems like they are going to get some elimination points and then they get eliminated as well. So for H4K to actually ensure that in their last game they get both the amount of finish points they want as well as the chicken dinner is going to take a long stretch for them, to be honest.
And looking at those highlights too from that previous game, one thing is for sure, off the rip, things really started off with a lot of chaos. Aesthetics and Blind Rippers going off against each other, both the teams not in contention to qualify, not even standing a chance. Blind Rippers did eliminate them, but then for Hikbozan, things really took an evil turn. We thought Hikbozan can actually win the fight easily, but then a third party as well came through from Inimicals, eliminating Hikbozan from the game.
You know, this was expected, to be honest. Hikbozan, the way they have been playing so far, you could see the drop in momentum coming in after the first day as well. So I'm expecting Hikbozan to come out with a blinder for performance, a little bit of change in setup as well. They are going to be playing the map of Miramar last. So if maybe, just maybe, Erangel's not working out for Hikbozan, maybe the Miramars can actually do the myth.
Yeah, definitely can do it, but at the same time, they've got so many teams that they're going to be fighting off against. Teams like Lastade, Kalinga Esports, H4K, and the names just keep on going on. Let's not forget a team like Myth, because Myth has only played 10 games so far. They've still got 2 more games to go in the future, and a team like Myth, all it takes is just Circle popping up on top of them, and they're instantly going to secure that game.
Absolutely, but can they handle the pressure? Can they handle every single team, you know, having a bounty for their heads as well? It's going to be tough, you know. It's never really easy to play these last stretch matches because, of course, you know, last 2 games before the LAN semi-finals come through as well. This is the highest stakes that you've seen in the competition. For Myth to actually handle all of that and ensure that they get enough points to move past the top 8, it's not going to be easy for sure. Now, all of a sudden, you've got big names making moves on the overalls. You've got True Rippers making moves. You've got Inimicals as well.
Yeah.
Myth Official, they are currently outside the top 8. For them to get back in, it's going to take a massive game for sure.
I mean, look, Inimicals is not making any sort of moves
100%.
in the overall standings. They're just too far back. There's no possible way Inimicals can even think of mounting a comeback now. But True Rippers, the way they played that previous game, one thing is for sure, it is sort of solidifying that slot towards the top 8. Now, True Rippers, they need to replicate the same thing what they did in that previous game, and that slot will be literally just given to them. Speaking of K9 Esports, currently sitting on the edge. They've got 100 points secured, and you can't say that K9 Esports, if they get 10 points in the upcoming game, even they've done the job.
Absolutely. You know, for K9, for Reckoning, it's not really going to make a difference. But the difference is going to be for Reckoning Esports. The difference is going to be for likes of 8-Bit, for the likes of Riot Nations as well, who currently sit at the bottom of that top 8 right now. 8-Bit with 98 points, Riot Nations with 98 points as well. They've finished off their 12 matches. Phoenix Esports still has a game in hand. You've got Myth Official with 2 games in hand as well. And Nonex sitting at 87 points with 10 matches. These are going to be the most likely teams who are coming at you.
And
What
look
can
at
you
that
do?
difference. Look at that difference from the 8th till the 9th spot. 98 point is the current cutoff from Riot Nations. And then you look at Phoenix Esports sitting with 88 points on the 9th spot. That's a decent bit of points separating them. Now for Phoenix Esports, we know they're going to be playing that last game. That's when Phoenix Esports can stand a chance to maybe mount that comeback and get a chicken dinner. That's the only thing that's going to potentially save the day for them. Speaking of Myth, they've got the 2 games to play, which means in the upcoming 2 games, even if Myth gets 15 points, that's still going to make sure their qualification is going to be happening. Nonix, the same thing can be said for them as well. They need 15 points per game, then maybe they can qualify too. Speaking of Kalinga Esports, they need nothing short of a 30 bomber.
Absolutely. You know what? I feel like in my books, it is just going to be Non-X or maybe even Phoenix Esports who can actually cross over the mark as well. I'm just going to count out Myth Official in this one because I haven't really seen that big of a performance come in inside of the wildcards for sure coming in from them. But you see that tie between 8-Bit and Riot Nations. That is where my heart really swells for a moment because it's going to feel sad if Riot Nations get taken down due to that tiebreaker of position points. It's going to be so sad. They've gotten 72 eliminations throughout the wildcard, something which is beyond True Ripper, something which is beyond a lot of other teams, even K9 and Victorious Summers as well. But imagine still not making it through just because the other team had more position points.
Today itself, Riot Nations was just doing so good, man. The way they were playing, just taking those fights, somehow eliminating anyone that stood against them. And then when it came down to that last game, that's when Riot Nations choked. They were not even able to secure 10 points off of that game. And because of that, there's a big chance Riot Nations can be eliminated. Not a big one, a massive chance. Possibilities there. Now, speaking of Nebula Esports, look, I already understand they're qualified. But the fact that there's still 2 more matches left for Nebula Esports, it's quite concerning. Now, imagine if Nebula Esports just goes absolutely haywire, absolutely gung-ho, and just start nailing down anyone that stands against him. It's going to be creating that vacuum of points in the first half itself.
100%, but if they do go against the teams who are placed at the bottom of the leaderboard, then maybe things are going to be a little different. Things are going to be a little difficult. But Nebula, for sure, I think they've just been creme de la creme inside of the wildcards. The best performance that you've seen from Nebula Esports throughout the BGIS. And I'm loving the fact that this team peaked just before the LAN semi-finals are around the corner. So you know they are going to be carrying forward that form towards the LAN stages. On the other page, of course, there are going to be 2 teams. Our eyes are going to be on Higg Boson for sure on the 17th spot. They've got 2 more matches remaining, 68 points. Necro, still very far away. 30 points from the last 2 games. It's not going to be easy.
Look, Higg Boson at this point, they need around 35 points to be around the safety block, which is absolutely possible. Look, 15 points per game, Higg Boson can do it. We've seen them do it in the past as well. Specifically speaking of the grind, you know how consistent this team was. Every single game you would see Higg Boson easily inside of the top 5, getting a decent bit of elimination points as well, and of course the placement points coupled with that. So I do believe that Higg Boson definitely does possess that caliber. But that also means that someone from the top 8 will be kicked out as well. Now let's just say that Riot Nations, they will be guaranteed kicked out since they've got 98 points, and the team above Riot Nations as well will be kicked out since even they've got 98 points.
They're the only 2 teams who have actually not crossed that 100-point mark as well. Even True Rippers have touched 100 points. So basically right now, if you touch 100 points, you are going to be moving in through. But for all of you guys, you don't need to touch the 100-point mark to actually come to the LAN semi-finals.
Right?
All you can do is actually go to Swiggy Scenes and purchase a ticket to the BGI semi-finals. The action is going to be action-packed. Well, the action is going to be action-packed. That's the worst line I've said in my life, to be honest.
It just does not
make sense. But what makes sense is the LAN semi-finals. Make sure you are there. Find the tickets on Swiggy Scenes, and we are going to be there as well to greet all of you guys.
And just to let you guys know, make sure you're doing it as soon as possible, because later on there's a chance the tickets can be out of stock. So just go ahead and grab your tickets right now. Just do it. But you know what? Back towards the conversation once again, since that's currently the most important thing. So many teams for them, their dreams are on the line. Imagine you've been working hard Wildcard since the start. Since you were a kid, you've been wanting to be that champion. You've been wanting to be the esports athlete. But right now, your dreams are on the verge of being shattered. If you're there somewhere between the 9th and the 16th spot, you're really close. Higboson as well still stands a chance. They've got 68 points. But this game, man, it's going to mean a lot. If they manage to get 20 points, I believe Higboson will qualify.
Absolutely. 20 points in this game. I think Higboson will put themselves...
They will have 98 points.
They haven't... No, they'll have 88 points, bro.
Yeah. My maths is a little bit weak. Let's not go there, but yeah, somewhere around that, right? So let's just say that they will be extremely close.
They'll be extremely close for sure. I think Higboson Esports, if this game, they convert this one, I'm pretty sure Higboson is going through because they are a momentum-heavy team. But this big game becomes the most important for every other team out there as well, even the ones who aren't playing. 8-Bit is going to be watching this game, Right Nations is going to be watching this game, and all they can do is just try and put up a cross in their fingers and hoping that they actually move through.
I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid. 8-Bit and Riot Nations are not going to make it. I don't think the cutoff is going to be 98. It is what it is. There's too many teams on the 9th till the 16th spot who've still got 2 games left over. And there's no freaking way that they're not going to be able to cross 10 points in the span of 2 games. It's definitely going to happen. I'm ripping the Band-Aid. There's a chance we will see 8-Bit and Riot Nations eliminated from this tournament. Not a chance. It will happen.
There's an uncanny similarity between you and Maisie from the Hindi test. You know what? I was over there in the Hindi studio. Maisie was saying the same thing as well. And to be very honest, I agree with all of you guys. It seems like 98 isn't going to be enough, but I am just being optimistic. Riot Nations and their efforts today, I don't really want that to go in vain, ladies and gentlemen, but it seems like the counter on the clock is coming to a close. We are moving on to the battlefields of Miramar, and we'll see you right there.
It's the second last game of the wild card, and you already know this plane fly path, it's going to be shattering a lot of dreams and a lot of hopes. This map of Miramar comes with a new ray of hope that might just be great for a few, but can be devastating for the most. And this plane fly path starting all the way from Los Leones towards Campo Militar, all the way towards the right side of the map. If you do want to move towards El Pozo, now that's going to be an impossible stretch, which also means Nebula, they're going to be off to an aggressive start since they're not going to be going towards their home turf.
Absolutely, and the same can be said for Phoenix Esports as well. They're not going to be playing this game. They will come in the last game. So maybe Phoenix Esports, they are not going to be missing this flight path. Absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't really matter. You've got K9, you've got True Rippers, you've got Kalinga Esports as well. Kalinga Esports on the other side, just barely keeping themselves alive, but still outside the top 8. So, hoping for a big one. And Miramar has been their strength lately. Miramar has been also the strength of teams like Higboson, teams like Nonix Esports. Majority of their bounce back happens here. Nonix, we all remember what happened inside of the grind. 3 matches played, 95 points. They need to repeat that once again. They're not so far away. They've got 2 more games remaining, but more than 100 points is what you are chasing, and it's not going to be easy for sure.
That's how Nonix have always been though, right? Especially when their head's on the swivel, Nonix always performs.
Yeah.
And they barely made it out alive as well from the round 4, by the way. Somehow, just crossed that finish line, and now they're over here inside of the wild cards. It's like they've got the hand of God with them. And there's a chance Nonix can actually qualify from here as well towards the semifinals. Anything can happen. Things are unpredictable. Looking at the circle too, Puerto Paraiso, that's going to be a decent spot. Still Los Leones, heavily contested by Kalinga Esports and Vanguard right underneath it. Then you've also got Myth around that southern side. For Myth, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like. Aesthetics and Inimicals, locking horns. Aesthetics once again going for that early game drop clash, which is going to be interesting. While Inimicals, even they've probably given up.
Absolutely. I think there's nothing in store for Inimicals right now. Mafia, of course, in position. You can see these lads, they are not really willing to take this fight right at the get-go. Inimicals wanted to have a good game, but Aesthetics will deny that exit from Toriyamada. And this is so far away from the circle. Mind you, the first circle has landed already, ladies and gentlemen, and it is towards Los Leones. So potentially we are moving to an urban finish. Teams will have to rotate quick, get good real estate for themselves, and place their bets whether or not they're going to win that urban battle or no.
Aesthetics with 3 players, at least up close. And then you've got Inimicals on the screen for them, Inferno, Mafia, and one more guy right next to him, around that proximity as well. The way Aesthetics has been playing so far inside of the wild cards, things have been looking pretty concerning. And as of now, eyeing out Inimicals in the front. It's not going to be a pressurizing situation at all, but what just happened? Vanguard catching one of the men of the Kalinga Esports off guard. That's so unfortunate. Kalinga Esports, they needed this game, and now they need to continue the journey with just a 3-man squad. Kalinga, how can you mess up like that? No. You still had a chance to qualify. You needed a chicken dinner, and then you mess up like that. That's pretty much a knife through your heart. That's going to hurt.
Vanguard is going to be so happy about it, for sure. 108 points already off the mark. This is going to be their last game also, by the way, so they will be looking to get as close to Nebula Esports as possible. On the other side, Kalinga Esports, I think this finish is going to hurt them the most, for sure. They were looking to cross on that 100-point mark as well. This is also their last game, but 3 men being available for you. It's not going to be easy.
Indeed.
This deadlock, by the way, it actually hurts both Team Aesthetics and Team Inimicals, and I have no clue why these 8 players are just pinned in this region.
I mean, it doesn't even matter, man. I highly doubt they even care about this anymore. Because they know they're not going to qualify. Aesthetics, they know as well. They're probably just fighting to sharpen their skills, I guess. Just here to have fun, ruin a few games. And they do not know that it's Inimical in front of them. There's a chance they probably think that it is someone that still stands a chance to qualify, but it's Inimicals that they're facing. It is one of those stalemates that I highly doubt are going to be coming to fruition. Nebula Esports on the move. I thought we might just see an aggressive Nebula, but instead they dropped all the way towards Partona on the safer side of the spectrum, and now heading inside of the circle. Want to be as quick as possible with that rotation. And they will be pretty quick. Already done with the loot, getting their hands on the vehicle as well. Already on the move towards the centric part. So yeah, for Nebula, it's going to be a good climb.
I'm pretty sure Nebula Esports, they are running into its Myth and Vanguard. Right on the finish feed, we saw these two teams duking it out. So maybe Nebula can hear those shots from the distance. It is still quite a hefty distance that they need to cover, but initially it almost seemed like Nebula Esports are just walking into Myth Official. But that did not happen. Vanguard, they are gonna suffer a loss early on. Myth Official with the first finish on board. It seems like they're on the right track. And Myth Official, I think they haven't really been that bad, to be honest, Necro. We've been very critical about this team of only converting the circles where they do end up at the center. But it seems like a circle which they would love. If they do get good spots inside of Lost Lane, maybe Myth Official can actually convert this game, potentially moving into the semifinals.
Once again, the key word is, though, seems like. We do not know if they're going to be in the advantageous spot.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. If you're relying on RNG for your performance to be there, that's already a lose situation for you. That's what I personally believe. What are the odds that inside of the semifinals, imagine, even if you do qualify from here towards the semifinals, what are the odds that you will get your own favorable zones?
Yeah.
Pretty less. So you cannot just rely on the odds with you for the circle constantly forming on top of you. Luck is never a factor, especially when you're an athlete. You're supposed to compensate luck with your own skills.
Well, let's find out if Myth Official can do that. We are currently spectating them for sure. They are on the south side of Lost Laners right now. Multiple teams are going to be right around them. You can spot Vanguard on their north side. Then, of course, you've got Nebula Esports just rotating in from their south side as well. Myth Official on the other side. Information being passed. Insidious has been spotted. Retrox has been one of those lads in the past couple of days that has really shouldered responsibility for Myth Official. And I still want to see when pressure is at its absolute peak, can Retrox perform yet again?
That's a good question. And speaking of that man in general, for Myth, the first game wasn't that great. The second game has to be on the point, has to be on the mark. Pretty much an ace. For Hick Bozon, the upcoming 2 games, they need to be massive. Nothing short of that. Let's say the first game they get 25 points, then maybe Hick Bozon will be extremely close. And then the next game, they will need 10 points to pretty much nail down that position. That's still a lot of lifting to do. But since it's Hick Bozon, I'm still going to make sure, or still going to have my hopes high. The way they're currently positioning themselves around Impala, once again, just trying to play around that centric part, hoping that the circle is going to be forming around them. So that's a different thing.
Even Nebula Esports has been one of those teams who has suffered the loss in form at the early stage of the competition. They went through 2 months of grueling action, but finally when the LAN stages, when the main stage is about to arrive, Nebula Esports finally show up, especially in the wildcards. I feel like for Higbo's on Esports, something of a similar measure needs to be there. They have been struggling in their firefights lately, especially after their first day in the wildcard. Something must have happened. Higbo's on, if they do have the answer to those questions, 30 points in 2 games shouldn't really be a challenge for them, but if they do get eliminated from this point on, it's going to be a big shocker. I've never really seen somebody drop down from being #1 after day 1 of wildcards to completely outside the top 8. It's just insane stuff.
They're outside of the top 16 as well right now, so
Yeah.
too far back. Too out of contention. But that's what I'm saying. They need 25 points off of this game, and then only maybe Higbo's can still stand a chance.
To
Which
be
also
honest-
means they cannot just sit down in one spot and wait for a chicken dinner. No. They also need to start racking up elimination points.
Yet, to be honest, Necro K9 Esports as well haven't really been in the best of forms lately. The way they were playing inside the grind versus now inside the quarterfinals and the wildcard, you don't see that fearless K9 Esports anymore. But one player I really want to give credit for has to be Knight, because he's been saving the day for K9 time and time again. Ninja Boy also, I think, has been pulling off some amazing performances solo, surviving some clutch moments as well. It's just Slug and Omega who needs to find that rhythm, who needs to find that flow of finishes, and then K9 Esports once again are going to be unstoppable.
I mentioned this too in the past, man. I mean, Ninja Boy and Knight, they're doing a great job. But for some reason, Slug is not able to wake up. Omega as well, yeah, when it comes to the elimination points, the man's not able to compensate that well and even contribute that well. But speaking of Slug, he's always been that person to rack up those elimination points. But I do understand the reason why Slug is not able to perform as well. Slug's playstyle has always been a little bit off. He's not a person that likes to straight up head on inside of the fights. Instead, he's always someone who would wrap up from the back and create those flank angles. But the way K9 Esports has been recently taking those fights, they're just not able to last that well in a fight.
Yeah, true that.
The only way Slug can actually find an off angle is if K9 Esports engages in a fight and actually stays alive for a long time. They're just not able to stay alive for a long time.
That's very true, in fact. One good thing is they have ensured a consistent flow of points. That is one of the reasons why they've crossed on that 100-point mark. It's never easy when all 4 of your players aren't in form. This is where K9 Esports actually topple down the undergods. They've got the experience, they've got the maturity as well, they've got the staff in the back end who's constantly feeding them information on where the teams are. But elsewhere, have a look at this, Mysterious 4. They are going to be picking up a player from Pickup Esports. Rambo has been picked off and finished off as well. That is brilliant stuff, Mysterious 4. This was one of those teams in the grind we were looking out for, and they were performing brilliantly. We've seen them being placed in top 5, top 3 for a considerable amount of time, but come the wildcards, Mysterious 4, they've just absolutely lost that momentum. Now they are, of course, on their knees. Sketch goes in for the revive. The smoke isn't really going to protect you. And from the backlines, even Inimicals are approaching. It's deadly news for them.
Even the Blues doing significant amount of damage. You cannot even ignore that. Mysterious 4 still on the edge. Backs against the wall. Tenzin's 2 on the sidelines. What do? Nowhere is safe. Then you see a few more teams crossing that blue line. And we all wanted to see Aesthetics and Inimicals lock horns to Astoria Muda, but instead, both of them just separated their own ways.
Yeah.
They were like, you know what, no need to fight. Let's just head inside of the circle first and then see what you need to do. Which is a little bit mature, but since you're already giving up on the qualification, you might as well just duked it out.
I mean, potentially you still want to be inside. This is, of course, your last game inside of BGIS 2026. Master might as well outlast everyone else, but have a look at this. Harsh True Rippers. They are falling down as shots coming in from Mysterious 4. They are deadly. Hydro falls as well. True Rippers absolutely in shambles.
Oh my god, True Rippers is not safe yet. They cannot afford to be eliminated from the game. Wait, for them now there's just one man standing. 102 points secured from the side of True Rippers. They're not across the safety line yet. Inimicals 2 now just wanting to step inside of the playing field. Maybe disrupt the flow for True Rippers even more. Hirsch is still knocked out. And Hirsch is probably going to be confirmed. Higbo's on 2 around the fray. This is going to be real interesting. There we go. Bunny spotted. He's catching a bit of that hurt upon himself. Inimicals pushing up still. Making sure that Higbo's going to be the one to back away from this spot.
this could have been an opportunity for Higgbozon as well, had they taken the fight against Inimicals, potentially against True Rippers as well. Look at the nade coming in. Kalinga Esports, rest in peace last Saturday. That is exactly what they were saying. And Kalinga Esports, they're still holding on, but not really with a lot of HP. It's just Arshit who still has a considerable amount of HP. One player is going to get brought back. Nebula Esports coming from the sidelines. They're going to take off their final play. It's just Arshit.
Oh my god.
Still stay safe, but the way Nebula was
It's
hunting
done.
down Kalinga Esports, it seems like done. Yeah, it is done. in
It's
fact.
done. Kalinga, Lastade, pretty much eliminated from this tournament. Lastade is definitely eliminated. For Kalinga Esports, now they've only got one man standing. What are the odds that the person is able to secure 15 elimination points with a chicken dinner? Extremely low. Next to impossible.
But True Rippers is a very interesting topic, Necro. I feel like True Rippers with 102 points, they are going to be standing right at the cusp of death. If they don't get any more points from this point on, I'm pretty sure 8-Bit and Riot Nations, they are going to get eliminated for 100%.
Yeah, it will definitely happen. And True Rippers desperately needed these points too. They were struggling on the spectrum. And looking at what's happening currently, one thing is for sure that it's going to be real tough. For True Rippers, the crazy part is this is their last game. And if they're not even able to get 5 more points, they're done for. That's what I personally believe. Inimicals now getting pounced on by Gen XFM. But Gen XFM as well, there's going to be a return trade on top of them. Another man falls apart. Gen XFM just getting wrapped up. It's not a great news. Dropping down in bodies, it's not a good thing. Gen XFM, now for them, it's just one man standing. That's going to be Damu. And Inimicals, they're pretty much on the verge of wrapping up Gen XFM and sending them back to the lobby.
But look at that, Higgbozon from the back lines. This can be a genius move, 1000 IQ move coming in from HB because they have rallied up behind the lads from Inimicals. And look at those nades fly. Bunny, of course, is quite low on HP. Omega in the clotheslines, he falls. Higgbozon Esports, all of a sudden, they've been shut down yet again. And Inimicals, they're not stopping. It's just one lad, Hero, who's still alive. And it seems like from the back lines,
Oh my god!
Numbered Higgbozon Esports, they have been eliminated. And Gen XFM, they want to put a full stop to Inimicals as well.
With this, Higgbozon has also been eliminated from the tournament. An unexpected elimination. Crazy thing. Gen XFM on the screen. That last person, he's on the run. I mean, for him, he pretty much knows that it's done for. He just can't do anything about it. But Higgbozon, man, it is definitely hurting. It is definitely stinging.
What a shocker coming in from Inimicals as well. The way they dished out damage to two teams in the same fight, eliminated the likes of Higgbozon from this map. It was brilliant stuff. Now all that remains to be seen is can HB come back in the last game? Could have been a beautiful fight. Their timing of the third party was brilliant. But somehow, those bodies just kept on falling. Vanguard on the other side. Nades were aimed at the team right up front. Crypto just couldn't really land them right on the money. The distance is just a little too much. As Blind Rippers, they keep themselves alive, at least for now, but fending off this aggression is going to be too tough. Vanguard have those vantage point for themselves, Necro.
Oh my god, BR. 3 players right next to each other. And at this point in time, especially looking at them and their position, and it's going to be a little bit different. Vanguard on top of the hill, now taking those shots. These shots are definitely quite deadly. BR around the proximity. Nate's cooking up. And oh, this one's going to be landing right next to him. But still, it was not cooked to perfection. So you can see it. Dionysus is going to be fine. For Vanguard, these 3 elimination points, they go a long way. Touching that 110 points marker, that's massive.
Not really sure if Vanguard in this position is going to be quite safe for long. They do have the high ground vantage point, but these plateaus kind of expose their heads from a long distance along the way. So there might be a random K9, a random True Rippers as well, who might be looking to take shots against the Vanguards. Knowing their total on the overall tally for sure, they've got nothing to fight for. 110 points, quite safe, but Vanguard will be looking to make their last game count before the LAN finals, of course. The LAN semi-finals, of course. Nebula Esports on the other side, coming in from the south side of the circle. They do have a lovely little position, but finishes can't really be found from Nebula Esports. Most of the teams, even by the look of the map feed as well, they're just running away from Nebula as far as they possibly can.
Oh no, Non-X. Looking at the position they've got all the way around the northern side. Arthur and his teammate right next to him. These three players from the side of Nonyx, man, they've got so much to live up to. So many expectations, so much burden on top of their shoulders. It's insane. Vanguard tossing out those nades. Oh, that nade dishes out a lot of damage. Slug getting knocked out once again. K9 Esports. They've managed to acquire 104 points on the board. Slug gets confirmed. That's a big casualty. But they've still gotten 104 points. They just need 4 more to push through. That's it. That's what I believe.
Yeah, but K9 Esports is struggling for space right now. They do have the control of the warehouse, so they can fall back to safety. But the moment they actually try to venture outside, Vanguard Esports will be looking to take shots, but Vanguard themselves are outside the circle. Look at that, 120 meters is something which they will still have to travel. Nonyx on the other side, this is going to be a big fight. Inimicals, they rally right next to the compound, and Nonyx, they demolish them. This is a Nonyx Esports at its very best. Inimicals have been shooed away, just one man still left alive, and I don't think he's going to stay there for long. What a fight, what a defense coming in from Nonyx Esports.
Inimicals just walk into a meat grinder and get absolutely grinded through. True Rippers, still one more man standing. That's going to be Ronnie, the only glimmer of hope standing. And keep this thing in mind, 102 points, in my opinion, are not enough. You need more. At least cross that 105. Maybe you can be around the safety, but 102 is not enough. You need a few more. Ronnie around the edges, backs against the wall, constantly firing those shots, and he's the only person that's currently holding down in that compound. Inimicals now the last man as well, pushing up close and personal against Nonyx, but Nonyx is on the move. They're focusing on the circle, and they're trying to place themselves in a good spot inside of the zone itself. True Rippers in the close proximity too, but for Inimicals, this game is done for.
I'm still looking, still waiting for Cosmic to actually find his sweet revenge. Will it be allowed? Not really. From up top, K9 Esports' Knight is going to put an end to him. 3 finishes in the bag only. Just because of K9's Knight out there. Still taking shots, still lobbing those nades against Nonyx. And now it is going to be Dionysus from Team Vanguard, who's been kind of spotted. I kind of like Nonyx and their moves, to be honest. They just finished off that fight, immediately went towards deeper section of the circle and holds on to it for a while. They are going to be under threat by the likes of K9 Esports, by the likes of Vanguard, but I think Nonyx, they can actually pull this through, Necro.
Yeah, no, but I'm not a big fan of that placement. It's not a good position inside of the circle. Pretty exposed. You don't even have a lot of breathing room around that spot. So for Nonyx, they're just going to be playing congested. Tenzin's in the smack center. A team like Tenzin, for them to qualify, the chances seem extremely minuscule. K9 Esports from the top now, just looking to rain down death and destruction. And K9 Esports, even they need a few desperate points. The next circle, it's going to be quintessential. Where is it going to be shifting? Up north or down south? Instead, it's going to be centric shift. Vanguard find themselves in a bit of an okay spot. Tenzin's too in the smack center. But soon they're also going to be the center of attraction. So this position, it's a blessing and a curse.
This circle is an absolute curse, to be honest, because where on earth are we on this map of Miramar? This is in the middle of nowhere. There's no compound. The terrain is absolutely rigged, and there is, gosh, so many teams and their hiding spots as well. Pandemonium in the final circle. This is stage 6, and still 10 teams are alive, and no surprises why there are going to be so teams surviving. You've got Dionysus from Vanguard, the last man left alive. You've got Archit from Kalinga Esports as well, who is trying to hold on. There are multiple teams, even Ronnie from Team 2 Rippers. He's also the last one, still holding on to his team and their position points. You can see Ronnie in the back lines. Most of the shots, they are being directed towards Nonyx. But what is the Nonyx doing right now? Shots against the vehicle, majority of them do connect. A lot of HP being taken away, but K9 Esports don't get that opening that they want.
Nonyx making a risky move out in the open, just a bit of that terrain to play with. That ridge, it might just not be enough to make sure that Nonyx is going to be safe. AimGod is taken down low already, and K9 Esports, they make the bounce up close and personal. Omega trying to back away, but he's also catching a lot of hurt upon himself. A few more nades sent in. This Molotov, it should be deadly, but it's not deadly enough. And look at that man from K9 Esports. What am I even watching? He gets shut down eventually. A massive mistake from Omega, and he needs to pay the price for that. K9 now with only 2 more men left standing in the back lines. Nonyx with the man advantage. How the tables turn.
tables have turned for sure, but K9 Esports, can Knight and Ninja Boy bring this fight back? It's still a 2v3 and the smokes aren't really going to protect the lads from Nonix Esports. You can still find them, you can still spot them. Ninja Boy, if the shots do get connected, I'm pretty sure it's going to be devastating. He is in form. The spray seems like a laser beam, but K9 Esports miss out on their opportunity and have lost 2 players already. 3 frags being found. K9 Esports, they're taking slow steps on the overalls for sure. With this nade, it was almost close to actually taking out Nonix Esports. Who have, by the way, crossed on that 90-point mark. But finally, this was expected. Dionis strikes exactly when it hurts.
That's a dagger in the back. And Nonix now to recover from that. It's going to be a massive setback. How do you recover? Utilities tossed against you. Anonymous as well, just creeping and crawling towards safety. Those ridges definitely there, but they're not good enough. Not solid enough. Anonymous backing away a little bit more, making sure that the opponents will not have the line of sight on top of him. While K9 Esports, 3 finishes already racked up. They've also got 1 placement point, so that's going to make sure that K9 Esports currently has 107 points in total. And I personally think K9 Esports have qualified, but just to be around the safety, get 110.
I'm looking at Nonix right now. I'm looking at Myth Official. I'm looking at Kalinga Esports. 93, 92, and 89 points. They're extremely close to cross on over Team 8-Bit and Riot Nations. But along the way, they'll have to stomp on them as well. It's going to be an exciting end to the wildcard for sure, ladies and gentlemen. But the real question is, who gets a chicken dinner on this map of Miramar? Can it be Tenzin Esports? K9 on the other side, they decide to actually make the bounce and Knight get finished off as well. Nonix Esports, they're unhurt, they're unfazed, they don't really care. K9 Esports just have 1 last option left, and that is Ninja Boy going on the offense. He does connect so many shots against Anonymous, but it doesn't really find the knock. K9 Esports, the flank is going to be there already, and you can see those bullets coming in towards Ninja Boy.
Oh no.
Can he survive this fight? It's going to be so tough. Even Tenzin joined the party, Necro.
Ninja Boy's in such a bad spot. He does not even have any bullets on the M4. He only had a shotgun to work with. That's why he kept the M4 away. No, Ninja Boy eliminated from the game as well. K9 Esports getting 107 points in all the 12 games. Are they enough? We'll find out once the overall standings pop up after the last game. But as of now for Nonix, they've managed to acquire 6 finishes. Their head's still on the swivel. They need a lot more points. 95 secured, really close towards that 8th spot in the overall standings. Just a few away from breaching in.
Just a few points away from breaching in, but will they be allowed? It's going to be the big question. You've got suitors in the form of Myth Official. You've got suitors in the form of Tenzin Esports as well. As a nade comes in flying, damage dished out to Arthur. Nonix is going to fall back. They've got a lovely ridge to play it from. Tenzin have got the numbers advantage. Myth Official have got the firepower. And of course, Nebula Esports with outright domination. They are looking to clean sweep Myth Official out of this. And look at that flank that has been set up. Ryu from the sidelines does find 1 Myth Official. They're getting wrapped up. Detrox is the last man standing. And 1 3-pointer from Nomi just sends Nebula packing. They're almost about to touch 130 points, Necro, right now.
That's a nail in the coffin. Managing to secure those 2 elimination points. Nebula still hungry for a few more. Tenzin's in the smack center once again, thriving for map control. These 3 players in the close proximity, and Nonix right there next to him. Aesthetics too, by the way, still surviving in the final few moments. Sort of surprising. But for Nonix, Aesthetics can be the points that they're looking to feed upon. And that's what's happening. Aesthetics dropping the ball slowly and steadily. That's a man down. Now the situation's down to a 3v3. A fair fighting shot for Nonix. And now look at this. Tenzin's taking those fight against Nebula. It's going to be a tough conversion. Caesar needs to be careful. Nonix, they might just have a free line of sight on Caesar. The moment he pops back up, this nade, it needs to find a confirmation. But no's going to be the answer. Caesar's spawning a man from Nonix. Anonymous's game is spoiled.
For now, at least the game is spoiled. Nonix Esports, they don't really care. They just keep on pumping up those numbers. 7 eliminations on the board already. They are looking good. Look at this widespread coming through as well. Aimgod in the backlines. Nonix Esports looking strong. Nebula has been denied space because of Tenzin Esports. And then, of course, you've got Aesthetics, who's just waiting, lying in wait. Of course, playing in for the chicken dinner. They want to go out with a flash, and seems like flash is being denied against Tenzin. As Caesar gets taken down in the clotheslines, Nomi will find the Frank. Nebula Esports are going strong for sure. But once again, it is going to be the lads from Nonex Esports from the backlines. All of these lads, they are connecting shots. This time Aesthetics are going to go down as well, Necro.
Nonex looking deadly, like an absolute brute force. And the way they're playing this one, they seem like the freak of natures. Not going to be stopping anytime soon. That's what Nonex is saying. Nebula with 4 finishes on the board, touching that 130 points marker. Nebula have been an absolute magician. The way they're playing is absolute magic. Aesthetics now looking to challenge the boys of Nonex, but even they've only got 2 players standing. And for Aesthetics, winning a fight against Nonex seems impossible, but they're still trying to create that flank angle. Anurag 2 in the front. His job is going to be to attract all the attention on top of him. And the moment his teammate is going to be a little bit closer on the flank, that's when Anurag will go for that strike. Spotting out that man in the open, Anurag going for those shots. Nonex just constantly fiddling with the foe, and now they know exactly where Anurag is positioned.
This is extremely crucial for Nonex right now to hold down this circle. This is the 9th stage. The blue zone is going to be shrinking in. And Aesthetics, they're actually further away from the circle as compared to Nonex. And then Molotovs chokes down even more space. This is good stuff coming in from always. It seems like God is still unhurt as of it. I really want to move this good stuff. Aesthetic finally gets up. This is going to be an opportunity for Arthur. He still finds yet another frag. 1 more in the bag, make it 8, but a man gets taken down. Ryu from the backlines was brilliant, finds aim god. Nonex Esports for them, holding down the fort. Seems like a little difficult. All the teams inside of the circle right now, they have got their crosses on Nonex Esports.
Final 4 teams standing. Aesthetics, Tenzins being a part of it. But the big cluster, the big fight, it's going to be between Nebula and Nonex. That's for sure. Aesthetics spotting out another man from the side of Nebula. Shots taken. And definitely fading away. Crew's on the move. Connecting a bit more of that damage upon him. Unrock taken down to barely any sort of HP, while that man from Nebula, he seems quite healthy. Kratos now repositioning inside of the smoke once again. Nebula knows they need to be a little bit more patient in order to get this chicken dinner, but Nonex now, they start taking those shots. The man from Nebula taking down even more Kratos. He does not seem too healthy. Nonex's back's against the wall. The blue is constantly shrinking. Aesthetics getting eliminated from the game. Now, we are finally getting closer to the end. Nebula, they're on the verge of conquering the lands, while still Nonex refusing to give up constantly.
The final 3v3, ladies and gentlemen. It is Nonex versus Nebula Esports. Somebody who has conquered the wildcards and somebody who's looking to make the last-ditch entry. Anonymous with the shotgun. Nebula Esports find the flank, and this is a chicken dinner for them to cherish. The galaxy of stars and the Nebula, they explode. And for sure, the wildcards is done and dusted. Semi-finals open the door for Nebula Esports.
Nebula had done it way before. We already knew before the day even started that Nebula had qualified. But man, after this game, so many teams have been eliminated too. And that's also going to be another major thing. And speaking of Nonex, now they're extremely close towards their qualification. I think they've already went inside of the top 8. They've breached in, which means Riot Nations is out.
Man, that hurts when you said Riot Nations is out. Where were they in the first 3 days of the wildcard?
I know,
Where
right?
was this performance in the first 3 days of the wildcard? I think that is the only question that the entire country is going to be asking these 4 lads. But of course, what a performance coming in from Nonex, that play under pressure. My oh my, Anonymous, bow down to you, bow down and salute to your dedication as well. This man has been grinding behind the scenes for more than 5 years now. Finally, he gets to live days like this when Nonex Esports is just shredding the lobby apart.
It was just so impressive from them. And even Aesthetics, the fact that they were able to stay alive till the final few moments was incredible. Nonex, the fact that they were alive as well in the final 2, that just pretty much makes sure that Nonex is going to be moving on towards the top 8.
Yeah.
But the job is not done yet. There's still a lot of teams on the latter half of the board who still stand a chance, who are closely in contention against Nonex to actually qualify. And right above Riot Nations was another team who was sitting with the same amount of points.
8-bit.
Which means another team, if they do move inside of the top 8, even 8-bit gets eliminated from the tournament. Now, realistically speaking, Higbozan is eliminated too. There's no way they get 40 points in one game. Like, if you're a human being, it's just not possible. Mathematically, as Icy likes to say, it is still possible, but as a human, it's just not possible.
So you're saying Icy is not human anymore. I feel the same as well. These old dudes, they're somewhat like not humans anymore. This stuff, they function like machines, you know?
Yeah, I know, right? They just do what they're told.
Yeah, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we we are going to carry on. Higbozon, I think that conversation is still going to be very valid. See, man, I'm an optimistic guy. I still want to see Higbozon in the semi-finals, but just saying, for them to actually get close to 98 points, close to where 8-bit is, they will need about 30 points from the last game. 32 exact.
Man. Look, after this game, there's just too many teams that have crawled up way closer to that 8 spot. The cutoff is going to go high. I'm telling you, it's going to be either 104 or 106. Nothing less. I'm telling you, it's going to be in between that.
That's going to put True Rippers to the test as well, by the way.
They're
True Rippers.
done. I think True Rippers is out.
This man is having fun, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even sure what is inside Necro, but this man is definitely possessed. How can you smile while saying True Rippers is down? They were the best team last season, potentially.
Listen, I'm a big fan of storylines. And imagine if a big name like True Rippers gets eliminated. That's going to create such a massive storyline. But I really hope that's not going to happen. I really do want to see True Rippers, especially a team with that caliber, move on. Because I definitely know that even if they do move on towards the semifinals, we still have a lot to explore when it comes towards a team like True Rippers. But if you look at the latter half of the board, there's still so many more deserving names.
Yeah.
Just the way you wanted to see Higbozon in the grand finals, even I wanted to see Higbozon, man.
Absolutely.
The performance we saw in the grind, it left a weird sort of a stamp in our heart. We just wanted to see more, but we never got to see more out of Higbozon.
Yeah, that fall off after day one, I've been constantly mentioning it. I think it's been very, very awkward. But I'm still going to hope for the best. I'm still going to hope the best for True Rippers as well. But knowing where things stand right now, I think 8-bit must be really sweating right now. I mean, they are going to be the 8th team in position, but we'll talk about that for now. Of course, let's talk about the MVP from the last game, Kratos from Nebula. 4 finishes, 636 points. Once again, this man showcases that whenever the land stage is around the corner, Kratos just finds form out of nothing.
And Nonix, look at them as well, man. Aim God popping up as well on the occasion, getting 4. Then you've got Mafia as well from Inimicals. Inimicals should have played the same way before. Now it's too late to wake up.
Yeah.
Nomi getting 4. Tenzins too. They tried their best to get something done, but Tenzins were lacking too much. And that's why now these many amount of points are not going to make a lot of difference in the overall tally. Soon we're going to move on towards the point standing. That's when things are going to be a little bit more clarified, since we'll know which team sort of got how many points. Tenzin's getting 13 points. That's okay. Nonix getting 14 points. That's massive. Now, looking at Kalinga Esports, that was their last game. For Myth getting these 6 points, that's actually going to bring them a little bit more closer. So that's a good thing. Imagine, Salty, there's still 3 teams who can cross on inside of the top 8, which means the 6th, the 7th, the 8th spot can be replaced.
100%. I think Team True Rippers, they are going to be under extreme pressure before that last game for sure. We've talked about Higbozon already, but Myth Official is going to be one of those teams who needs a desperate big game in the last one if they want to make it inside. Those 6 points are going to be extremely crucial as well. The FD report just suggests us one thing, that it's been a galore of finishes and damage points for the top 4 teams. The Nimicals were brilliant in the early stages, and in the final 3, Nebula, Nonix and Tenzin made the mark, but nothing else coming in from teams like Vanguard, teams like K9 Esports, teams like True Rippers. And for True Rippers at Higbozon, this game was an absolute debacle, to be honest. The overall standings in front of our screens right now, and Nonix have already made it inside. But Riot Nations,
dude, the cutoff is going higher. I'm telling you, it's 106.
It has
True
to go
Rippers
higher.
is out. There's just no possible way in human history that True Rippers actually make it. The cutoff is definitely going higher, because now look, in the upcoming group, we've got Phoenix Esports making a comeback. We've also got H4K making a comeback, which means 3 teams outside of the top 8 currently can actually make it in.
let's just see, H4K is too far out. You've got Phoenix Esports who can potentially make it in. Myth Officials can actually potentially make it in as well. But other than that, I think True Rippers, they're still going to be safe. I'm anticipating just 1 position out of the top 8 to actually get eliminated from now on. That means on top of 8-bit, there's going to be a big axe on their necks.
Dude, if Myth and Phoenix both qualify, True Rippers is out.
True Rippers is out. If they both qualify, that is the only case.
That is insane. Now look, Higbozon is done. There's just no way. As a human, you just can't get around 40 points. I don't think it's possible. Realistically, it's just not.
38, Higbozon, time to build a new record. Maybe 38 points was a record in BGMI in the current point structure. Before this, it is currently being held by Team Soul last season. Well, Higbozon, well, they've got a target. I think that is a good target to chase, 38 points.
How are you so optimistic, man? Do you realize their dreams are on the line?
Yeah.
And with that much pressure, you think they can actually get 28 freaking finishes? You're
I
not
don't
thinking
know,
straight.
man.
You're just not thinking straight. You're not in this world right now. You're just not. You're just like Icy now.
Oh, you shouldn't really say that. I'm not like Icy.
Okay, well.
I'm just 24.
Oh, you're a lot younger. Yeah, Icy's like from the Stone Age era.
Yeah, nonetheless.
Yeah, no, jokes apart, man. I don't think Bozon can make it. It's just done.
Yeah.
The only teams that can potentially make it, if I'm being really optimistic, I will still count H4K in, since they have got 79 points. If they manage to get 30 points in the upcoming game, then they can make it. But for now, let's move on to a short break. There's just too much to calculate.
My hand closely, light against the shadows, green whispers of the other tree, the dying forest free. To the roots and to the sky. Watch the darkness liquefy. From the ashes, green will grow. Where starlight weaves a living thread, burn the light, pray along. Watch the wildwood wake alive.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. Icy, one game separates these dreams from being crushed. There's still 4 teams with a potential chance to make a bounce back in the top 8, which means True Rippers can be kicked out.
I think as of yet, realistically, maximum 3 teams can sneak into the top 8 here, and that's also provided there are certain set of prerequisite conditions, and that is if those 3 teams dominate the entire lobby without finishing each other and then making it into the end games, which is the final top 3 showdown, then and only then True Rippers was going to be able to kick out.
I mean, look, for True Rippers, now they're not going to be playing the last game. So that's pretty much just straight done. Which means that the worst possible scenario that the cutoff can be around is going to be 102 if True Rippers still somehow sneaks in. But I highly doubt 102 is going to be the cutoff, looking at the overall standings right now.
Yeah, it's going to be
Last
very
game,
close.
usually the cutoff always just goes skyrocket high. And that's when you will see teams like True Rippers maybe potentially getting kicked out. But hey, if you guys want to be there, witness the semifinals land yourself, get your hands on the tickets right now. It's available on Swiggy Scene. So just go right now, get your hands on the tickets, and just do not wait for it to be out of stock, because later on you're probably going to be saying, man, the tickets were not available. You'll be searching for them offline. You might as well just book them right now.
Exactly, do it. You know, plan your tickets, your hotels, or whatever. If you're not from Hyderabad, it's okay. Fly. Just do it.
Yes, do it
It's
right now.
happening next week.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Do
not
it.
even that far away. Just do it, man. Just go towards Swiggy Scenes, get your hands on the tickets. Now, looking at the playing teams in the upcoming game, it's also going to be the last game for the wildcards. We've got Group A and C making a comeback. And potentially, only teams like Phoenix Esports can actually stand a chance to qualify, including Myth.
Yeah, and as of yet, I think Non-X also, you know, they're pretty much going to be defending their title in my defense as well. So Victoria Summers obviously is already inside the top 8. Getting like 4 or 5 points pretty much just ensures their safety net. But I agree with you. There's only like 2 to 3 teams that still has a chance. You said about 4 teams. And personally, I feel like if you're talking about 4 teams, that means, again, realistically, these 4 teams takes every single team in the lobby and makes it a top 4 with position in play.
Yeah.
Then they'll be able to kick out even Victoria Summers.
I do understand, but I was just being a little bit more optimistic
Yeah.
towards H4K and thinking that maybe if they get a 30 bomber, they could still qualify. But I highly doubt that's
Yeah.
going to be possibility coming through from H4K. It's not going to happen.
Hey.
So realistically, only 2 teams can make it. I know you're going to say mathematically it's possible.
No. I'm going to say Riot Nations has did it today, but unfortunately they lost out on a tiebreaker towards 8-bit here, so they are currently on 9th
Wait.
position. But Nebula Esports looking to have a little bit of substitution here to give a little bit of game time. Seems like Rio was playing the entire time, and now he is going to be subbed out, and Adi, the IGL, is back in action.
Interesting, right? Adi was pretty much just sitting on the back end, having fun,
See.
watching his boys play.
Them chilling is one thing, but if Adi is coming in, we are going to be expecting a little bit of help.
Dude, imagine if Adi starts targeting.
I think that's happening right now.
Oh my god, imagine if Adi actually starts targeting teams like Myth, Phoenix Esports.
it's
If
just
he kicks Somraj out.
See, this is my sixth sense talking about. I think Nebula Esports is going for Phoenix. It's
You
just a random sixth sense right now.
That would be crazy, though. I mean, watching Samraj not being there at the lands of BGS 2026, that will be devastating. Yes, we did see a sub coming through from Higbozan as well, but Higbozan is long gone. I'm not really going to be counting up on them. But for Phoenix Esports, if they do get targeted by Nebula Esports, it's going to be devastating.
I have never seen Nebula Esports specifically target a team yet, but there are a lot of rumors. It may or may not happen as well, because earlier just now as well, we saw a couple of moments where Nebula Esports was trying to look for True Rippers, but was just completely with the mark because they lost the entire fight to Mysterious 4, which was kind of awkward as well in the map Erangel. But now this time the map Miramar, for them to make this endgame here was really impressive as well, because I wasn't expecting them to actually go all out as well. But again, they're just taking away points from people who actually need them. In this case, with that performance coming from Nebula just now, that means the chances for teams like Myth, for Non-X, well, Non-X
is already qualified.
For Myth official, they needed that chicken dinner in order to actually push up. So
pretty much you
for
can't
now,
say
8-Bit's life is still on the line.
I don't think 8-Bit's going to make it, right? There's just no possible way unless Nebula just starts targeting Myth, Phoenix Esports, everyone that's
that's
there.
the thing, right? The only few teams that is in contention right now in this upcoming group is going to be Phoenix, Non-X, realistically. And the moment these two teams gets taken out right from the get-go, 8-Bit has a shot to qualify.
Think about this. 8-Bit's lifeline is going to be in the hands of Nebula. And it's up to them who they eliminate. If they eliminate Phoenix and Myth both, then 8-Bit's going to qualify. No one's going to stop 8-Bit from qualifying. But if Nebula just does not target and starts playing their natural game, then 8-Bit will be eliminated.
Yeah, well, we shall see. You know, only time will tell here. We're just making a lot of speculation here, but
Hey,
this
that's our job,
final. Well, technically, that's your
Theory
job.
crafting?
CC, your job is theory crafting. My job is just stats, man. Like, mathematically, one team can get 50 finishes in a single lobby.
I just want to see a lot of drama. I just want to see a lot of entertainment. And I feel like Nebula is the only team that can give us that entertainment and drama right now.
In this lobby,
but
yeah.
I mean, once again, we're just sitting over here making a lot of assumptions, making a lot of speculations. But it's time for us to move on towards the final game of the wildcard and find out how this one's going to look like. The plane is in the sky for one last time inside of the wild card. After this game, we're going to see a lot of hearts being shattered, including the fans and including the teams itself. But how is this one going to look like? Only the future can tell. Looking at the plane fly path starting all the way from Toriumuda towards the opposite side, which is going to be Del Mar. This plane fly path heavily tilted towards the top left. If the teams do want to move around Los Leones, Puerto Paraíso, it will be a stretch.
Now, I'm waiting for the overall standings to actually pop up as well, because that's where it actually gives us a little bit of a clearer picture of who's going to be contesting and who has a shot as well. But for now, the closest towards the top 8 right now is going to be Phoenix as well as Myth official. Nebula is pretty much safe, and pretty much even Non-X as well is pretty much safe from the previous game. Next is going to be H4K, which in this case needs a massive performance if they want to stand a chance to actually qualify as well. So this is going to be a very well-needed match between these three teams. Phoenix, H4K, and also Myth official as of yet. But for now, seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit of drop clash potentially down towards the north side, but I don't see T7 and Inimicos fighting anytime soon. But Static is actually going to be slamming onto his gods for a reason.
I just wanted to look where Phoenix Esports is going to be dropping. Oh my god, they gave up El Pozo. They're not dropping inside of El Pozo anymore. Phoenix Esports switched up their drop location at the last moment because they knew Nebula is coming for them. Nebula is heading towards El Pozo, thinking that maybe Phoenix is going to be with them, but that's not the case. Phoenix Esports heading towards Del Mar, and there's actually another team around Phoenix Esports, but heading towards this fight right now. Gods for a Reason against Team Aesthetic. This one, once again, for Gods for a Reason to qualify, they need a lot of points.
Yeah, but good spot there as well, because El Pozo, Phoenix actually dodging the complete bullet right there. But for now, let's talk about Gods for a Reason here. A massive performance means they need a chicken dinner with at least 20 finishes from this game to actually qualify and kick out Non-X potentially. But as of yet, 98 points is the target to beat. And as of yet, Myth and Phoenix is the closest. Next is going to be H4K. So for Gods for a Reason to actually qualify, they need to wrap up this fight, make it to the end game, and then qualify with at least 20 finishes in this game itself.
Aesthetics looking at them and their position. I mean, as of now, it seems like they've definitely got the advantage, but then Gods for a Reason, they're just playing for more control. Aesthetics are making sure that they're well fortified, while Gods for a Reason making sure that they're going to be able to find those sneaky angles to bring the fight to conclusion. And Aesthetics, as of now, just playing around that spectrum, searching for that first frag. The same thing can be said for Gods for Reason, but Gods for Reason is actually taking measures to do so.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Considering...
Oh, third party?
Ooh, okay. TRX actually looking to try and chime in as well as they actually push up, get spotted out, and it seems like Gods for a Reason will be able to draw the first one here. The first strike comes through. Spirit able to find the first one. And that's going to be a point here. The start of potentially of something that is a small little ember of flames being lit up here for Gods for a Reason. Will it become a wildfire? It all depends on their performance right here, right now. Can they wrap up these two teams? Because all these points is very much needed here for Gods for a Reason. But seems like TRX, they walked in not knowing what's happening as well, because now he's going to get pushed as Jada is able to find the knock here onto a TRX.
The man was so lost, did not even know what exactly was going on. Aesthetics, they just got a freebie right there. For TRX, it's just that one man in the front. And Fusion, I highly doubt he can be the difference maker, but he still does find a return knock. That's going to be quintessential. Gets the confirmation as well on the man who was crawling for life. For TRX Esports, still a chance they can actually make a comeback in the fight as well. He finds another strike, but then from the back, he gets stabbed to death. And that's going to be it from the side of TRX inside of this tournament.
Yeah, but at the same time, Gods for a Reason, they're finally chiming in for the third party, but they are spread out as well. They're too focused on the one player here coming from Static. Could not exactly find the confirmation, but eventually gets the knock. But now the third party is coming in. Beats OG, gonna try and apply pressure. But it's gonna be a little bit too late. They've already got him back up as well. They don't exactly know where they are. Camping on the sides. May look for a couple of jumps in. Footsteps are there. Nades are coming in. Sees exactly where he is. Beast OG hooking up those nades. Finding the right angle here as well. They've got shotguns. Anurag going to be cooking the nade as well. The counter nades comes in. It is going to be good. It does a decent amount of damage, but no knock so far. But a counter nades from Anurag was able to scare them off as well.
Man didn't get knocked out. So that's a good thing. And now looking at Anurag. Man's down to barely any sort of HP. Aesthetics, they just need to patch themselves up, and that's what he's doing. Popping that booster. Getting the HP back up. Bandages will be available too, so even that's going to be important.
It's going to be a tricky spot to be in. Gods for a Reason. They're losing time. They're losing points. They're still inside the zone. Static making it extremely difficult here for Gods for a Reason. Knowing that Mets is down low. Spirit pretty much down. Does not have the health to actually challenge back as well. But they have got them surrounded. They know they are on towards the open doorway here. Here comes the double flank jump here from the outside. They find him. And just like that, they take them all out. That's going to be 4 points in the bag for Gods for a Reason. And that is going to be another team eliminated in this one final game, as Static will be bowing out in this game.
You guys probably cannot see it right now, but on the map, Phoenix Esports and Myth are really closing up, and there we go. The moment the map pops up now, things are going to be a little bit more clear. Myth around the proximity of Phoenix Esports. And if these two teams do actually end up locking their horns, it's going to be really interesting, but no, instead, Phoenix just backing away from that road. Yeah. And even Myth is on the move towards Los Leones.
This is such a tricky spot to be in as well. Great spot coming from Phoenix here to actually dodge Alpozo, knowing that that is their home ground and Nebula actually coming from them. And that means they completely whiff the mark. So there is a little bit of a second chance in life here coming from Phoenix. However, the roster and also the rotations here is going to be extremely tricky for them. They are kind of spread up as well. Sim and Somraj leading the pack here on himself. I think Smoker and Sim has actually went up the hit, while Viper and Somraj is at the back line. So they actually swapped up Stranger from Phoenix this time. Interesting. But hopefully things are going to be for the better here. Looks like they are going to try and play for position points. But again, Phoenix's target right now is going to be 98 points alongside with Myth in order to deny 8-Bit that opportunity to qualify as the top 8.
Yeah, Myth is a little bit closer to that aspect than Phoenix Esports. But Phoenix, they definitely need 15 points to be around that safety cushion. And there's a chance, there's a world where Myth and Phoenix both qualify. Definitely a major chance.
And that's only if Myth and Phoenix gets 102 points plus. That's the only way they kick out True Rippers. Yeah. And of course, if it comes down to tiebreaker as well, chicken dinners and placement points is going to be the decider factor. So it is going to be extremely crucial for these two teams. For Victoria Summers, they're pretty much safe and sound, 104 points. Non-X, they can pull the lead even higher here as well, because if Non-X goes down right here, right now, that means they're going to be the next team to be kicked out first before True Rippers.
Nonyx literally just needs 3 more points to make sure that they're not going to be kicked out. Simple. Which is doable, of course. It's Nonyx we're speaking of. And have a look at the replay of how the action really kicked off. I mean, Team Aesthetics, TRX up against each other. TRX actually came through as a third party, but then later on got eliminated the first, which was kind of weird. This man was able to just nail the player down. Then Gods for Reason, they found that last person of Aesthetic as well, which was an easy conversion for them. So for Gods for Reason, you can say they're off to a decent start.
This was a very sick push as well from out above, going for a triple flank actually. 2 from outside and 1 more from the inside here. Triple push, completely pinching them apart. But on screen now, Nonyx under fire from Victor Summers from the far horizon. A couple shots are coming in, but no connections yet. They are in the smack middle of the zone, but Scary Jot has been knocked off, so they might actually lose a player here. It seems like they are going to back off instead, as Victor Summers doesn't want to risk getting caught out in the open. The zone is going to force them into his Minas Generalas, where Hick Boson has control of those mountain terrain. So it is going to be a tricky spot to be in. Nebula going to be coming from the north side, while Phoenix is going to be coming in from the southeast corner. Still out of position. Very tricky spot here, but we are seeing a lot of congestion down towards the west side and the southeast corner.
Look at Phoenix split between 2-2. Viper and Somraj next to each other, while Simp and Smoke are right next to each other. And Myth probably wants to target them. Shots are now going to be taken from Myth. Oh no, this is such a weird fight. Phoenix is not supposed to fight Myth right now because there's a big separation going on between them. And Phoenix losing this fight, the odds are much more massive. And if this fight does come through, then we will also see Blink Esports partaking into it. That's going to be a third party instantly.
Oh, it's going to be a tough spot here to begin with, but on the finish feed, we do see Gods for a Reason also taking fights here against Blind Ripper. So they are trying to make the impossible happen right now. They do have 5 finishes. That Ember is slowly turning towards a smaller fire here. Can they actually make through? They finally break past into the 80 mark, and 98 points is where you want to be at, especially for teams in the latter half. The top 3 is pretty much safe for now, but everybody else breaking past 98 is exactly where you want to be to take potentially one of the 1 or 2 slots left for the top 8.
Gods for Reason can't do it. A chance, but they need too many points to make it happen. Too many points. Myth official. Their position currently inside of the game. It's not the best. Playing around the edges, pinned down and suppressed by too many teams. Hick Boson in the smack center for them. The qualification just does not seem possible right now. Inimicals taking those shots from the far fray. They've got a massive drone view. Victor Sumas in the front towards Ella Zahar. And Victor Sumas is just going to be on the run.
Yeah. No reason to actually get caught out as well. They were able to pick up Scary Jod, which is a good sign, but they're still a little bit late to the zone here. But based on this topography, it is still a tough one to fight, as Hick Boson does have the mountain terrains. Frost Rex also having a little bit of high ground here. Inimicals still caught in a little bit of a crossfire here with Victor Summers, just to try and push inside the zone. And in this offense, Victor Summers just needs like 1 or 2 points that they should be safe. I don't think anybody else is going to be able to take them down here. And again, in contention right now, it's going to be 4 teams, like you said as well. Myth Official, Phoenix, Gods for Reason, and H4K. But for all these 4 teams to qualify, that means they need to break past 115 points, maybe. 110 points, just to take down a lot of teams.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
The next circle, it's going to be popping up as well, and Phoenix Esports is probably going to be controlling one of the high grounds. Maybe take control of La Benedita if you want. It's definitely going to give you a lot of advantage, but as of now, Phoenix Esports instantly trying to secure a good spot inside of the circle in the centric, which makes sense too. Victor Sumas from the far fray now taking those pop shots. That's Inimicals right in front. And if VS somehow do manage to thread the needle, it's going to be massive. VS just needs to cross that 110 points marker, then they will be extremely safe.
Yeah, that's pretty much a guaranteed slot into the top 8 as of yet. For now, 1 point in the back, nothing too super crazy. You don't really need to worry about here, but for Phoenix, it is going to be a tough stretch as well. To match 98, you need the chicken dinner, so that's exactly 10 points. And based on the map position here, it seems like they are going to be playing for placements instead of going for a frag heavy here. Placement points going to be extremely crucial, but Nonyx now having a little bit of crossfire here with Frost Rex. They do find the first pick, and the rest of Frost Rex is not prepared for this push. Kaiser pretty much left alone as Nonyx has got the pin, and that is going to be another point here in the bag from Nonyx, and they are going to be in 103 points to try and pull the lead here for any chance of getting kicked out.
That's 104 points secured from the side of Nonyx. Massive. And with that, you can't save. The qualification is now pretty much just in reach. Just pinning that spot down. That's what they're doing, nailing it down. Tenzin still getting absolutely obliterated for Tenzin. There was definitely a shot. It was a minuscule one if they had 40 points in this game, but now even that's taken away from Nebula.
Yeah, that's pretty much done for here, at least for Tenzin. Chances of qualifying pretty much non-existent as of yet. The percentage is near to 0.001%, but even then, that's if you actually finish off everybody else all by himself.
It's just one guy.
Yeah.
Imagine.
T7 now getting hunted down here from Victorious Summers. That's going to be another point here for Victorious Summers. T7 continuing their spray. Scary Jock gets knocked off here by Mooded. Not too happy that they're losing players, but Victorious Summers, they've already hit their bare minimum. 106 points is pretty safe in the top 8. We should be seeing them in the semifinals.
I don't get it though. Why is VS struggling so much against a team like T7? They're supposed to roll them. But now looking at them making these sort of rotations, it's definitely quite weird. There is one of the players from the side of T7 actually inside a truck stop. And VS is just constantly repositioning themselves to be around the safety block. They do not want to fight against T7 because they know it's going to be a death trap. Mafia gets knocked out as well. How is Victorious Summers losing this fight?
Well, it seems like Victorious Summers wasn't expecting another team way later than them because Inimicos is also inside the zone. Going for the knock here. A little bit later rotations, but it seems like Inimicos now, despite that knock here, is slowly running out on meds very, very soon here. This is going to be stage 4 very, very soon, and you need to push through. It seems like despite all the gunshots being made here by both Victorious Summers and T7, they realize that this is not a good spot to push in, so they are going to rotate down south instead. But now with the zone shifting as well, Phoenix has got a very nice compound on the south side, but they need to farm those finishes, and guess what? The circle actually pushes down towards where Phoenix is. Best spot possible is in between Phoenix and also Blink right now, the two best compounds. But on screen now, Inimicos. Oof. What a shot from Mafia.
Inimicos on T7 locking horns, and for T7, just want to go for the points, that's it. Another man falls down for T7. That's going to be the man who was up close and personal. Last man a bit too far away from the fray, and he's just trying to run away. And I'm pretty sure he knows now going for the safety point, it's not even going to make a difference. So you might as well just try and close things off right now. You might as well just take a fight against Inimicos and rip the band-aid.
Teams at the bottom are getting picked apart here. Everyone is just scrapping. A lot of scrappy fights happening across the map. And all this points denial is eventually going to hurt the chances here for the teams in the middle. In particular, like you said, Phoenix, Gods for a Reason, H4K, who still has somewhat of a chance, but as the game progresses well, H4K's chances is also slipping away. But now Bozon now joins the fray here against Inimicos.
It's going to be an interesting fight. Look at them. Bozon spotting those players in the front. Positions compromised. They were quite exposed, and Bozon, they can't really do a lot in a given circumstance and the positioning. Bunny moving back a little bit more, trying to create the off angle against the foe, spotting that man from the side of VS as well. But you still just can't do anything. Bozon, yes, they've got all the 4 players standing, but the amount of points that are required to qualify, a human can't do it.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure here coming from the east side here. Every single team from the east side has just been like scrapping for space to push through. It is so difficult. Inimicos losing 1 player finally finds a small little compound to work with, but Bozon is the one that is pressuring them alongside with T7, forced to hunker down and pretty much duck themselves inside those compounds. While Phoenix, well, they've got a fantastic time here. The 2-2 split was a little bit unorthodox, but fortunately for them, they are able to regroup in one of the best spots possible. Decent amount of compounds to work with. But the question here is, will anybody crash onto them is going to be the question here. We will find out in about a minute time when the zone closes in.
Oh no, Phoenix. They know they cannot even go for a lot of risky plays.
Oh, wow, smart.
They just don't have the freedom for that. Putting the vehicles out of commission, making sure that the opponents will not have maximum ability. But look at this, Pouts. Bozon, they know they need a lot of elimination points, and that's when you will see their wrath. collecting those points, collecting those frags. Nothing's going to be stopping them from moving up close and personal to the foes. Nades being tossed to try and suppress them, but Higbozon's intentions, they seem pretty strong. Another man down from the side of Inimicals, and that man is just trapped in a corner with an S12K. He cannot be the difference maker, but he can still stop Higbozon and their mission towards qualification. Another man just stands right in front. What am I even watching? Higbozon, how are you making these mistakes? How are you just standing right in front of that room? Inferno, he gets a second shot at life.
But at the same time, here comes the 440. Non-X finally chimes in. They want to try and gobble up those points. They see Inimicals. They see Higbozon, Hero out in the open, and he's going to get taken down. And the shot for Higbozon of qualifying, it's over, as they are the team to get eliminated as of yet. While Non-X continues their pressure. They're looking for points. They're looking for absolute domination. As Non-X now finds the last few players, as T7 Uso the next to fall.
Non-X now knows they've got the momentum. Non-X now knows they've anyways qualified. And you can already see the confidence on Cloud9 because they're feeling pretty happy. They're definitely happy. They know they've done it. All the efforts, all the hard work now finally paying off. They're reaping the benefits and also ripping teams apart. They do have a lot of utilities as well to continue their journey in the future. And if they want, they can also spoil the day for Victorious Sumas, who lie just in the side.
Exactly, but as the game progresses as well, teams at the bottom getting taken out, that means a shot for points for teams like Myth, Phoenix, Gods for a Reason, and H4K slowly dwindling down. We're down towards the last 34 players. That means realistically, only two teams remain that has a chance to sneak in towards the top 8, breaking the 102-point barrier.
H4K
out of Myth, Phoenix, and Gods for a Reason.
What was that shot?
Oof.
But H4K, they just need to start taking fights now. You cannot play passive. You just can't. H4K needs too many elimination points coupled up with a chicken dinner, and they just cannot play passive. The amount of elimination points that are currently available can definitely help them, but the pace the lobby's getting eliminated at, yeah, soon they will not have enough elimination points to gobble up.
Well, we might see the potential rivalry here. We talked about targeting. Ebload Esports did drop towards El Pozo. It seems like they might be on the right track right now because they're right side by side. But this time, advantage is still on towards Phoenix here in those compounds. They've been conserving their ammunition as much as they can because we are going to be looking for all-out brawls very, very soon. And about this happening as well, Gods for a Reason taking the high ground onto the southwest corner. They will be able to pick through, but the question here is, will they be able to convert points? Placement points not in play yet for some of these teams. As points are slowly getting stolen away for teams that actually need it. Gods for a Reason desperately needs all these points as well. They've got 5 players alive. 98 points is where they need. So that means 18 points remaining for Gods for a Reason to kick out 8-bit.
Gods for a Reason. 5 finishes on the block. They're pretty much around the same boat as H4K. That's the shots taken, but no conversion yet. And the man's going to be safe as well as of now in the front. But there we go. Beast OG now finally looking to make that pounce. He's got the 5 frag grenades to back him up. This one's going to be tossed pretty good. It does do a decent amount of damage, but decent's not enough. Now you need to do a lot of damage. Blind Ripper's also getting suppressed from the back line, so nowhere is safe as of now. Gods for a Reason on the run. The man who was extending now is just backing away.
Seems like Myth Official is taking shots from afar as well. Blind Reaper's pretty much gone out in the open. Lit Boy sees a vehicle out in the open here, tries to take a couple of lucky shots, hoping to get a couple of free headshots, but Myth Official, they're not bowing out yet. But let's see how the zone shifts as well. Is it west or is it east? It still includes the 2 compounds. The Blink Esports and also Phoenix still has one of the strongest compounds, and every single team is going to be crashing in. Meanwhile, for the west side, we have two teams going to be slamming through, but on the north side and the southeast corner, Blink, they do have every single team crashing on towards them.
Oh my god, I see True Rippers is getting out.
Oh
the
boy.
way the zone is moving, the way this game is really taking a curve. It feels like all the stars are aligned against True Rippers. The 2 teams that are not supposed to survive are actually surviving, and they possess the circle as well, which is probably the worst possible scenario for True Rippers right now. Gods for a Reason, they move up, eliminating the players off Blind Ripper. Cinco taken down. And they've also got their hands on the high ground. That's going to be the last man of Blind Rippers in the front. Phoenix Esports is underneath as well, but soon Phoenix Esports knows that Gods for a Reason will need to leave this spot and make it up close and personal against Phoenix. And that's when Phoenix, they will need to gather up their forces and fight out off against Gods for a Reason.
Now, let's give you a little bit of standout maths here. As of yet, 4 and 4 coming in from both Myth and Phoenix. That means 32 minus 4 is 28. So if you divide that by 2, and also placement points in place, that means that both Myth and Phoenix needs to have a massive game and survive the top 2 in order to kick True Rippers out. But as soon as I say this, seems like Nebula is taking shots here from Gods for a Reason. They are losing their members here. This Gods for a Reason now needs to push in for the zone. This point will be gobbled up by Gods for a Reason. So the chances for True Rippers to qualify is getting safer by the minute right now.
But it's such a good thing, right? Gods for a Reason, look at them not giving up till the end. All the 4 players alive, 8 finish points already secured. Gods for a Reason knows it's still going to be a Herculean task, but they're not falling back just like that. Collecting eliminations with all the 4 men standing. It's been a flawless game up till now from Gods for a Reason, but now the position is not going to be with them. How do you use your brains? How do you get back inside of the circle safely and still contribute a bit more when it comes to the elimination points? H4K on the edge too, and even H4K needs too many points. Tossing out a smoke wall, wanting to cross on over towards the safety lines. Nebula taking those shots against Gods for a Reason. That's going to be Beast OG taken down. Gods for a Reason up till now, we're having a flawless game, but now they crack under that pressure, and how did they just get eliminated?
Oh my goodness, they tried to rotate in. Nebula was able to shoot them. Phoenix as well was able to gobble up some points. But again, as of yet, Phoenix, they stole some points away from Phoenix Esports in particular. And finally, we do see a little bit of signs of life from Phoenix Esports.
Nonix eliminated.
But Nonix now pretty much done for. The race is over, but they are going to be heading into the semifinals. Same can be said for Nebula.
Yeah.
But right now, it is going to be a fight between Myth, Phoenix, Gods for a Reason here. Which in this case, most likely is going to be a fight between Myth and Phoenix. 98 points is where you want to beat. And the next slot is at 102 points. It's going to be tough. It's going to be close. Position points finally in play now, Necro.
Yeah, they are. And Phoenix Esports, they need a few more elimination points. You just can't slack off like that.
They need the chicken.
Yeah, they need to spread themselves out a little bit more. Spread your wings, come on. Collect all the scrappy elimination points around you. Yeah, the circle is with them as well a little bit, but Phoenix, you need to move out, and that's what Samraj is doing. Look at the man scouting out the grounds because he knows they're lacking when it comes to the elimination points.
Oh my goodness. Both Myth and Phoenix are still alive. And like you said, position points are already calculated on the score. So that means if they clean out the lobby right now, they should be able to qualify Myth and Phoenix together. It's going to be very close, but let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 from Blink. So that means 9 players remaining for both Myth and Phoenix to gobble up in order to break past the 102 mark.
Oh no, Myth dropping the ball. That's a man knocked out, but there we go. The cover fire. It's perfect. Daddy's going to find a knock as well. Return trades now starting to happen. Blink Esports pushing up close and personal, but the nades from that man, it was extremely close. Daddy himself taking down a barely any sort of HP. Another nade sails in, and that's going to be placed to perfection. But Myth, they tried their best to fight back. Trades happening back and forth. If Myth gets eliminated, True Rippers slot's confirmed, and True Rippers is probably praying to the gods. But Myth, now they're going for a quick reset on the board. Lucifer knows his survival means a lot to the team. He needs to get the fallen man back up on his feet. And Blink, they're pretty much doing the same thing as well, but Myth just want to get the man number back on the board. There we go, shots taken. That's dishing out a lot of damage, and also the man's now off the revival for a second. There we go, the utilities as well, they come inside of the picture. Myth, they need to be on the move since the blue is also on the move.
Exactly, the zone's coming in. They have to get out. They need to patch themselves up here. Myth official, they will have to sacrifice Daddy in the process. But seems like Blink is getting pinned here. Phoenix also looking to try and chime in as well. Blink losing another player. And seems like Myth official, they will be able to make it inside the zone. This small little shack is going to be their safety net. It is going to be a showdown here between Myth and Phoenix. As Frost Rex, 1 player left. Blink still stuck outside the zone. But however, on the far horizon, Amok has a free line of sight, which may play spoilers. But he himself is going to be smoked up as well. Blink getting shot off. Phoenix also taking jabs on Myth. Phoenix just might be able to deny Myth his opportunity right here.
They need smokes. Myth needs smokes. There we go. Finally tossing them out. It's a bit too late to toss out, but just do it right now. Still a chance to recover. The circle closes up even more. Myth is barely squeezing inside of the circle in that spot. Myth can do it. Phoenix Esports is the only team that's currently funneling in the points. For Phoenix, the qualification is almost there too.
It's close. It's so close. But as the zone progresses as well, Phoenix decides to spread their wings to try and take a little bit more space. They are trying to close out the gap to take all these points and to get as much position points as possible. Amok dodging a couple of nades. Counter nades are there. Sim, does it connect? It looks good. No, it does not. Amok is still alive. And they need those points. Blink getting shut down by mid, but this nade from Sim is going to be good. And we're down towards the final 3 teams. Phoenix versus Myth.
Oh my God.
To fight for the final slot to qualify.
Who's it gonna be? Are we gonna see True Rippers get kicked out? Myth, another setback handed to them. Lucifer knocked. Myth has now got 2 more healthy men standing, while Blink Esports as well. Pretty much the same thing can be said for them. Joyesh and his teammate are looking pretty good, but now Professor, he needs to move out in the open.
My
Joyesh
goodness.
gets knocked out. Problems just adding up even more. Phoenix Esports is Somrush from the back taking those shots. Myth still inside of the race with a 2-man squad. Myth, can they get the reset? That's my question. Yes, they do get the revival on one of the players, but getting it on the second seems impossible. Myth have already got 1 man on the flank.
Oh my goodness, but at the same time, seems like Phoenix Esports, they're pulling a pocket strat here. They're looking for a drive-by nade just for Myth. They're going to be handing a little bit delivery here. Myth looking for the resets, but Blink still alive. Myth official is focusing on the wrong guys, but at the same time, Sonrush sees it, and that's going to be a stolen point away. Oh my goodness, Sim gets the knock on Myth. What is going on? Phoenix is just toying with their food right now.
Everyone wants a little bit of that piece of Blink Esports, while Myth, they're just getting peppered down by the circle as well, and even by the bullets of Phoenix Esports.
the nade.
These nades were close, but not close enough to get the knocks. Phoenix Esports spamming that smoke, since they know for Phoenix the game is done. Phoenix is probably going to be your victor inside of the game, but Myth, they haven't given up yet. They're still daddy standing in that little bit of a piece of corner, but still for Myth, a fighting chance might be given to them. The last man as well gets wrapped up, and that's going to be the elimination of Myth. And Phoenix Esports, they get away with a chicken, which means Phoenix have qualified. But Myth, have they done it? I think they've done it.
I don't know. We have to see the official scores here, but for now, 8-Bit is guaranteed out of the top 8, with Phoenix sneaking in, snatching on the final game, despite a very, very, I would say, bad performance of the start 2 games here at the start of day 4 itself, but still, like you said, it is going to be very close here for Myth and also maybe even True Rippers in particular.
So Phoenix is definitely qualified. It's not even a question, right? They had a decent amount of elimination points with the chicken dinner. That's 10 placement points that they get. For Myth, that's going to be 6 placement points. With how many eliminations
So
did Myth
technically,
have?
the only way Myth qualifies alongside with Phoenix is that they need to push past 103 points. Which is overtaking True Rippers 102 points. I don't think Myth got it. It's going to be very close, but I don't think they have it.
It was really close, man. I mean, maybe they're tied up. I'm not sure how it's going to look like. But Myth was definitely slacking off when it comes to the eliminations. And the last guy from Myth, he was just pinned there, couldn't do anything. FDR as well getting eliminated. But I just love the fact that Phoenix Esports realized that, okay, they need a lot more elimination points. Let's just move out and start racking them up.
Now, besides towards Myth officials as well, let's talk about Phoenix Esports' macro decisions as well. Like, this IGL link is a masterclass coming from Somrush in this particular game. And technically, for Phoenix, it feels like they were able to actually predict the future as well, knowing that Nebula is going to be able to drop clash, switching up the rotations, and then mixing things up, and now clutching the chicken dinner. This is a huge performance as well on the final game itself for Phoenix to actually qualify.
They made it.
Who?
Myth.
Are
they
you
had
sure?
12 points in this game.
Oh, we
They had 12
plus
points.
6. Yeah, you might be right. True Rippers
They
might
made
be
it! True Rippers is out! Oh my god. I apologize for the spoiler, but I had to crack the numbers down. I had to do it. Man, there's definitely a big chance. Look, my maths is still not that great. We do not know what exactly is going to be happening, how many points they started off with, but 90% they've made it.
Well, we have to see as well, because 6 points for position, 12, that is 18 points. They started with somewhere around 80 over points, so technically you're right. Yeah, they should be able to make it as well. Wow, we have to wait for the official overall standings here, but with that being said, to see True Rippers getting kicked out, it's just very unfortunate as well. But the legacy still continues here, at least for Somrush and his compadres here for Phoenix Esports to try and defend the title.
The legacy should have also been about True Rippers with that international experience moving on now over here. I'm not even sure what happened to them, man. True Rippers, when it matters the most, you choke like that. It's not just about them. Hig Bozon as well. So many big names were crumbling down, while teams like Nebula Esports were just acing games after games, just proving why they deserve to be there. Even for Victor Sumus mattered, and they performed when it mattered the most.
Wow.
And oh my
God.
God, True Rippers! They have been eliminated from this BGIS 2026. We've got the confirmed top 8 on the screen, which will be moving towards the semifinals land of BGIS 2026.
Oh my goodness, 2 teams making it from the final game as well, kicking out True Rippers on 102 points. Feels bad for them, but even for 8-Bit, Riot Nations, Kalinga Esports, Gods for a Reason, Lastade, H4K, Red Force, they are all out as well. This is a very sad day here for True Rippers fans. But this is it.
God. Yeah, well, the journey's done, I guess, for True Rippers. 102 points. Yeah, that international experience that they had did not really pan out that well this year. I'm not sure what exactly happened. How did this even happen as well? But, yeah. Some questionable decisions were made from the side of True Rippers that really led to their elimination in the BGIS 2026. 8-Bit, pretty much the same thing can be said for them. Riot Nations, man, what a day it was from the side of Riot Nations, right? Today, secured so many points, but only if they would have played the same way in the past games too, then maybe Riot Nations would have been in the top 8.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, what a comeback coming from both Phoenix and Myth. The only condition that both these 2 teams qualify is that both 2 teams makes it into the top 2, and they did exactly that. With that being said, True Rippers has been kicked out, but we have to announce our top 8s as well. Nebula Esports, Vanguard, Nonex, K9, VS, Phoenix, Reckoning Esports, and also Myth is going to be making it to the semifinals here. But of course, I want to talk about the potential toughest groups here, especially into the semifinals. Group C is one of them, and Vanguard is heading down there.
I mean, look, for Vanguard, at this point, you know, I don't even think that these teams were even caring about what groups they were going to be placed in. They just wanted to qualify. Maybe Nebula Esports knew exactly their fate, and they couldn't even drop down even if they wanted to, because that spot was just so firmly held. Looking at the latter half of the board, these teams, once again, Dreams crushed, Hig Bozon, Tenzins, Wingard, Inimicals, T7 Esports, FTR, ORB, Blank Esports, and even the names on the latter half of the board tried their best. I had a lot of personal expectations from Genix FM, man. The way they started the entire tournament off, they had that fire in them, but then that transition once again over here, not there.
Yeah, but at the same time, even for BR, 7 Aces, Gen X FM, you know, like you said as well, Naksh Mysterious 4 was a little bit surprising for me. But of course, now this is going to be the official groups as of yet for the semi-finals groups here. And from Group A, we have Wildfangs, Myth Official, Troy Diamond Esports, Reckoning Esports, Nebula Esports, Mad Kings, Hero Extreme Godlight, and Evox. For Group B, Learn From Past, Phoenix, 4 Wolves, K9, Sinway, OG, Meta Ninja, Genesis. And for C, we have Welt, Soul, Victoria Summers, Vasista Esports, Vanguard, Nonex, Revenant Xbox, and Team Tamilas. But after seeing this as well, who do you think has the group of death right now? For which group?
I think all the groups are well balanced. It's not just like one group being extremely tough, because even if you look at Group B, you've got Learn From Past, Phoenix Esports, K9 Esports, Sinaway, OG, like all these teams are heavy hitters, including Genesis Esports. Look at Group C, Weld, Soul, Victor Summers. I just feel like every group is well balanced.
I think C is a little bit tougher here, just because number one, Welt, Soul, Revenant Xbox. These are 3 heavy hitters, and we also have Vasista Esports, which is going to be playing a little bit of Spoil Sports. And interesting enough, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a plot twist here, especially in the map of Miramar during the grind phases. If you guys have been tuning in, Vasista Esports versus Revenant Xbox for Picado control. That is going to be a little bit of a potential things that may or may not happen, because it happened during grind, never met each other until now, the semifinals.
But I do believe that it's not going to be happening anytime soon. I do believe that Vasista Esports is going to come out with a pocket strat, drop somewhere else, and then maybe try and make something else happen. But once again, guys, to let you know, the semifinal land tickets are already out in Swiggy Scene, so get your hands onto it as soon as possible, because later on, they might be out of stock, so you might as well just want to head towards Swiggy Scenes right now and grab them.
Yep, be sure to do it as well. It is going to be happening next week as well. There is a LAN event. So that means the semifinals is going to be happening in Hyderabad. And for these guys looking to book your tickets here, now is the best time to do so, because the seats are very, very limited as well. And only paid seats are available. So that means you need to pay for it in order to enter. So there's no freebies, there's no free access, nothing.
Yeah. But hey, I believe that they are going to be having a lot of fun, right? Watching those teams, and especially Godlike, fan favorite team right there as well. A lot of the fans are quite stoked to watch them. And then you've also got teams like K9 Esports, Omega, and the boys once again making a comeback towards the semifinals. Yeah, a team like True Ripper's not there. It was definitely a big stinger, but you've still got quite the formidable names.
Yeah, there is a lot of teams that we're going to be watching out for as well. But all things considered here, I'm really glad that this is happening as well, because when the semifinals happen, the competition is going to be even more intense here, because they are going to be fighting for a chance to make it to the grand finals, the biggest stage of BGI history, where the hopes and dreams of thousands of teams and also almost crossed more than 10,000 players in our database as well, who has competed on the line.
Exactly. A lot is on the line inside of the semifinals, but IC, with that being said, the wild cards come to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys in the land itself of the semifinals in the BGS 2026.